Entonces, estamos, sí. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 9th European Conference on Tobacco or Health, the main European forum for tobacco control advocates, an event organized under the auspices of the Association of European Cancer Leagues. The 9th Ecth Madrid 2023 is being co-hosted by the Spanish Association Against Cancer in partnership with the Spanish Committee on Tobacco Prevention under the honorary presidency of Her Majesty the Queen of Spain. We have a goal, tobacco-free generation in Europe, established within the European Beating Cancer Plan. The 9th Ecth Madrid 2023 aims at promoting young advocates who are leading the fight against tobacco. Thus, we have invested in young talent, creating sessions where their voice is the protagonist to make the next generation tobacco-free. Also, from April 26, today, to 28, 2023, we will address a scientific program with more than 80 speakers, most of them from European countries and other regions of the world. And without further ado, we give way to Dr. José María Martín Moreno, board member of the Spanish Association Against Cancer and chair of the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023 Scientific Committee, composed by very well-known and distinguished international experts in tobacco prevention and control that represents main organizations fighting against tobacco. Please, Dr. José María Martín Moreno.
This is impressive. I'm so excited. Welcome to the European Conference on Tobacco or Health, which is an event promoted by the Association of European Cancer Leagues and considered the main European forum for tobacco control advocates. This year, 2023, is co-hosted by the Spanish Association Against Cancer in partnership with the Spanish Committee on Tobacco Prevention, CNPT, under the honorary presidency of Her Majesty the Queen of Spain. I have to say that I'm genuinely proud of the owners, organizing, and scientific committee, and many speakers and participants that I admire. I wish I could name you all here. But let me at least say that we have a scientific program with over 80 speakers, not only from Europe, but from all over the world. And we have received 223 abstracts, and we'll enjoy the interaction with 500 participants or more from at least 40 countries. So that means that, and we have almost everything reflected within a special issue of the journal Tobacco Prevention and Cessation, thanks to the support provided by ENSP. But beyond these important facts, in this necessarily quick introduction, I want to underline the nobility of our mission is to contribute to eliminating the poison that tobacco is in our lives. It's an ethical obligation with no conflict of interest beyond doing good for all people. We have to do our utmost to stand up for future generations and also to pay tribute to the people who have inspired us in this noble struggle and who are not physically present, but from heaven remain a source of inspiration. Like my predecessor, chair of the Scientific Committee of the 8th Ecth 2020 in Berlin, our admired Martina Potzke-Langer from Germany, like Margareta Magan Hanglund from Sweden, Konstantin Krasovsky from Ukraine, and the young and much-loved Mateusz Zatonsky, the son of our friend Witold Zatonsky, who passed away at the age of 35 in 2022. And previously, what about our heroes here in Spain, Manel Nebot in Barcelona and Pepa Pont in Valencia? And I should also mention Peter Boyle, the former director of IARC, who recently passed away and always spoke against tobacco. So they will always be a source of inspiration for us, and I ask you, please, for a round of applause to heaven for them. Then I finished the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023. We'll focus on three main pillars that serve as a foundation for the entire event and reflects the specific objectives. The pillars are assessment of the actual compliance with the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the FCTC, which turns 20 this year. So are we complying with FCTC? And if not, why? What are the main barriers and how to overcome them? Then the second pillar is equity in tobacco prevention and control. So who is the most harmed by this non-compliance, this FCTC non-compliance and this normative non-compliance? And how can this harm be reversed? And finally, third is the challenges and current needs, because are we responding to the emerging challenges and current needs? And how can we do it better? The above is the what, but this becomes even more important when we talk about the how, because we are fostering the start of a movement for youth activism, healthy air, and tobacco-free generation. So let's come forward and do all we can to protect the well-being and future generations and the planet we leave behind. But on this day and tomorrow and the day after, let me say that you are a public health champions, and let's embrace this important step, and please enjoy this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we give way to Andrés Zamorano, President of the National Committee for Smoking Prevention, partner and member of the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023. Mr. Zamorano, please.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a todos. Desde el Comité Nacional de Prevención del Tabaquismo, CNPT, acogemos con entusiasmo y satisfacción la responsabilidad de coorganizar, junto a la Asociación Española contra el Cáncer, esta 9ª Conferencia Europea sobre Tabaco o Salud Ecth. Por ello, el Ecth 2023 se presenta como una magnífica oportunidad para debatir, compartir, contrastar, proponer y analizar dónde nos encontramos en la actualidad en la lucha contra la epidemia de tabaquismo, primera causa de muerte evitable. En paralelo al Ecth 2023 celebraremos el Congreso Anual del CNPT. El CNPT es la organización que agrupa al movimiento de prevención del tabaquismo en España y actualmente lo constituyen 46 organizaciones, principalmente asociaciones de profesionales sanitarios y de la medicina, de pacientes y organizaciones civiles. Somos miembros de la Red Europea de Prevención del Tabaquismo y NSP. Analizaremos la situación actual del tabaquismo en España en un momento especialmente delicado que requiere de nuevas medidas legislativas para combatir las nuevas formas de consumo de tabaco que existen en el mercado. Si de verdad queremos alcanzar el objetivo marcado por la Unión Europea de tener una generación libre de tabaco en 2040, donde la prevalencia de consumo se sitúe por debajo del 5% de la población. Las medidas de control de tabaquismo que proponemos son medidas recogidas en la declaración Endgame Tabaco España 2030 que firmamos unas 70 organizaciones a finales de 2022 y que pasan principalmente por prohibir la venta de tabaco a nuevas generaciones. En la iniciativa ciudadana europea se propone que los nacidos a partir de 2010 no puedan comprar tabaco legalmente nunca. Subir el precio del tabaco. España sigue siendo el estanco de Europa. Proponemos duplicar su precio a corto plazo. Empaquetado neutro. Creación de más espacios públicos y privados libres de humo, no solo terrazas de hostelería, sino en proximidades de colegios, instalaciones deportivas o calles o zonas comerciales concurridas, también en el transporte público y en el privado, sobre todo si viajan niños o mujeres embarazadas. La equiparación legal de los dispositivos susceptibles de liberar nicotina, los productos del tabaco por calentamiento, PTC, y los vapeadores con los productos tradicionales del tabaco, en términos fiscales y legislativos. Para la pandemia de tabaquismo no hay vacuna, pero sí tratamiento y prevención a través de la actuación de la ciudadanía, gracias a las medidas legislativas que aprueben nuestros gobernantes. Pero lo que no vale es no hacer nada, porque las tabaqueras hacen su camino, sacan al mercado nuevos productos que no son inocuos y consiguen fumadores a edades cada vez más jóvenes. Si la edad media del primer contacto con el tabaco convencional está a los 14 años, con los vapeadores y cigarrillos electrónicos estamos viendo cómo hay chicos y chicas que tienen su primer contacto con la nicotina a los 11 años o incluso antes. Hay que actualizar la legislación para volver a ser pioneros en Europa y en el mundo, como ya fuimos con la Ley 2005 y 2010. Tenemos un plan integral de tabaquismo pendiente de publicar. Pueden contar con la ayuda, colaboración y compromiso del CNPT para lograr una generación libre de humo, tabaco y nicotina. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, señor Zamorano. To continue, we're going to show you a video of Dr. Tedros Adhanom, Managing Director of the World Health Organization.
Your Royal Highness Queen Letizia, Your Excellency Minister Miñones, Dr. Ries, Professor Medeiros, Dr. Martin Moreno, Dr. Zamorano, esteemed guests, dear colleagues and friends. A warm welcome to all who have gathered for this important conference. Tobacco use is the single most preventable cause of death and disease worldwide, with far-reaching consequences on people, communities, health systems, and the environment. Europe has the highest prevalence of adult smokers in the world, who die on average 14 years earlier than non-smokers. With the prevalence of e-cigarette use among young people rising in Europe at an alarming rate, younger generations continue to be exposed to the harmful consequences of tobacco. We have the tools to save lives and create a tobacco-free Europe. The WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the Empower package include many practical ways to reduce demand for tobacco products. Proven interventions include taxation, smoke-free environments, cessation support, and countering tobacco industry interference. Overcoming the challenge of tobacco relies on the energy, expertise, and research of dedicated public health experts like you. Thank you all for your commitment to a tobacco-free future for Europe and the world. I thank you. Muchas gracias.
We send our greetings to Mr. Adhanom, wherever he is. And now, the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was developed on 21st May 2003 in response to the globalization of the tobacco epidemic, and is an evidence-based treaty that reaffirms the right of all people to the highest standard of health. Now it is time to present the first keynote. The FCTC, after 20 years, does it still respond to challenges of tobacco control and public health? This session will be chaired by Nicolas Philippou, Vice President of Association of European Cancer League, and co-chaired by Ana Fernandez, Cancer Advocacy Director, Spanish Association Against Cancer, and second Vice President, Spanish Committee on Tobacco Prevention, and member of the ECL Board. Mr. Philippou, here you are.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here among very good colleagues, friends, associates in this opening keynote lecture of the 9th European Conference on Tobacco and Health. Thank you for being here. So, as it was already mentioned, last Ecth was held in February of 2020 in Berlin, hosted by the German Cancer Society, and immediately after we had the COVID-19 outbreak. So here we are, 3 years later, thinking what the FCTC implementation looks like after coronavirus, and how can we achieve the new European goal for a tobacco-free generation in Europe. We are really looking forward to be part of this conference, and we are very happy that this conference starts with a very relevant keynote lecture. So without further ado, I would like to call our keynote speaker, Professor heilh Nikokosian, for his presentation, The FCT After 20 Years, Does It Still Respond to Challenges of Tobacco Control and Public Health? Professor heilh Nikokosian is currently a senior affiliate with the Global Health Center, Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva, with focus on global health instruments, diplomacy, and governance. In the period 2007-2014, he was the founding head of the Secretary of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. Served also in other senior roles in WHO, including as Special Representative and as head, non-communicable diseases and lifestyles with WHO Europe. Before his move to international work, he served as Minister of Health and as Chairman of the National Institute of Health of Armenia. Professor Nikokosian, we're very pleased to have you here, and we're really excited to hear your presentation. Thank you very much.
Distinguished chair and co-chairs, dignitaries and colleagues, let me first of all thank you very much, the organizers, for inviting me to deliver this opening lecture. And it's indeed an honor to address such a distinguished conference. Let me also say that the civil society played undoubtedly important, maybe even a critical role in the development and adoption of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. I think our audience of today can be proud of the fact that it was exactly the Earth Tobacco or Health Conference in '94 in Paris that first called for an international convention on tobacco control. Moreover, it was the civil society to inspire the governments to bring the issue to the political floor of WHO. And the consistency by which the civil society and the professional organizations have been keeping up with this first global health treaty. And today's conference is a good example of that, can be only applauded. So thank you very much, civil society, for your efforts and for your consistency. The FCTC was adopted in May 2003. So it turns 20-year-old already next month. Not anymore a child, as we used to refer to it, not even a teenager anymore. Already a matured body of the global health matrix. But frankly, also matured enough to be questioned and to be challenged at times. And possibly this is the right time, as our conference does, to ask the question, does the FCTC still respond to the challenges it rose to, or simply is it still fit for purpose? I'll try to answer to that question through several prisms. The prism of the origins of the FCTC, the prism of new realities that followed, the prism of achievements and then drawbacks, and then the prism of broader impact on public and global health. Let's first look at the origins of the FCTC and whether those factors are still around. Indeed, what were the drivers behind the WHO's pioneering treaty? First, the tobacco epidemic literally exploded close to the end of the last century. Several factors, the globalization, the trade liberalization, but also the foreign direct investments, illicit trade, and the aggressive tactics of the transnational tobacco industry were to blame for it. Second, the cost of tobacco to society was spiraling, literally spiraling. The world was already facing 6 million tobacco-related deaths per year at that time, and it was expected to rise to 10 million per year by 2030. The economic cost of tobacco was already at almost $1 trillion annually, and still rising. So that was the picture. And further to that, the forced release of the tobacco industry documents made it clear how the industry deceived the public and governments for decades. And lastly, the epidemic started to shift from developed to developing and low and middle income countries with larger markets and weaker policies. Pulling all these factors together, the epidemic went truly global and literally out of control. My generation can remember the feeling of helplessness to control it with the existing instruments. So the global problem was indeed requiring a global solution. And the FCTC was indeed the global response to the globalization of the tobacco epidemic. As such, I think it's right to say, it was also one of the first attempts to address the negative effects of globalization on health. Now the question is, did these underlying factors change over the last or past 20 years? Not much, frankly. If you look at the factors related to globalization, they are still in the driving seat. In addition, the growing net of bilateral and regional trade and investment agreements further complicated the picture. The cost to society, too, continued to increase. The 6 million deaths annually at that time have now increased to 8 million deaths per year. And the total economic cost of tobacco has almost doubled, now close to $2 trillion annually, by some estimates. The global action did curb the epidemic, of course, but the cost to society is still huge and hurting. And the industry, too, another big driver, is not less powerful of our days, to say the least. Its revenues grow even if the smoking prevalence drops. One might say, of course, it's a paradox, but this happens due to higher prices, the growing populations, and the novel products. The global tobacco markets grew by more than 5% last year. Imagine, even when most other businesses were hampered, the tobacco markets were still growing because of the pandemic. The estimates show that it will continue, unfortunately, and a large number of countries still refer to the industry interference as the key obstacle to implementing the FCTC. And lastly, the shift of the epidemic to low and middle income countries, a powerful driver in itself, didn't stop. Now already 80% of smokers live in those countries. To summarize, the origins behind the FCTC, although now they are better checked, are nevertheless still very much around. Now let's look at from second prism, namely, did also new critical realities emerge after the FCTC's adoption? My answer is yes, and let me mention some of them. One such reality is that the novel products now flood the markets as aggressively as the cigarettes did 20, 30 years ago. This can revamp and prolong the epidemic absolutely unnecessarily. The FCTC provides key guidance, of course, but new collective wisdom under the treaty's umbrella will also be needed. This was indeed difficult to foresee 20 years ago. A second reality is linked to the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. So, 12 years after the adoption of the FCTC. We know that the health in SDGs is not only a goal in itself, but is also closely linked to almost all other goals. This is well known. And tobacco is a good example of such broad relationships. Let's, for example, take the huge and still rising economic cost of tobacco, something very relevant to the SDGs, or the significant pressure that tobacco creates on health systems, families, the poverty reduction and inequalities, another group of SDG concerns, or the close relations between tobacco farming and environmental degradation, very much relevant to SDGs. So the SDGs, therefore, not only re-emphasized, but also elevated the expectations from the FCTC, for health, first of all, but also for sustainable development more broadly. Another new reality is that we have witnessed a wave of global catastrophic threats in the last 10, 15 years. One such threat is very fresh. The negative linkages between smoking and COVID-19 are now very well observed. And this was most likely and unfortunately not the last pandemic of our century. Let's also look at the food insecurity another catastrophic and mounting challenge of our days, and how switching from growing tobacco to alternative crops could help with it. Or let's look at the ongoing debate on how the experience of legal action against tobacco could inform potential responses against other catastrophic threats, antimicrobial resistance or pandemics, for example. Another new reality I would like to underline. The FCTC was negotiated when multilateralism was at its high levels. Multilateralism, unfortunately, is much weaker in our times, and global agreements not easy to reach. Therefore, in my view, cherishing multilateral agreements which are already in place, like the FCTC, will be of paramount importance. And this may even provide inspiration when negotiating new ones. My answer, therefore, from the point of view of both the origins of FCTC and the new realities that have followed, is that yes, the convention remains relevant. And perhaps relevant even in more complex and in multi-dimensional ways than we could foresee 20 years ago. Colleagues, let's now look at the question of relevance through another lens, namely the achievements and the drawbacks so far. First, about achievements. What they might be pointing to. One important achievement is that nearly 90% of parties, 90, either strengthened their tobacco control legislation or adopted new laws after ratifying the FCTC. Next to that, more than 2/3 of the parties established a national multi-sectoral coordination mechanism, something we know is not an easy task in public health. Further, most parties now report taking measures against the interference of the tobacco industry, as indeed required by the Convention, something which was very problematic 15 or 20 years ago. All this progress, in my view, speaks for the actual power of the Convention, both legal and political power. One might say, of course, that those type of achievements may also be reversible following political changes in countries, which happen. That's true. But in my view, unlikely, because of the systematic manner they are happening and because they are based on international law. Colleagues, there are also changes which do seem practically irreversible. The global smoking prevalence, for example, has dropped by between 25 and 30% over the last 15 years and continues dropping. And in the last 10 years, not only the prevalence, but also the global sales of tobacco started to drop. The public perception of tobacco has changed immensely, with smoking practically now denormalized, and even strongest tobacco control measures enjoying broad public support. Lastly, we also we witness how the language in many countries is now shifting from controlling tobacco to, in fact, ending tobacco. These are changes of historic proportions, hardly thinkable at the start of the century. Policies may indeed be reversed at times, but such systematic changes of social behavior, social perception, and attitude are most likely irreversible. But can all this be attributed to the FCTC? That's a good question. Not entirely, of course. With time, societies will most likely degrade such absurd products, or the deadliest artifact in the human history, as some researchers say. So it will happen anyway. However, the speed and scale by which it is happening may indeed point to the power of the global agreement that the countries reached 20 years ago. The independent impact assessment of the first 10 years of the FCTC concluded that while it will never be possible, I am quoting, to identify precisely how many measures are directly or indirectly attributable to the Convention, the FCTC has undoubtedly played a critical role as an authoritative and agreed catalyst and framework for action. The same assessment, and by the way, we have the honor to have the chair of that assessment committee, Professor Pekka Puska, here with us, that the same assessment also concluded that the convention helped to engage the sectors outside health, prompted action to resist the industry interference, and catalyzed activities across the UN system. In addition, a major study, which was convened in parallel with the impact assessment, found that countries that implemented FCTC policies at highest levels generally experienced greater reductions in smoking prevalence. Some researchers also pointed to the particular effect of simultaneous implementation of tobacco policies as mandated by the Convention. Colleagues, let me also refer to achievements that are less discussed and appraised, in my view. For example, the FCTC proved instrumental in both promoting and protecting the interest of tobacco control and public health in the face of other, often competing or even conflicting agendas. The treaty was proved instrumental in defending tobacco control measures in numerous legal disputes that were launched against governments. The disputes involving Australia, Uruguay, Norway, the European Union, Kenya, and many others all ended in favor of public health. What is key is that the respective courts and arbitrations very often refer to the FCTC as a legal instrument and scientific authority when making their judgments. It should also be right to say that for the first time in history, and at least in one area, the interface of trade and health is now regulated by legally binding obligations on both sides of the equation, and not only from the trade perspective as it was pre-FCTC. This is a breakthrough development for the health argument, in my view. Another phenomenon that remains, in my view, relatively less discussed is how the legal power of the FCTC encourages governments to act with very high ambition and often out of box. The extraordinary measures such as plain packaging, tobacco display bans, complete ban of smoking in public places, now banning smoking outdoor, or banning the sales of tobacco to the new generation are some of the examples of such extraordinary vision. Another good example of acting out of box is some countries are now legislating tobacco control provisions that were traditionally regarded as soft measure areas, not areas for legislation. For example, smoking cessation or public education. Such is the legal power and perhaps the inspiration that the treaty provides. Colleagues, did we also saw any drawbacks? Yes, of course, as perhaps we could be expected when you implement the first health treaty with no such experience in the past. Some drawbacks, such as the lack of political commitment and financial resources in many countries, are well observed. Let me therefore to focus on some others that captured less attention, in my view. First, some treaty provisions remain at low level of implementation. These are, in particular, the provisions which rely on action outside the health sector. One such provision is the crop substitution and alternative livelihoods. Tobacco industry often uses tobacco farmers as a front group against tobacco control and FCTC. The public health community was weak, in my view, in carrying two central messages. First, that tobacco farming is not only a supply issue, but also a broader issue of environmental degradation, child labor, occupational risks, declining demand, sustaining livelihoods, and of course, poverty. And second, that the FCTC doesn't place obligations on tobacco growers at all. It's not an enemy to farmers. It rather requires the governments to support farmers in switching to alternatives. As the public health voice was relatively scarce, the industry was able to fill the gap. The current global food crisis only increases the importance of crop substitution and alternative livelihoods. It's indeed encouraging to see that this year's Ordinary Tobacco Day is focusing on this topic. The ice will start breaking, hopefully. Another provision which with low implementation rates is the ban on cross-border advertising, promotion, and sponsorship. This could generally be expected due to the quick technological advances and limited regulations in transnational communications and media. But let's not forget that the FCTC specifically refers to a potential protocol in this area. Not only the only such reference, by the way, across the entire convention, somehow signaling the need for more detailed rules to achieve comprehensive advertising ban. Yet, it took nearly 10 years for parties to even come back to the need for special measures in this area, after initially considering but eventually dropping the protocol idea in the early years of the convention. Discussion on specific guidelines, but again not a protocol, is now expected at COP10 later this year. Let's hope it will bring some breakthrough on this key issue. Another setback is linked to the novel products. The public health community was perhaps slow and not well coordinated in reacting to the proliferation of these products. And the Conference of the Parties, in my view, was somehow indecisive in developing a global normative approach. The industry is adjusting and acting fast, and the health answer should perhaps be as rapid and decisive. As another setback, parties, in my view, are also slow to establishing a compliance mechanism for the FCTC. The peer review mechanism, which was recently piloted, may be a step in that direction. However, there are also stronger examples in international treaty practices that could be looked at. External reviews, compliance and monitoring committees, site visits, verifications, compliance procedures, conciliation commissions, and special review meetings are some of the models used under different treaties. The FCTC will hopefully benefit from such a broad spectrum of mechanisms already tested internationally. Compliance rules, after all, are not only to promote accountability, but also to help countries to identify and remedy implementation shortcomings at home. This could be good inspiration for coming to a stronger rule for compliance. And the final point I would like to offer. The primary goal of the FCTC, of course, is to strengthen tobacco control. However, it is also the WHO's first global health treaty, not just a treaty. And as such, is also a new legal dimension in international health cooperation. Would it therefore be able to also influence potentially broader public and global health beyond tobacco? The answer, in my view, is yes, and let me to illustrate. First and upmost, the adoption of the FCTC unlocked the treaty-making power of WHO, which existed in the constitution of WHO, but was never previously used. The very fact that globally binding conventions in health were feasible had inspired debate and expectations for a broader role of multilateral legal regimes in health. Indeed, several potential areas for a new treaty were discussed, although not materialized over the last 10-15 years. And one such instrument on pandemics is now formally under negotiations. Second, the FCTC enriched substantially the global health matrix. Indeed, novel instruments require also novel mechanisms to govern their implementation. The Conference of the Parties, the Convention Secretariat, also the meeting of the parties now, are all new types of international bodies in global health, enriching the global health governance. Further to that, parties have agreed to a protocol and to several guidelines that were negotiated and adopted at the intergovernmental, not just at the expert level, which is novelty in global health and further enriches the global health instrumentarium and the governance. Third, the FCTC elevated several public health functions to the level of international legal obligations. These are particular functions concerning multi-sectoral coordination, standardized reporting, knowledge and technology transfer, and protecting public policies from commercial interference. All these are key, but generally challenging functions in public health, not in just tobacco control only. And the FCTC example could therefore inspire comparable approaches, in my view, in broader public health. Another development which is ought to mention, the FCTC expanded the spectrum of non-health sectors involved in health action. The protocol on illicit trade, for example, galvanized sectors such as customs, revenues, and law enforcement, previously not much involved in health matters. This is a serious empowerment to multi-sectoral cooperation for health. And it can also expand the potential impact of the instrument beyond tobacco. Taking again, or beyond even the health domain, taking again the example of the protocol on illicit trade, the beneficiaries of this protocol will be not only public health, which is of course the main target, but also customs cooperation, revenue collection, and the fight against organized crime, which are all important functions of any government. Lastly, and as I have already mentioned, the FCTC revealed how the legal power of an international health instrument can help to safeguard the interest of health amongst other, often competing agendas. The legal nature of treaty provisions help to leave the health argument high in government's agenda, where health, let's be frank, is not always a prime concern. It also helped to defend the health argument in various legal disputes, both in countries and internationally. And all this has shown, in my view, that the legal power of an international health instrument can seriously uplift the profiling, promoting, and protecting public health amongst other agendas and interests. Putting all these 5 features together, namely unlocking the treaty-making power of WHO, elevating critical public health functions to the level of legal obligations, introducing new types of governance mechanisms, expanding the spectrum of non-health sectors involved in health, and the ability to promote and protect health amongst other interests. All this together may, in my view, if utilized, have significant potential in broader public and global health. In summary, colleagues, is the FCTC still fit for purpose? I think the answer is yes, with no doubt. In the same time, however, the Conference of the Parties will need, in my view, to deal, and vigorously, with the rapidly evolving challenges. And those challenges are not only linked to the novel products, but also linked to the transboundary concerns, the technological advances, the newer evidence which comes, and compliance. Parties, on their turn, may need to accelerate the cooperation for the transfer of expertise and technology, one of the key requirements of the Convention, but often overlooked, unfortunately. This would both energize and enrich the global implementation. Lastly, treaties are strong when applied in their entirety. Most treaty provisions are not only interlinked, but also reinforce each other. Therefore, comprehensiveness of action across the entire treaty, and not of selected measures only, will be of a paramount importance. Let me finish by saying that the tobacco challenge cannot be overlooked just because newer challenges, like pandemics, now take the stage. Frankly, and after all, tobacco itself is a pandemic, although of a different type. It may also be time, after 10, 20 years now, to look at how the lessons from WHO's first Global Health Treaty could be utilized to the benefit of broader public and global health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nico Gossian. Now is time for the official opening ceremony of the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023. We are a little bit in advance in our agenda that we're expecting, and we're waiting for the arrival of Her Majesty the Queen. As I said at the beginning, the main objective of this 9th edition is twofold. First, to help member states to achieve a tobacco-free generation in Europe, where less than 5% of people uses tobacco by 2040, the goal established within the European Beating Cancer Plan. And secondly, to mobilize European civil society, and especially the youth, to support European countries in achieving the goal. The 9th Ecth Madrid 2023 scientific and organizing committees have developed a scientific program, as we said, with over 80 speakers, most of them, also I repeat, from European countries, also for other parts of the world, regions of the world. The general approach has been to include a cross-sectoral perspective on the road to achieve a tobacco-free generation on 2040. And that's what it is. Now I ask you for your patience, 2 minutes to receive our Queen. She will be coming in a few seconds, in a few minutes, and then we will start with this opening ceremony. We are going to start briefly. And please, if you can have some... hablen un poquito, que yo no sé más que decir. Vamos, please. It's going to be just... sorry. I have to adjust my speech to what I have written here, sorry, but it's only a few minutes, probably 1-2 minutes, and we'll be started. You can chat a little bit before the opening ceremony. Sí. Well, I confirm you will need 5 minutes, 5 minutes to start with the opening ceremony, but please, I ask you to stay in your seats. It's going to be only 5 minutes. Thank you very much, and we'll come back for the opening ceremony. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. And now is time for the official opening ceremony of the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023. Her Majesty, the Queen, Minister of Health of Spain, Mr. José Manuel Miñones, President of the Spanish Association Against Cancer and Scientific Foundation, and President of the 9th edition of the Congress, Tobacco or Health, Dr. Ramón Reyes, President of Association of European Cancer Leagues and President of 9th Ecth Madrid 2023, Professor Rui Medeiros, authorities, health professionals, researchers, civil society representatives, young advocates, officials committed to tobacco control, media, and distinguished guests, welcome to the 9th European Conference on Tobacco or Health. The European Conference on Tobacco or Health, Ecth, is an event organized every 3 years under the auspices of the Association of European Cancer Leagues. It is recognized internationally as the main European forum for tobacco control advocates. The 9th Ecth Madrid 2023 is being co-hosted by the Spanish Association Against Cancer in partnership with the Spanish Committee on Tobacco Prevention under the honorary presidency of Her Majesty the Queen. In order to officially inaugurate the 9th Ecth, please allow me to invite Her Majesty the Queen to address us, please.
Minister of Health of Spain, President of the European Cancer Leagues, President of the Spanish Association Against Cancer, dear young advocates, distinguished participants, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Madrid for the 9th European Conference on Tobacco or Health. Of course, thank you very much to the Association of European Cancer Leagues for choosing Spain for this conference, and also thank you to the Spanish Association Against Cancer and the Spanish Committee for the Tobacco Control for organizing it. There are many people behind this organization, scientists, doctors, researchers, experts in public health policies, and all of them are working towards a common goal, to get the European social movement working together so that smoking is no longer our top public health problem. Because smoking is not a habit, it is a disease we call tabaquismo in Spanish, tabaquismo. And we must help those suffering from it. For those of us interested in health, we have 3 days ahead of us to analyze, propose, review, share, and contrast everything related to this extremely complex problem, with questions such as where we are now and what we know after so much legal, scientific, and social evidence. We know that smoking, tobacco, and the new non-combustible products cause very serious diseases. We know that increasing the price of tobacco reduces its consumption. And we know that in Spain, of course, different figures in different countries, in Spain, the costs of illnesses linked with tobacco use, work-related, healthcare, medication, disability, loss of productivity, passive smoking, harmful effects, are 3 times higher than the tax revenue generated by the industry. This is indisputable, but of course we also know much more, and that's what this is all about, reviewing what we do know and keep paving the way towards where? Towards more prevention, above all, primary prevention, that is reducing the incidence of smoking by changing the risk factors associated with the development of this disease. The focus of the 9th conference is inspiring because young people have a very important role in leading the movement to ensure that tobacco use is not the main cause of preventable death in the world anymore. Those of us who, on many occasions during our youth, were unaware of the risk associated with tobacco and nicotine products would have wanted to have all the information and all the ability that you have today to perceive the reality. I am sure that none of you here today would go to the cafeteria and order a cocktail of ammonia, cadmium, tar, acrolein, carbon monoxide, acetone, arsenic, hydrogen cyanide, nicotine, and formaldehyde, among other ingredients, right? Addressing an issue like the tobacco epidemic requires intelligence, unity, and a coordinated strategy that integrates prevention, legal and care measures, as well as control policies that have the potential to reduce its negative impact on health. Professor Carlos López Otín always reminds us that prevention is the culture of life, and a healthy life requires curiosity, it's knowledge that helps us make all those daily decisions that affect our health, meaning what we eat, drink, breathe, think, what we do not smoke, and the exercise we do every single day of our life. Let us promote that individual responsibility, and now let us listen during these 3 days to those who really know. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Your Majesty. We now give the floor to the President of the Spanish Association Against Cancer and Scientific Foundation and President of the 9th edition of the Congress, Tobacco or Health, Dr. Ramón Reyes, please.
Good morning, Majesty, Ministry of Health, authorities, dear colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the 9th edition of the European Conference on Tobacco or Health. This important event brings together 13 entities from all over the world that the Spanish Association Against Cancer has the honor to host. We're here because we all share a strong commitment to promoting health and preventing illness. And this Congress provides a unique opportunity to join forces and work together to define effective strategies against tobacco. This is a crucial moment for fighting the public enemy number 1 of health, which is tobacco. The challenge we face has huge and multiple in dimensions. Every year, nearly 700,000 deaths in Europe are caused by tobacco, which is the main risk factor for 16 different sorts of cancer. The health consequences of tobacco are devastating, being the leading cause of preventable death and disease in Europe and around the world, and that also generates a huge environmental impact in our planet, as we all know. In regard to our country, our reality is that every 11 minutes, a person dies as a result of tobacco-related diseases, and 60 people die every day because of lung cancer. This is a very serious concern that requires a strong commitment and determination from central and autonomic governments to ensure the compliance of the World Health Organization Framework Convention for Tobacco Control and the different European guidelines related to smoking control. The reality in our country shows that we are far behind in the implementation of actions proven to be effective in preventing tobacco consumption in other countries, as price increase, ban on advertising, and the use of plain packaging. However, there are some good news that I would like to share with you. Because Spain has taken a step forward in recent weeks, starting the update of a royal decree which implies the implementation of neutral labeling for all tobacco and related products, the regulation of tobacco products with and without nicotine, the ban of additives and flavorings, including any type of components that could make these products more attractive for children and teenagers. However, this is clearly not enough. There are still many areas to be covered and actions to be implemented. First of all, it is absolutely necessary to increase prices to make tobacco less affordable and discourage customers from purchasing it. Last year, over 2 million cigarette packs were sold in Spain, proving the sad reality that we are in fact Europe's tobacconist because we have the lowest tobacco prices among the European countries. It is also essential to ban advertising. There is still a legal gap regarding the advertising of tobacco products on social platforms and video on demand. It is not a surprise that 9 out of 10 Spanish young people are exposed to what we call digital smoke, since smoking and vaping is on fashion and on social media. This digital exposure is strongly correlated with the consumption of both tobacco and new forms of smoke inhalation, being the number of smokers among those exposed to advertising twice as much as among those who are not exposed. The situation requires urgent action. We cannot sit back and doing nothing while the number of smokers increases day after day among young people. The lack of clear regulations on tobacco control in our country represents a high risk that threats public health, allowing the youngest to easily access tobacco and leaving them defenseless against the bad practices of the tobacco industry. Let me share with you some data that illustrates this statement. Half of the young people aged 16 to 21 consume some sort of tobacco or derivatives on a monthly basis in our country. A big concern is that the new forms of tobacco consumption are positively perceived as they consider it less harmful because it does not smell bad, it is supposed to be easier to quit, and it is perceived by the young and influencers as a smart and fashionable way of socializing. And last but not least, I would like to call your attention on the alarming fact that 72% of children under 12 years are exposed to tobacco smoke, mostly in public spaces. Clear regulations on the ban of tobacco smoke from public spaces are essentials, not only to protect children from tobacco smoke, but also to contribute to the necessary tobacco denormalization. I would like to finish my speech by highlighting our common goal to achieve a tobacco-free generation by 2040. To reach this ambitious objective, we need young people to strongly lead the social movement against tobacco in all Europe. Only youth has the power to stop the giant machinery of the tobacco industry. I am totally convinced that our young generations are stronger than the tobacco lobby, and they can remain certain that they will count with our full support at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Now it's time to hear the words of Professor Rui Medeiros, President of Association of European Cancer League and President of the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I would like to make my compliments to Her Majesty, the Ministry of Health, the Scientific Committee of Ecth, José Moreno and other colleagues, and authorities, all colleagues here. Welcome to the Ecth. I would like to say some words on ECL. You know, some of you know ECL very well, others don't. ECL is an association of European cancer leagues and foundations. We have 30 organizations. We represent more than 400 million souls. So we are a huge network. I would like to say also some words on this, why are we here? We have to consider that tobacco is the most important cause of premature death in the European Union. Europe is the area with the highest rank of smokers in the world. I wonder why. A special attention must be paid to the young children, because we know that from many years, we know that smokers usually begin at the teen age or young age of adults. So we have to work those special groups. Young generations are very important. We have nowadays the WHO International Framework on Convention on Tobacco Control, and it's been implemented all over Europe, however, with different perspectives and aims. We have very good examples, the example of UK, Netherlands, France, and others. We have other not so good examples that we should work. Actually, we think, and some research do that there is an interference of some other partners on the decisions of the implementation of framework. And actually, industry is considered to be one of them. Outside Europe, we have very excellent examples. We can take a look on the example, which is amazing, of New Zealand. New Zealand will ban the sale of tobacco for those born after 2009. Wow, it's amazing. It's a courageous attitude which should we learn with them. Another message we should consider is, and it's a reality, I can show you a lot of numbers, that tobacco industry interferes with governments, and usually that results in a conflict of interest on some decisions. We already know that tobacco industries spend millions of dollars in the social responsibility, and also the examples of tax exemptions and other things are not considered to be good examples. Again, why are we here? We have to think as public servants, working for the health and the well-being of our people and our communities. And how can we do that? We can give them the best of the knowledge. We have science, we have knowledge. We can influence the mindset of our population through education, through targeting special groups. We can change the mindset of our governments and laws. We can change the mindset of our industry. We have achieved a lot of milestones. I'm sure some of you remember that, I remember some people used to smoke on airplanes, bus, schools, malls. It's a huge change of ideas, and now is not possible, fortunately. But we have, and even the achievement of the idea of second-hand smoke was a fight. It's a very interesting change of paradigm. But we have a lot more to achieve. And again, why are we here? Personally, I have two examples at the family. I was born in a small island, and we have a church of the Good Dead. It's a very nice scenery where you can see the sea and the landscape, and you can die very peacefully. But my family, an uncle and a cousin, were smokers all life, and I can assure you they had no peaceful death. So it's a very good example why we should try to change the things. Ecth is a huge opportunity to make a reflection on what we think we can add some inputs. We are together on the same idea. What can we change? How can we proceed? In the name of ECL, I welcome you all to this event and hopefully enjoy it, because it's also time to enjoy. And I would like to say I am honored, and it's a privilege to be here with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Now, Dr. Hans-Henry P. Kluge, Regional Director for Europe, World Health Organization. He has sent us a video. Please pay attention to the big screen.
Your Majesty, Minister Miñones, Presidents Reyes and Maderos, Distinguished delegates, I would like to begin by saluting you all, the many old friends and newer colleagues, policymakers, scientists, researchers, who have come together here with one noble goal: to make tobacco a thing of the past. Let me be clear, ending the tobacco epidemic is fundamental to achieving our shared priority to promote health and well-being, reflected in the European Programme of Work 2020-2025, United Action for Better Health in Europe. We cannot beat cancer without addressing its major cause, tobacco use. We will not make any meaningful progress on cardiovascular disease and other non-communicable diseases, the main killers in our region, without strong political commitment and action towards a tobacco-free future for all. And COVID-19 has been a further wake-up call, highlighting some of the greater health risks that tobacco users face from communicable diseases. 20 years after the adoption of the landmark Framework Convention on Tobacco Control that has spearheaded work to cut both the demand for and supply of tobacco products, now is a good moment to consider how far we have come, to course correct and redouble our efforts. Today, 51 out of 53 member states in the WHO European region have ratified the FCTC, which came into force in 2005. In these 2 decades, our region has made significant progress. Over a quarter of countries have banned smoking in all public places. The region also leads the world in implementing large health warnings on packaging, now in place in 76% of member states. And tobacco use among adults across the region has fallen by 6.7%, but it still stands at 25.3%, 1 out of every 4 people, one of the highest levels of prevalence in the world. This clearly shows we must do much more to curb demand through effective tobacco control measures such as strategic taxation, comprehensive smoke-free policies, and well-crafted advertising bans. We must also remain vigilant, anticipating and addressing industry tactics such as the introduction of more recent nicotine and tobacco products like e-cigarettes, nicotine pouches, and heated tobacco products, and take appropriate action to protect young people. Several European countries are actively pursuing the vision to become tobacco-free. I applaud these efforts and encourage other countries to follow this lead. As the FCTC asserts, we must confront the tobacco epidemic from every side. This conference embodies the vision, drive, and expertise needed to do so. The Greek philosopher Plutarch wrote, quote, "Perseverance is more prevailing than violence, and many things which cannot be overcome when they are together yield themselves up when taking little by little," unquote. The strength of the tobacco control community resides in working together step by step, never losing sight of the final goal. I applaud your dedication and collaboration. Future generations will thank you for it. Gracias.
Thank you to Dr. Kluge. And finally, we give the floor to the Minister of Health, Mr. José Manuel Miñones.
Majestad, presidente de la Asociación Española contra el Cáncer, presidente de la Association European Cancer Leagues, secretaria de Estado de Promoción de la Salud de Portugal, autoridades, señoras, señores, muy buenos días. La verdad es que es un placer que uno de mis primeros actos como ministro de Sanidad sea participar en esta 9ª Conferencia Europea sobre Tabaco o Salud, que además pone el foco en cómo combatir, cómo minimizar y evitar el consumo de tabaco, promoviendo la equidad y también la prevención. Quiero que mis primeras palabras sean de agradecimiento. Agradecimiento a científicos, a investigadores, profesionales clínicos y sanitarios, a las sociedades científicas y también a las asociaciones como las que hoy nos reúnen aquí. Gracias por su trabajo, por su concienciación sobre las consecuencias del tabaco y, sobre todo, por su dedicación a curar sus patologías derivadas. Y gracias también a quienes nos recuerdan que proteger el medio ambiente es también una razón más para poder dejar de consumir tabaco. Hoy, desde luego, sabemos que el tabaquismo es una de las principales causas de enfermedad y también de muerte prevenible en todo el mundo. Esto es algo que puede parecer evidente y, sin embargo, no siempre ha sido así. Hoy celebramos la adopción del Convenio Marco de la OMS para la prevención de tabaquismo y eso significa más de 20 años de una lucha conjunta para crear conciencia sobre la gravedad que el consumo de tabaco, especialmente el consumo precoz, representa para la salud pública. Y como todos los problemas de salud pública, el tabaquismo no entiende de fronteras, así que sigue siendo necesario, más que nunca, consensos políticos y científicos. Consensos como la apuesta por una generación sin tabaco, que se incluye dentro del Plan Europeo de Lucha contra el Cáncer, o la iniciativa Código Europeo contra el Cáncer, con 12 recomendaciones elaboradas por expertos, 2 de ellas precisamente y directamente relacionadas con el tabaco: mantener los pulmones limpios y sumarnos y sumar espacios sin humo. Nuestro compromiso, desde luego, está vigente. Prueba de ello es la consulta pública lanzada por el Ministerio de Sanidad en estas semanas pasadas para poder hacer la transposición de las directivas europeas, acompasando el trabajo de la Comisión sobre el actual marco legislativo para el control del tabaco y productos relacionados. Como bien saben, España asumirá en escasos meses la presidencia del Consejo de la Unión Europea, una oportunidad para avanzar en la reducción del consumo del tabaco y de los productos relacionados, así como también para avanzar en la exposición ambiental de las emisiones. Así lo vamos a hacer, así lo haremos también en Panamá en el mes de noviembre, dentro de la Convención Marco sobre el Control de Tabaco, un foro estratégico en el que nuestro país va a jugar un papel fundamental con el objetivo de seguir avanzando y alineando los objetivos globales frente al tabaco. Evitar el tabaquismo significa, ante todo, preservar la salud de la población. Una finalidad de incalculable valor, porque evitar la enfermedad, en lugar de tener que curarla, se convierte en nuestra mejor herramienta de intervención pública. No debemos ni olvidarlo, ni desde luego dejarlo de decir. El consumo de tabaco es un factor de riesgo para multitud de formas clínicas como la cardiopatía isquémica, enfermedades cerebrovasculares, infecciones de las vías respiratorias inferiores, EPOC, tuberculosis, diabetes y cáncer de tráquea, bronquios y pulmón. En este sentido, quiero trasladarles mi compromiso personal y el del Ministerio de Sanidad en la promoción de los hábitos de vida saludables y también en la apuesta por las ciudades saludables y los espacios libres de humo, especialmente entre la población infanto-juvenil. Estoy convencido de que será la mejor inversión y de enorme rentabilidad. Conseguir una generación libre de humo es todo un desafío. Es mucho más que un objetivo sanitario o político. Es un compromiso de generaciones que implica a administraciones, también a profesionales y, desde luego, al conjunto de la sociedad. A ese objetivo estamos todos convocados y ahí me encontrarán. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ministro. Thank you very much. Now, a coffee will be served in the lobby before the next session at 11:30 here. We'll see you later. Thank you very much. Well, hello again, and thank you for coming back from your coffee break. Not always easy, but thank you for being here again to start with the next session. FCTC compliance and monitoring from different perspectives. This session will be moderated by Kerstin Schotte, Medical Officer of the World Health Organization, and co-moderated by Nicolas Philippot, Vice President of the Association of European Cancer Leagues and Director General of the Cypriot Association of Patients and Friends, and Cancer is with us also there. Mrs. Schotte, it's all of you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh. Okay. Oh my God. I think this is really not good. Yeah. So I will speak from here. Dear colleagues, thanks very much for joining again. I'm really excited to share this session for the next 1.5 hours on FCTC compliance. And we will start with Roland Dries, who is the Director for International Affairs at the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sports in the Netherlands. And he's here in his capacity as Bureau Member of the WHO FCTC Conference of the Parties. The floor is yours, Roland.
Well, thank you very much. Good to see you, dear colleagues, and I'm happy to be here. There's a little interference from these microphones, so I just try to push them aside. Is that working? Okay. Very happy to be with you here on the conference, the 9th conference on tobacco or health. And just as I was just introduced, I'm mainly here because I'm a bureau member for the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the bureau of this Framework Convention. This is not nice, is it? Shall I take this off? Let's see. Shall we put this off? So, we try again. Being a bureau member for the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control is something like being on an executive board of the framework. So what we do is help the Secretariat of the framework with their day-to-day work and mainly prepare for the 2-yearly meeting we have on which we try to decide on the future of the Framework Convention. And I'm happy to tell you a little bit more of the Framework Convention and the results we have booked with it till today. But let me start by saying, and it's needless to say it actually in the context of this conference we're having here, but tobacco is around the world still of the biggest public health threats we have. We can easily talk about a tobacco pandemic, and the globalization of that tobacco pandemic has been facilitated through different factors, mainly of an economic nature and of a cross-border nature. And to name a few, it's about trade liberalization, it's about global marketing, it's about transnational advertising, and it's about trade in illegal tobacco products. And that has been going on for a while now, and the world did something unique in 2003. We came together as a world and we managed to establish a global treaty with the aim of protecting present and future generations from the devastating effects of tobacco consumption and the exposure to tobacco smoke. The FCTC, the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And it's really unique. It's not just unique because it's one of the few global health instruments we have in the world, obligatory in nature. But it's also unique because we pulled it off in 2003. And around the change of the century, the climate for global cooperation was much better than it is today. And that was, I think, why we managed to do this, to come together as all countries in the world and close an agreement on tobacco. And I don't think actually that we would be able to pull it off if we had to do it today. So we should be happy that we have it. And through its 20 years of existence, the FCTC has become a factor to consider when we talk about the fight for tobacco. That convention now has 182 member states, including 51 from the larger European region. And together, all those countries represent 90% of the world's population. So, in essence, we have the framework laid out for all countries in the world and for most people in the world to have effective tobacco policies. Furthermore, I think that the FCTC provided, like I said, all those member states with the legal context to establish effective laws in the fight against tobacco. And also it gave them a foundation in fighting tobacco industry when they had to be taken to court, for example. And in those 20 years, what we have seen is that the global use of tobacco has come down from a 29% to a 23% around the world. And we see still a lot of people smoking out there. When we arrived here with the bus, we already saw people smoking in front of the door. But if you look at those kind of numbers, there is a drop around the world, and that is a positive thing. Worldwide, 60 countries, among 11 from the European region, are on track on achieving the global target of a 30% reduction in tobacco use between 2010 and 2025. And another 35 European countries are very much on their way of establishing the same kind of results. Furthermore, in the European region, smoke-free places. Anyway, you don't hear? Oh, that's smoke-free places. They really try to make it hard for me to address you. Let me see. No, it's not working anymore, I think. You can? Okay. Smoke-free places are becoming the norm around Europe, and larger pictorial health warnings on tobacco packages are a reality. And bans on tobacco advertisements, promotion and sponsorship are being increasingly applied. And if we talk about the European Union, the EU, the Convention helped protecting public health through the development of harmonized European law, in which we focus, for example, on the regulation on the content of tobacco products, or the regulation for tobacco product disclosure, or the packaging and labeling of tobacco products. So these are very much and much needed positive trends. And they are especially important if we want to reach the goals relating to the third Sustainable Development Goal of the UN, which we all countries in the world agreed upon. And those were about, well, at least bringing down the non-communicable disease burden around the world by 33%. And the Sustainable Development Goals even mentioned the FCTC as one of the main instruments to do that. And if you allow me just briefly to touch upon my own country, the Netherlands, we have also come a long way. In 2010, the prevalence of tobacco smoking among adults was still 27%, and it came down to 19% today, which is a positive trend. And in the meantime, in the Netherlands, we've set ambitious goals as well. We try to be one of the smoke-free generation countries in 2040, which will mean that among adults, the prevalence will fall under the 5%, and for youngsters and pregnant women, it has to come down to 0%. So we've set really ambitious targets, which are in line with the motto of our meeting here today. So I'm really hopeful that we will get there. And when we look at the European Union, we see that in the context of the European Union's EU Beating Cancer Plan, same kind of ambitions have been laid down. So that's a very good thing. So yes, there are definitely positive developments, but no time to cheer too loud, because much work needs to be done still, and we all know that. Even in the European Union, or in the European context, not in the European Union, excuse me, there are still countries out there who have not ratified the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And that's not a good thing, of course. And if we look in the same European region, we see that the highest rate of tobacco use among females is still present in the world. It's 6 times higher, for example, than it is in Africa or the South Pacifics. Furthermore, e-cigarettes are gaining popularity, especially among young people. And if I look around the group of friends of my sons who are 18 and 19 years old in the Netherlands, who don't smoke, I think, but friends of them do, and I'm always puzzled why young people who are 18, 19 years old still pick up this habit of smoking. So a lot of work needs to be done in that context as well. And there are still many drivers of these worrisome trends. We see flavored e-cigarettes appealing to new groups of users, and we see clever ways of product placement by the industry, for example, through streaming platforms like Netflix. And if you just look around at some series, you see a lot of people still use cigarettes in a very, very, in a way that is meant for young people who watch that to copy that. And in the FCTC context, we also have asked for attention for those developments, and we try to reach out to those streamlined platforms as well to do something about that as well. And we also see that a lot of countries around the world are still slow in implementing the FCTC rules, because writing rules down and ratifying them in your law is not the same thing as applying them in your policies. And that is where the real work is now. That is why we use the Secretariat in Geneva to help countries in finding better ways of implementing the FCTC protocol and rules. So yes, we have come a long way, but we are still far from where we want to be. And we have the knowledge, we have the tools, especially the FCTC. We know what works, but still not all countries in the world have the real political urgency to do what needs to get done. And that's a challenge we have for the years to come. And I hope we all stand together and making sure that will happen. And I look forward to our days here in Madrid to gain the energy and the inspiration from our interactions to continue our common endeavors and fight on this goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roland, for your talk. And it's true, our work is not done. We saw the smokers in front of the building. What we also saw when we arrived at the airport was a big BAT sign held up. I think the tobacco industry is quite nervous that we're all here. And I think that's a good sign as well, that we are dangerous for them. Okay, so our next speaker is Luc Joosens. Probably many of you in the room know him already. He's a special advisor of the Smoke-Free Partnership and an international expert on illicit tobacco trade. And since the late 70s, he has been the author of more than 500 articles, reports, presentations, for example, the tobacco control scale that many of us use in the room. And also in 1991, he was the winner of the World No Tobacco Day Award, and in 2015, the winner of the Special Director General Recognition World No Tobacco Day Award. So it's my pleasure to welcome you, Luc, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear friends, it's my pleasure to be at Ecth. It's the meeting point of the tobacco control community in Europe, and it's always a pleasure to see so many friends, so many colleagues from all over Europe. So my presentation will be on the tobacco control scale, and actually the tobacco control scale was published in 2006. The Framework Convention entered in force in February 2005, and so we have been monitoring tobacco control legislation in Europe since the 1st July 2005. We had different reports which have often been presented at the Ecth over the different years. So we developed a way to measure tobacco control policies in countries, and we developed scores. And these scores are effective. If you have a higher score, you have lower prevalence and more quitting rates. And this is based on the major policies on tobacco control, which are mentioned in the FCTC, which are recommended by the Empower, which are recommended by the World Bank. So it's related to prices. Prices is the most important one, with 30 points, to smoking bans, advertising bans, to funding, labeling, and smoking cessation. And more recently, we added some points on illicit trade, tobacco industry interference, and if you haven't ratified the FCTC, you will lose 1 point, which means Switzerland missed 1 point. So we have the first score was related to 2005, and in 2005, based on legislation on the 1st of July, you will notice that the #1 country was Ireland. And it was well deserved because you have to know that in Ireland was the #1 in drinking beers, in alcohol, and despite that, they were able to have a smoking ban in bars and restaurants in 2004, first based on a report on passive smoking, on many NGO activities, the backing of the unions, and also a Minister of Health, Michael Martin, who became later the Prime Minister, which was very active. The second country was also interesting to see. This was the UK. And if you look at the table, you will see that on public places, on prices, they were doing perfect. They're the highest prices taking affordability in 2005. But on public places, they were not doing very well. So you look at the table and you see what you should do. In 2005, they adopted smoke-free legislation, which was entered in force in 2006. And in the next edition of the tobacco control scale, the UK would become #1. But if you look at the UK also, they got 15 points on public spending, 15 points out of 15. So they were doing very well on spending. And now on the latest one, they are doing very badly. So there's something, you look at the different scores, and you can see immediately in which area you can do some work. On the lower level, you will see that the lowest level score was for, I guess, Luxembourg. Then Austria was not doing well. Switzerland, Germany, Spain was not doing well. And we noticed that's something which we didn't realize when we started with the tobacco control scales. Countries are really looking at rankings. They are obsessed by rankings. This is a report of 2004 ranking tobacco control policies in 2004. Spain was not doing well because they didn't have the smoke-free legislation of 2010, and you had several articles in the Spanish press highlighting this. The score of Spain improved over the years, certainly after 2010, but still, if you look at the latest tobacco control scale, they're not doing very well on prices. So the message to Spain is do something on prices. So here we have the latest tobacco control scale in 2021. Ireland and the UK have the same level for prices. And look at Spain. So Ireland and UK have 27 points out of 30, and Spain has only 12 points out of 30. So on the bottom, you see Bosnia and Herzegovina have the lowest score, but we are confident that for the next edition, they will improve because they adopted comprehensive tobacco control legislation. So there is a risk that Switzerland, where the FCTC is located, where the WHO is located, might become the lowest score for the next edition. So in the latest edition, we noticed that some countries improved their score, and the countries which most improved their score in the latest edition were the Netherlands and Denmark. let's look now, for instance, at the score of the Netherlands. So we have here two representatives of the Netherlands, so I can speak freely. I'm not from the Netherlands. So in the 90s, the Netherlands was a disaster on tobacco control. Why? Because they were part of the blocking minority together with Germany in the UK, and they blocked the tobacco advertising directive. But at the same time, in the 90s, you had a fantastic Minister of Health, Els Borst, which stayed 8 years Minister of Health, and she has done some remarkable work. That's the reason why in 2005, the Netherlands was on the 10th place for the ranking. In 2010, it's on the 13th, so the lost score. And the reason for that was that the Minister of Health and its skippers was the worst you can imagine. They called it the Ministry of Tobacco. Happily, she only stayed for 2 years, but it seems that she's now chairing the parliament. So you see, when there is a good minister, it has an impact. And then recently, in 2021, the Netherlands did very well. This is result on a lot of science with NGO activities, but also on a very dynamic Secretary of State, Paul Blokhuis. So it's a combination of science, NGO activities, and a Secretary of State which can make the difference. The same is true for Denmark, which made remarkable progress in the recent tobacco control scale. So what we noticed over the years is that most countries have comprehensive advertising bans, smoke-free legislation, increase their taxes and labeling, and now we have 12 countries which implemented plain packaging. At the previous conference in Ecth in Berlin, there was a lot of attention for the tobacco control scale because Germany had the lowest score. They even allowed, Germany was the country which blocked with the advertising ban, which was not very constructive during the FCTC negotiations, and they still allowed advertising on billboards. This has changed, and in the newest edition, Germany won some places in the scoring. So Germany is no more the latest. Austria made also a big improvement because they adopted comprehensive smoke-free legislation in 2009. They lost some points in the recent one, and we got a complaint from the Minister from Health that why they lost some points. That's the reason. They did very, very, very well in 2019, but if you don't do anything afterwards, you automatically lose some points. So if you want to have more information on the tobacco control scale, you can look at this website. You can see also all the organizations who have supported the tobacco control scale. And so what did we learn over the years? That ranking plays a role, and we have seen articles in countries like Luxembourg, Switzerland, Germany, whatever. I noticed also in my country there were several articles on the tobacco control scale in the parliament, questions in the parliament, so it plays a role. We saw that we made progress over the period 2005 to 2021, that activities of civil society, science, and strategies and leadership within the government play certainly a role, and that you need to take new initiatives to increase points, and if you don't make new initiatives, you will lose points. Normally, the countries which are leading have high prices and comprehensive tobacco control policies. But we noticed also over the year that there is still a lot of tobacco industry interference, that tobacco control funding is a real problem in all almost in all countries, with the exception of Iceland. There was certainly the COVID period, but it's still at a very low level, and that sometimes the enforcement is weak. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Luke. And yeah, I think the tobacco control scale is a good example to show that being a party ratifying the FCTC is not enough. It's also not enough to have parties measure and report on their implementation status themselves, but it's very important to have reliable and comparable, objective measurement of compliance with the FCTC. So it's really valuable work that you're doing. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to our next speaker, Dr. Pilar Aparicio, who is the General Director of Public Health of the Ministry of Health of Spain. And throughout her professional career, she has carried out different tasks in clinical care areas and also has done a lot of research on epidemiology and also on public health. Thanks very much, Pilar.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, everybody, to be here. I'm so happy to be here with all of you in this very important Congress for all the countries, for all the European countries, but very special for our country. We are also not very happy that you see people smoking in our towns, in our in the entrance of this Congress. We are not so happy that you met this kind of ads, and we are really not so happy to see us in this tobacco control scale in this last position. We know that several years ago we were champions of the league against tobacco, and I think, as we see in this in the former presentation, of course, we have a lot of things to do. This Congress also shows us the importance to for all of us to give or to have this international regulation. I think the FTC tip is such a good example how this international regulation can help the countries to achieve better results and also to consolidate the successful policies that every country. Then for this is very important to hear all of you and to see how we can do to improve our situation. As was very clear that we are dealing with the major cause of preventable cause of disease and death, and also that is the cause of to slower, to shorten the life in 14 years. And then this is when we see also our data and we listen to our queen that is so worried about our young generation, is because the data for our youngest generation are really worried for us. We see that the mean age onset in Spain is 40 years old, but it's also very important for us how the daily use, the mean age is 14.7. And also the global prevalence in these young people is 9%. We are talking about young people from 14th to 18th year old. But it's even more worried when we talk about the use of e-cigarettes. 45% of youngsters declare that have tasted in any moment the e-cigarettes. Then there is also other thing that is important, is also worry for us, as we see the difference that girls start to smoke earlier and smoke much more than young people. The graphics maybe are not so clear, but we can see along the years how when we start the regulation in 2005, we have an important decrease in the consumption of tobacco, which is very important and give us a very important way to follow up. We know that there are many challenges to monitor and we have some gaps in regulation. This has been stated, but just to summarize them, especially for the emerging products, the synthetic nicotine, although there are well-defined and characterized tobacco products, we do not yet have in Spain regulation for products that replace tobacco with synthetic nicotine. Also, I think for us it is very important that all the things related to this discretion of the use as these new products without smoke or without these nice flavors or with no bad smelling are also very attractive for an important part of the population. And also related to how the industry can reach the young generation with these very attractive shapes and tasty flavors. It's also very disgusting for many of us when we find, even in our main door, these kind of shops that are now around all our cities. There are many important social factors that we need to address too, as the marketing strategies of the industry they are in all parts and using these new and cool products with new technologies, very attractive designs, very attractive taste. Also, there are the low risk perception, that is something that is very important, that for the general population thinks that these new products are much low risk perception than all forms of tobacco. There are also the question of accessibility. They are so frequent to have these different kind of shops in any part, and it's really easy to find a shop very close to your house, very close to educative center, very close to your work center. And this emerging market is evolving so fast that it's true that we need to have important rules to avoid this increase. And just to talk about, we are very happy to listen how some other European countries are doing their best. We see the big differences in this tobacco control scale related to the different policies that in the different European countries are taking. That's for that I want to stress the importance to achieve this international regulation to help the countries to advance in their policies. In this case, I think we have seen the good results of Netherlands, the good results of Denmark. There are also very interesting experience like Sweden, Finland, Lithuania, Latvia, Austria, etc. And of course, we know that we need to do many things still to try to improve the situation in our country. Related to the related to the control measures, we are now, as was talking before, in the middle of a modification of our current normative, especially to do this obligation that we have related to the transposition of the European directive, and try to do a regulation of the ingredients, flavor, and additive, and better classification. We get a lot, we have this public consultation, we get more than 500 allegations, mainly related to the flavor, to the parcel, whatever. We are in the middle of that, and we know that we need to do more things related, not only this specific regulation related to the flavors, the shape, the labeling, but also we need to modify and to the law to increase the areas of smoke-free, to also regulate the bans and the advertising, and also to regulate the marketing and point of scale of these products. Related to the other Spanish initiative, there are also the regulation on tobacco market related to the e-cigarettes and the tobacco distribution chain and point of sale. Also related to where the tobacco is sold in the retail sale, and also related to the consumer of the legal age to consume these products. And also promoting and advertising campaigns where they should be allowed. And related also to the this is related to the comprehensive for the market. And that's, well, thank you so much, and thank you so much for all your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pilar. It's exciting to learn about the new regulations that are being developed in Spain. Maybe if we have time later, we could discuss more, for example, the flavor regulations that are being developed. I think this is something in the US that has been very successful in some states that have banned all flavors for electronic nicotine products except for tobacco flavor, and sales went down by 80%, for example, in Massachusetts. So I think this is something that countries who don't or cannot ban these products could look into further. Okay, so going to our next speaker, Mark Willemsen, who is the scientific director of the Netherlands Expertise Center for Tobacco Control at the Dutch Trimbos Institutes. He holds an endowed professorship in tobacco control research at the Department of Health Promotion at the University of Maastricht, and he has conducted numerous studies in the field of tobacco control with more than 100 published articles in the field, including harm reduction, genetic aspects of smoking, and the efficiency of cessation methods. So thanks, Mark. The floor is yours.
Thank you for this nice, very nice introduction. It is an absolutely pleasure for me to talk about experiences from the Netherlands. The idea for my presentation is because, like Luc Joosens already introduced, the Netherlands is one of the countries where we see a huge increase in the tobacco control scores. Big question is, how did the Netherlands manage to do that? And what might other countries learn from our experience? And normally one would get my presentation, but it doesn't show up. Is my presentation not included? If not, I will. Do it out the top of my head. I was thinking about the interference of the sound. That might also be sometimes that the tobacco industry is interfering, and now again we see an example of that. Because this prevents us from learning from the Dutch experience. You didn't get it. You did, but well, no problem. No problem. I will just give a presentation like this. Okay. So there's some things that I think, I just give my presentation out of my head, so bear with me. This will not be 100% perfect. But I should be able to talk about this because it is our experience. I work with the Trimbos Institute, which is the Dutch Center for Mental Health and Addiction. We are not responsible for tobacco control as such, but we collect data about the evidence. So we advise the government on tobacco control. So that gives us a position to talk about this. Later on today, actually on 2:30, Daniel Arnolds from the Dutch Foundation for Health and Smoking will talk about the smoke-free generation in much more detail. So this is a lucky situation because I can't share my presentation with you. Daniel will be able to show a lot of slides, I'm sure. If you look at the Netherlands, the tobacco control scale, we were in the past on the 14th position, and now we're on the 4th position. So we came from 14 to 4. The biggest, the biggest one increasing. And this also coincides with the smoking prevalence. You see, indeed, between 2021 and 2022, that the smoking prevalence went down, and also the number of people that on a yearly basis make a quit attempt actually went up. So this really so this is sort of proof, if you manage to implement a lot of tobacco control measures, you will see an increase and you will see an effect on smoking prevalence. Okay. In the Netherlands, if we look at it historically, we come, and Luc Joost also referred to that, we come from a situation sort of 10 years ago where we had a government that was not really reluctant or not really in favor of tobacco control. Actually, in that period of time, tobacco control a little bit went back, and that is also reflected in the tobacco control scale scores. There was a situation where there was a sort of a polarized society. And on the one hand, we had a lot of people fighting for liberty, if you like, partying, smoking, alcohol, drugs were abundant, and the people were not really in favor of strict regulation by the government. And on the other hand, and that is sort of the situation in the Netherlands, people don't like to be patronized. And on the other hand, you had these health organizations that were very much in favor of tobacco control, and they put forward the argument of, okay, smoking is bad for your health, and a lot of people die because of smoking in the long run. And these arguments of health didn't speak to the hearts and minds of the people. They didn't sort of made a difference. They were not very effective. And then in 2010, the Alliance for a Smoke-Free Generation came up, a new organization that was able to bring together forces of Dutch Cancer Society, Dutch Heart Foundation, and the Dutch Lung Foundation, and also very cleverly think about, okay, how can we sort of turn the tide? What we need to do is to have a sort of a grassroots situation from the bottom up. If we want to advance tobacco control, we shouldn't only raise our finger, but should also be able to speak to the hearts and minds of people. And they came up with the idea of, okay, if we advance the idea of protecting young children against the harms of tobacco and against the harms of... oh, he's already there. I didn't notice that. I think, well, I've just managed without any presentations. So see what I have probably forgotten. Not much, I would say. So these are the effects on the behaviors. Polarized society, advanced with Dutch Alliance for a Smoke-Free Society. So what was important here, and these are some of the learnings that you might take away from this presentation, is that they also put forward the idea of that tobacco control should be based on evidence. It should be evidence-based. And if we look at, you know, what do we have in store? We have the tobacco control, all these measures coming from FCTC. These are evidence-based measures, so we have a strong package. So if we are to implement these factors, these measurements, and also make sure that a lot of organizations are also part of that movement, then we will have a strong basis to work on. The other thing is a little bit alluded already to that, is that it's important to have a strong communication frame. So the idea that children need to be protected or want to be protected against tobacco products, tobacco industry, is a very essential core element in the movement or the Dutch approach. And this is what this organization developed. They developed a number of mass media campaigns where we actually see children asking and requiring from grown-ups to be protected against tobacco products. And by doing so, you have a proposition that is very difficult to ignore. Very few people would say and argue against, you know, the idea of protecting children against tobacco smoke. So these media campaigns, also this idea that sort of started a movement, and it was made really visible in the streets, in the public domain, by a lot of organizations putting on signs who was showing, these are, and this is just an example, but you can find this. If you go to the Netherlands for holiday, you will find these signs everywhere. So hospitals, campuses of universities, campuses of schools, playing grounds, etc. Luc also mentioned that political will is very important. So in 2017 we had a new government, and actually the whole idea of a smoke-free generation was taken on by the government and became part of what is called the coalition agreement. So this the coalition agreement, starting point for a new government, is sort of the holy Bible for the new government to work on in the next 4 years. So if you manage to get this in your coalition agreement, you have a very important starting point for tobacco control. Out of this came a national prevention agreement in 2018, and this is what the government said, well, okay, we are going to work towards less than 5% smokers in 2040, and no smoking anymore among children. The idea is, also, so this is sort of the ambition, the goal. Okay, well, how to get there? This typical in Dutch, other countries might have different approaches, but in the Netherlands it is very much about what they call poldering. So we have to seek consensus with all the stakeholders, with civil society, with organizations, trying to find shared responsibility. What are you going to do? What are we going to do? What is the government going to do? So a lot of meetings, roundtable meetings, and they were signed eventually by more than 70 societal organizations and the government. And then another crucial factor is Article 5.3, FCTC, very well known to all of you, I'm sure. Also have to mention that Wanda de Kanter, she's sitting there, she's now making a picture, I see. She's the leading person behind the court cases in the Netherlands. She's going to talk about different court cases in the Netherlands. And one very important one by the Youth Smoking Prevention Foundation, she's the director of this organization, was that Article 5.3 was much better adhered to by the Dutch government. So they were sort of forced to look better at this article and make sure that they were more transparent and were not anymore talking with the tobacco industry. And actually this resulted in the tobacco industry not being part of this roundtable situation that we had in the Netherlands around this national prevention agreement. So we did my organization, Trimbos Institute, did two tobacco industry interference index surveys, and we are planning to do one in in this year as well. So we see here the scores. Actually, if you have a low score, then you are doing relatively well compared to other countries in the world. So in 2020 we had a score of 9, and in 2021 the Dutch government has had a score of 6. So this reflects that the Dutch government respects the FCTC 5.3 quite well, resulting in relatively less interference from the industry. Doesn't say that there is no interference, but it is less than in the past. Okay, how did the Netherlands come to this high tobacco control scale? This is part of, I'm going to talk this later on. This is just showing an example or sort of a summary of the many societal organizations that promised to become smoke-free within a certain period of time. So you see here, so that is a very broad supported in the society. And then also very important in the Netherlands, we don't have, you have political will from the government, you have a prevention agreement, you have societal organizations working together, but also a strong NGO lobby. That's also a crucial factor, especially the Dutch doctors. So they have an organization that they're sounding the alarm, and they had a very clear, simple message. I think Wanda de Kanter is also responsible for this one. So number of points of sale has to go down and the tobacco taxation has to go up. And this also probably was instrumental in sort of changing things in Dutch Parliament. What has been implemented? You see here a summary of all the things that have been implemented in around 2020, 2021. I'm not going to discuss them in detail, but you see plain packages is important, point of sale display ban, and then the last one, reducing the number of tobacco points of sale. This is one that not many countries have very strongly sort of as a roadmap. This actually caught the attention in the world, was worldwide news in one point of time, the idea that the Dutch parliament supports eventually a ban on the sale of tobacco in supermarkets and later on ook in petrol stations. And this is how that looks like. This is the sort of the roadmap that the Dutch government wants to go through. First banning tobacco vending machines, then online sale, and then it goes on, eventually resulting in 2032 with smoking being, the sale of tobacco only being allowed in tobacco specialty shops. Further, so this is where we are now. These are intentions that are going to be implemented or expected to be implemented. There will be more tax increases. There will be a registration system for the sale of tobacco. And now the situation, everybody, you know, at least if you adhere to the tobacco law, you are allowed to sell tobacco. But there will be a registration system, at least, that we know which organizations are selling tobacco, and so that we can sort of we the organization can sort of start phasing out the number of tobacco selling points. It's not easy to do, but it is at least a starting point. What's this? Accessoires, the last one is also maybe important to mention that the Netherlands is one of the first countries that at least at this moment considers banning the sale of tobacco for those under the age of 21. It is at least under investigation, so based on this investigation, probably we are just going to see whether there are best examples from other countries, what is the potential effectiveness of that. Based on that, the State Secretary and the government is going to make a decision. So now I come to the key lessons. So I started my presentation with the idea that civil society has to pave the way, if you like, through smoke-free generation movements. It has to start with society. You can't do it top-down. Protection of children, the idea of protection of children is crucial. You have to have a strong communication frame there, supported by good media campaigns. LGO have to be strong in lobby, professional lobby, so that have to also, you have to organize that very well. Article 5.3, as I said, is crucial, was crucial in our situation. And the fact that you have a national prevention agreement committing the government to a goal in the future, and that it is also being monitored by National Institute for Public Health and the Environment. They are going to monitor, and that makes that will bring the government into the situation. Well, if we're not on the right track, more is needed. So monitoring is also crucial. But there are also challenges, and I just picked out few, but there are much more challenges. But always, you know, if there's a new government, progress may slow down. We have seen that in the past, so that is always a thing. Will the situation that we have now, will that progress into the new situation with new governments? Another thing is that we're talking now about the national government, but the local government is also important because they are, you know, closer to where the people are, closer to where the smokers are, but they have to be, you know, well budgeted, to have to be also coordinated and better organized. So there we have a challenge in the Netherlands. We are working on that. We probably haven't found the right way yet, but to my opinion, if you have national government and local government working together, you could have a synergistic effect. Mass media campaigns, they are under budgeted in the Netherlands, so if we have better mass media campaigns well targeted to smokers, then you would get more people making a quit attempt. And it all starts with making quit attempts. If people don't make quit attempts, people will not, eventually smoking rates will not go down. So mass media campaigns are essential there. We do have Stoptober every year, but I think that's not enough. And finally, I think in this conference this will be talked about a lot, about this emerging illegal market of electronic cigarettes, targeting children through TikTok, Snapchat. We don't have this. This is something that's happening all the time. We don't see it, and it is very important to regulate it. And it all comes from China, I would say. So this is a sort of emerging problem. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. Further reading, you can access this, publication that we did on the Dutch situation. And as I said, also would invite you to go to the presentation by Daniel Arnolds. We will give more details about how the smoke-free generation came about in the Netherlands, and she will talk about that in 2:30 after the poster sessions. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mark. It's really amazing to see how much progress can be done in a short time with the right political will. And I think there has been some exciting or innovative approaches in the Netherlands, at least tried, to do a filter ban, right? Last year or so. I think in the end it didn't come through, but I think that was a new idea that really could do a lot.
Yeah, that is what we call the Schumel cigarette, is the cigarette with ventilation holes. And I'm sure Wanda de Kat is going to talk about that.
Right. Yeah. Thanks very much. Okay, so our last speaker in this session will be Francis O'Donovan from Denmark, another country who has reached a lot in the tobacco control scale. Francis is the head coordinator for the Joint Action on Tobacco Control 2 project. And she graduated from the University of Southern Denmark in 2018 with a master's in political science and specializing in public policy. And she was the vice chair for the health committee and responsible for the establishment of a local healthcare center in Fredericia. And she was the recipient of a US government-sponsored fellowship for the Transatlantic Inclusion Leaders Network. So the floor is yours, Francis.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirsten, for the introduction. And thank you to the Scientific Committee and to the Ecth organizers for inviting us to participate in this session and to share with you information about the Joint Action. The Joint Action on Tobacco Control 2 project is an EU-founded project launched by the EU Commission to facilitate the exchange of good practices between member states. Its focus is on improving the implementation of the Tobacco Product Directive, as well as implementing and delegated acts. The Joint Action 2's ambition is to protect the public health by promoting a greater consistency in the application of the directive. A more harmonized implementation of TPD will also ensure a fair single market for tobacco and related products, with particular focus on market surveillance and enforcement. This EU-founded project brings together 21 countries, 36 institutions, and 186 tobacco control experts. In this way, the Joint Action acts as an instrument in harvesting the expert knowledge and national perspectives from each country, with the aim of developing comprehensive research on tobacco control, policy measures, and making that research available to all member states, the European Commission, and other tobacco control stakeholders. Over the course of 36 months, the Joint Action on Tobacco Control 2 aims to increase data sharing and collaboration between EU member states on tobacco product regulatory practices, to develop sustainable policy recommendations for the expansion of smoke-free environments, to develop a harmonized approach on handling tobacco regulation across EU member states with respect to the national context, the national legislation, and with consideration to the structural setup of each member state, to develop comprehensive research on the applicability of the Tobacco Advertising Directive, to develop sustainable endgame strategies that are implementable in all member states, again with consideration to the national tobacco control context and capacities. These are just some of the aims. Over the course of the 36 months, the Joint Action will publish 44 different deliverables in the form of policy recommendations, strategies for sharing of best practices, toolkits and how-to guides, guidance documents, and so on. I'd just like to highlight a few of the specific activities that have taken place and will take place. Every year we host two yearly Knowledge Hub meetings on tobacco control enforcement issues. Here, participants are able to share the concerns that they have regarding their national tobacco issues and engage in conversation with their counterparts about how they tackle theirs. Policy dialogues on sustainability of the joint actions and possible contributions to the European Beating Cancer Plan is also a report that will be published. How-to guides and toolboxes to analyze USIC data at national level. We will also publish descriptive analysis of product composition and emissions results from both USIC data and independent laboratory tests. We will report on the regulation of novel tobacco products and e-cigarettes in different member states. We will report on adverse events related to e-cigarettes across member states and suggested approaches for harmonized data collection. We have published a weight of evidence paper on the evidence for supporting the expansion of smoke-free environments, a position paper for the new Tobacco Advertising Directive. We will publish recommendations for research on forward-looking tobacco control policies and end-game strategies. These are just a few of examples of some of the reports that will be made available. We are organized in 9 work packages, where 5 work packages deal with the core aspects of tobacco control. These 5 work packages are analyzing laboratory capacity, sharing information on tobacco control enforcement, market analysis of novel tobacco products and the assessment of the current tobacco legislation, best practice for sharing the smoke-free environments and expanding smoke-free environments, and sharing of best practices for tobacco endgame strategies. Each work package is led by a selected institution from different countries, and each of the work packages has somewhere in between 6 to 23 institutions contributing to the reports. In relation to this session on FCTC compliance, I would like to highlight one of the reports that is being finalized at the moment. This is a report on the current status of key tobacco control policies, and this is a report from BP9 focused on endgame strategies. And it shows that several countries will need to improve their tobacco control capacity and to protect themselves from the interference from tobacco industry and related entities, that these are some of the key factors to helping forward with the FCTC compliance. So what are the next steps? We are halfway through the project now with the implementation, and the next 18 months will be spent on producing 34 valuable reports on and other tools on best practice for smoke-free environments, best practice for endgame strategies, policy recommendations for the TPD and the TAD, knowledge hub meetings about tobacco enforcement, optimizing data sharing, and various guidance documents. The Joint Action 2 will focus on disseminating all the knowledge generated over the course of the project and developing a sustainability plan. It is of the utmost importance that the collective efforts and the synergies from Joint Action 2 have a long-term impact on tobacco control at both a national level and an EU level. We are dedicated to promoting activities to maintain a community of knowledge sharing between all partners and all member states, and to engage in the continued collaboration after the completion of the project. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks very much, Francis. Great to hear about all the tools that will be coming. Yeah, we have 15 minutes left for a quick discussion. So I thought maybe since we have 2 people from the Netherlands, oh, Luc, I don't know, are you also from the Netherlands or from Belgium? Oh, you're from Belgium. So 2 people from the Netherlands on the panel. Potato, potato, right? So yeah, maybe let's ask a question about the Netherlands. It seems to me you became a party to the FCTC, not a lot happened, then the right government came in place, and a few years later you had a lot of progress. So I wonder, what is the lesson learned for the scientists in the room, for civil society? What is their role? Are they just preparing for when the right government is in place and then things can happen? Or is there more? What can be done to support the progress? Maybe I hand to you first, Roland.
Yes, well, I think it's always a combination. Like what I said in my small presentation was that without political will and political urgency, you will get nowhere. But if it's only one minister that's screaming from the top of his tower that we should stop smoking, it also doesn't work. So those things need to come together, and that's easier said than done, of course. But you see, I think when we look at the Netherlands, the time was right at that stage to have a politician who spoke out, and you saw the movement from underneath coming up and coming together with political intentions, and that's the way it can work. It should always come from two sides.
Thanks. Mark, anything you want to add?
Yeah, that's just the idea of you have to have a window of opportunity, if you like, so that you have everything comes together, but you also have to have the science in place already. You have to know what measures will work and in what order can be implemented. And then you just wait on the road. Every time that a new government comes, there's an opportunity. But it is in our situation, probably in also other countries, crucial to have. In the Netherlands, we have a system that at least 3, 4, maybe 5 political parties have to work together to form a government. We don't have a luxury that we have 1 or 2. So if we have 4, then they have to work together and have a communal agreement on what in the next 4 years they will do together. So this agreement is very important. And if you have tobacco control in this agreement, then you have start. If you don't have that in the agreement, you have to wait another 4 years. Mm-hmm. So that's how it works in our country.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. You want to add anything?
Yes. So I'm not from the Netherlands, but so it's very clear. You will never have political action without action of the NGOs. It's civil society who start the process. And what is specific for the Netherlands is, so there was a lot of NGO actions of your alliance, of all the work done by Wander de Kanter. So that's been amazing, the lawsuit, lots of articles. And the second thing is, you have to do intelligent lobbying, and for that you need science. And so we noticed that in the Netherlands there's a lot of science. Mark has been doing some excellent work, and Trimbos and others. So there's a lot of science. You have to do lobbying from the civil society, but it has to be done in an intelligent way. And then you have to be lucky. Then you will have the reaction of the government, but you don't choose your Minister of Health. That's things happens, and sometimes you're not lucky, and sometimes you're lucky. And if you have an intelligent Minister of Health or Secretary of State, then it can work. But you will never have something without action of civil society. That doesn't work.
Thanks, Luc. Francis, Pilar, anything you want to add from your perspective? Spain, Denmark?
Well, I think for us, as I said before, this is a very important meeting for us, but I want also to stress the importance of the civil society in our country, because I think we have a very, very strong network of societies that really press a lot, and is a kind of to try to fight against the other lobby pressure that of course we have a lot because our market, because we are a producer also country. And then I think we have the past experience that when our law of 2005-2010 was starting, we have a good point how we see two things that are very important. First, that the population agree with the measures, and we were really worried because we are a country, as you know, that we love to be in the bars and we love to be outside. And the main measure was to close smoking in bars, and this everybody was very worried about this measure, but the population was, I think, at the end, very happy with this measure. And this, I think, is something that is very important. And second thing for us, is very important to have this international regulation to help countries that sometimes are slower to try to get all these measures. And I think that we are pushing in that direction, and hope in the near future things are working. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Yes, and from a project perspective, from the Joint Action perspective, as I mentioned, the latest report that's just being finalised showed that the tobacco control capacity is an essential component in fulfilling the goals in the FCTC compliance. We see a higher prevalence, a tendency to have higher prevalence among novel tobacco products, among youth, and it would be difficult to regulate these products without having a strong and strengthened capacity, tobacco control capacity. And also, I think it's necessary to engage in this EU perspective of in collaborating with EU partners. It is an issue that is cross-cutting and cross-borders, and to take the lessons learned from other countries, to utilize that, the best practices, and see if there's some knowledge that and some approaches that you can implement in your national country. So that's from a EU perspective, from a project perspective.
Great, yeah. I think the EU is very interesting with the cancer plan in place, and the health community in the EU wants to really move forward, but at the same time the EU is still providing a lot of subsidies for tobacco growing, so I think there's a lot of conflict there still that could be addressed also. So maybe talking like in the last 5 minutes about a topic that has come up in some presentations, the advertising for electronic nicotine products, and the problem of the youth still being targeted with these products through social media. So how can countries address this? One of the presentations included the Article 13 cross-border advertising ban and the need for countries to address this. This seems to be really difficult to do, especially advertising on the internet. How can countries tackle this? What approaches are available for countries to do that? Maybe, Luke, I go to you first.
What we learned about tobacco control is when we started to campaign for advertising ban for tobacco products, the industry was saying we will only target the youth. We will not target the youth. We will target the adult population. That never works. So if you promote vaping because it's less dangerous, and we have to admit that it's less dangerous, then it's not a good idea to say the adults may do it, but not the youth. That is something which will never work, never, and that cannot be repeated. So if you want to regulate the vaping among the youth, you have to make it less attractive. That means a complete ban on this product. Advertising is to make things more attractive. That means that the package is not attractive, and that you regulate some of the flavors. And then you can be effective, but otherwise it will never work. If you look, for instance, at healh was an amazing product. It was probably less dangerous, but it was very attractive. The design was very nice. It had 4 flavors. It was advertising at point of sales, very attractive, and it exploded. So if you have a product, it might be less dangerous, but to make it so attractive, it will be popular among youth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we we see that everywhere. Mark, you want to add anything?
Yeah, the thing is that a lot of things are happening without the services or the government overseeing it and knowing that, being aware that's happening. For example, I think in a lot of countries, but also in the Netherlands, we have influencers who have a lot of followers, sometimes hundreds, thousands of followers. And they actually promote vaping. They get some money for that. And we have now a campaign, so raising awareness is important. There's now a campaign running in the Netherlands that tries to convince influencers that they should back away from these products, not being associated with it. And there were some very nice examples or successes with this campaign that influencers start to think, well, this is something that we shouldn't be interfering with, and so they draw back from, from the vaping industry, if you like. So I think that's also, one of the routes that you can go forward, just to try to go to the influencers directly.
Great, yeah, very good, innovative approach. Wonderful. So maybe we end on this very positive note. Good idea, and hope this is an example for other countries. So thank you very much to all the speakers on the panel. Thank you. And I hand back to the moderator. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kerstin, and the rest of the members of this panel. Thank you very much for your very important contributions. And it's 1 o'clock. We have ready an early lunch in our Spanish schedule for all of you in the lobby, and we wait you here again at 3:30 for the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola. Hola, muy buenas tardes. Somos conscientes de que el horario pues, puede ser un poco intempestivo, pero estábamos comentando que bueno, podemos estar plenamente satisfechos de ver el quórum que tenemos en la sala para un tema tan específico pero tan importante en estos momentos. Yo no sé si ustedes saben que desde el CNPT, y desde aquí tengo que dar las gracias a los organizadores del Ecth por permitirnos estar en una sala plenaria hablando de un tema que desde el CNPT hemos venido trabajando desde hace tiempo, que es del problema que existe del consumo dual de cannabis y tabaco. Creemos que en estos momentos en el que el cannabis parece que se va disparando, que el tabaco no termina de regularizarse del todo por los múltiples motivos que todos sabemos, el poner en valor esta circunstancia pues tiene su relevancia, ya que la mayoría de los fumadores de cannabis lo suelen hacer en forma de porro, es decir, el consumo de tabaco y de cannabis conjuntamente. Creo que no podíamos encontrar mejor persona, mejor profesional y mejor investigador que el profesor Rafael Maldonado para hablarnos de este tema. El profesor Maldonado es un investigador reconocido a nivel internacional, investiga sobre todo temas de neurofarmacología y que participa en múltiples revistas científicas, bien mandando artículos de alto impacto, entre otros, pues, alrededor de casi 400 artículos científicos publicados. Además, coordina y dirige un centro de investigación en Barcelona. Es el principal artífice, ya que fue uno de los fundadores, y es un centro de referencia a nivel de toda España y de toda Europa. Pero yo no sé si hablarles más del profesor Maldonado, porque sobre todo es una persona profesional, comprometida y muy metodológicamente a la hora de realizar sus trabajos. Nos preocupa muchísimo, Rafa, el problema que tenemos delante a la hora de poder evaluar si una persona que consume tabaco y cannabis es una persona que tiene más probabilidades de tener una adicción, si tiene más probabilidades de tener adicción también a otras sustancias, más complicaciones. Y por otro lado, como cada vez salen más investigaciones, no sé si del todo con un aval científico suficiente sobre los valores de los cannabinoides, no ya del THC en sí, sino de otros cannabinoides, ¿estamos haciéndolo bien? ¿Es un peligro? ¿Se potencia una sustancia con la otra? ¿Qué pasa a nivel neurofarmacológico o neurobiológico en nuestro cerebro? Esa sería un poco la pregunta que yo te lanzaría y que esperamos que entre todos, además, si nos da tiempo, tengamos un breve debate contigo. De verdad, gracias por tu presencia y whenever you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paco, for the introduction. So it's really great, and of course, thank you very much for all of you for coming here and being here in this room. So I'm going to talk about a topic that is really rather unknown. That is the interactions between two different substances, THC and nicotine. And you know very well that nicotine, well, tobacco is extremely complex. You know that in tobacco smoke, there are more than 3,000 different components. Some of them are able to potentiate the addictive properties, others produce a lot of negative effects, but there is one particular psychoactive component that is crucial in tobacco, nicotine. But not the only one. We're going to talk in some moment about other components. and marijuana. Well, in marijuana, the main psychoactive component is delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. But it's the same, eh? Marijuana is extremely, extremely complex. There are more than 140 cannabinoids in marijuana. Cannabinoids mean substances that have different effects in our body. More than 140 cannabinoids, but there are also more than 400 additional compounds, mainly terpenoids. So imagine the complexity of these two substances. Tobacco, with more than 3,000 components in the smoke, marijuana, more than 140 cannabinoids inside. And you know very well also that both substances are consumed together. As Paco says, there are a lot, the majority of people that use cannabis together with tobacco. And even those that just smoke marijuana alone, after marijuana, a lot of time they are using tobacco. So there are the association of these two drugs, tobacco and marijuana, is extremely, extremely common. And what are the consequences of consuming these two substances together? Are we just adding the effects of one and other? No, no, no. We are not adding. We are multiplying several effects, and we are going to induce a lot of responses that we are going to see now. So first, we are going to very briefly remember just a little bit the mechanism of why nicotine produces addiction. We are going to summarize very briefly. Then we are going to remember a little bit what was the mechanism of action of THC, of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, and we are going to focus on the interaction between these two psychoactive substances, nicotine, delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. So nicotine, well, you know very well nicotine. You know very well nicotine induces the effect by acting on a particular group of cholinergic receptors that are the nicotinic receptors. And these nicotinic receptors, you know very well, that are ionotropic receptors. That means receptors that are coupled to an ion channel. And at the moment that you activate the nicotinic receptor, you just open this channel and increase the permeability of sodium and potassium, producing a depolarization and activation of the cell. This is the basic mechanism of activating the nicotinic receptor. And you know the complexity of this nicotinic receptor. Are pentameric proteins with a lot of different subunits. From alpha to epsilon, there are a lot of different subunits, but all the nicotinic receptors have a point in common. All of them has at least 2 copies of the alpha subunit. Why? Because it's the subunit that is going to recognize nicotine. And these, you know very well, these nicotine receptors are in a lot of places. You have in the neuromuscular junction for making the contraction of the skeletal muscle, in the autonomic ganglia for the depolarization of the postganglionic neurons, in the adrenal medulla for release of catecholamines. But usually you require a relatively high concentration of nicotine to produce this contraction of the skeletal muscle, these responses. The main properties of smoking that we are looking now for the addictive properties are the effect on the central nervous system that are the less known. On the central nervous system, if you activate this nicotine receptor, you know that you are going to modify locomotion, you are going to have analgesic effect, very well known. You are going to modify anxiety, increase or decrease. You are going to promote learning, of course. That's very well known, the activation of the receptor. But also you produce reinforcement and physical dependence. You are able to produce addictive properties. And this receptor in the central nervous system are a bit different, because you only have
alpha and beta subunits, the only one that you have. And there is some identification I'm not going to talk about, but for instance, the reinforcing properties are very well known that are due to the beta-2 subunit, analgesic effect, alpha-4, beta-2 subunit. So we know a little bit which one of the different subunits are responsible of the different effects of nicotine in the central nervous system. But so you activate the receptor, you increase the release of different neurotransmitters, but one of the main characteristics of nicotine is that it's able to produce addiction. Why? In just very briefly, why? Because this is a point in common with all drugs of abuse. All drugs of abuse are able to enhance the release of dopamine from the ventral tegmental area to the nucleus accumbens, to the limbic system. And once that you release dopamine in the nucleus accumbens, you feel the rewarding effects. You feel the reinforcing effect. This is a point in common with every single drug of abuse, including nicotine. And the limbic system, the nucleus accumbens, has bidirectional connections with the prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex, you know, that is the brain area responsible of the rational control of the behavior. And so there is always an equilibrium between the instinctive response of the limbic system and the rational response of the cortex. This is always this bidirectional interaction. And also in all the drugs, in all the addictive processes, including nicotine, there is a decrease in the activity of the cortical areas, of the prefrontal cortical areas. You can see this slide from Nora Volkov in the NIDA, that this is a cocaine addict, but for a nicotine addict will be exactly the same. And you can see the arrow show the prefrontal cortex. You can see on the left the prefrontal cortex in a normal subject, and on the right in a subject that is addict. There is a massive decrease in the activity of the prefrontal cortex. So the rational capacity of this person to consume or not the drug is impaired. And this is probably one of the most important points for understanding addiction, including nicotine addiction. But nicotine, of course, is able to release dopamine in the nucleus accumbens, but the release of dopamine in the nucleus accumbens is a little bit peculiar. It's a little bit peculiar because, look, here you have in the, I don't have the, well, in the middle, where is put the VTA, is the ventral tegmental area, where the dopamine neurons are present. Dopamine neurons that release dopamine to the nucleus accumbens. You can see on the left. I don't have an arrow, but you can see on the left. So normally, whatever drug release dopamine from the VTA to the nucleus accumbens. What is doing nicotine? Nicotine is not doing exactly in the same way. Look the way that nicotine does. You have glutamatergic neurons from the cortical areas, where is indicated glutamate. So nicotine activates these glutamatergic neurons. Activates these glutamatergic neurons, and these glutamatergic neurons go to the TPP, the pedunculopontine nucleus, a nucleus that is on the mesencephalon. And from the pedunculopontine nucleus goes to the dopamine neuron in the VTA to enhance the release of dopamine. Look how indirect is the release of dopamine with nicotine. This is not cocaine. This is not heroin. This is not cannabis. It's a drug that has a mechanism of action, let's say, a little bit indirect. One additional question. Look this dopaminergic neuron. Look, it's inhibited by a GABAergic neuron. It's inhibited by a GABAergic neuron. What happens if this glutamatergic projection activates this GABAergic neuron? Will happen just the opposite. Look, if this glutamatergic progesterone activates GABA, GABA inhibits. You are going to inhibit dopamine. So you are going to decrease the release of dopamine in the nucleus accumbens. That's happened at the beginning with some consumers of tobacco that have aversive effects, not rewarding effects. Look at the diversity of responses that you can have with nicotine. An indirect rewarding effect, a more direct aversive response that if that occurs is going to protect us from the addictive processes because we are not going to consume any more nicotine. But this is at the beginning. What's happening if we are unlucky and the rewarding effect is predominant with us? We consume again and again and again nicotine. The most important change that I would like to illustrate now is that there will be a desensitization of the pathway that goes from the cortex to the pedunculopontine nucleus. This indirect pathway, there is a desensitization. That doesn't work anymore. In contrast, there will be a sensitization of the direct pathway from the cortex to the VTA, ventral tegmental area. So you are going to directly enhance the release of dopamine. Forget about the indirect mechanism. That's happening in somebody that is consuming again and again nicotine. Look the dangers of this system. Forget about aversion. Forget about indirect mechanism. You go directly activating dopaminergic release in the nucleus accumbens just because you desensitize the indirect pathway that was indeed also responsible of the adverse response. So it's much more dangerous, nicotine, when acts on this pathway than when acts on the indirect pathway. So this is just in 2 words, because for nicotine we can talk hours just to explain the mechanism of actual addiction, but just in 5 minutes, the key points for nicotine addiction. Let's go to the mechanism of action of THC just to understand a little bit the interaction between these two substances. THC, delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, yes, is acting on specific receptors in our brain. These are not ionotropic receptors. These are metabotropic receptors. Metabotropic receptor 2. CB1 and CB2 cannabinoid receptor are metabotropic receptors that are coupled to GI protein, to inhibitory proteins. So when you activate the cannabinoid receptor, you are going to decrease the activity of several neurotransmitters, of several cells. You are going to produce inhibitory effects. And CB1 receptor are the metabotropic receptor most abundant in the brain. We have most cannabinoid receptor that whatever metabotropic receptor you want is extremely abundant, so they must play an important role in our brain. And the CB2 receptor, well, CB2 receptors are mainly located in the cells of the immune system, but they are also located in the brain. Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, everybody says it's an agonist of CB1 receptor. It's a partial agonist. It's not an agonist. It's a partial agonist. The full agonist of the receptor are the synthetic cannabinoids, the spice, the drugs that are used as spice. But this is a partial agonist of CB1 receptor. You cannot get 100% of the effect because, whatever the dose is, because it's just a partial agonist. This is always important to remember. Well, but if we have this receptor, it's because we have endogenous compounds that are able to act on this receptor. And these are the endocannabinoids. These are the endocannabinoids on the nicotine receptor. You have acetylcholine. Here you have the endocannabinoids. Endocannabinoids that are lipids. Here you have the 2 most important, anandamide and 2-arachidonylglycerol. And these are lipids. You can see the formula are derivative of the arachidonic acid. And these lipids are obtained from the phospholipid contained in the cell membranes. So we have whatever, all the amount of precursor of endocannabinoid that you want. This system will act such as any other neurotransmitter system. You're going to synthesize the endocannabinoid from the phospholipid contained in the cell membrane. You're going to release by a calcium-dependent mechanism these endocannabinoids and release in the synapses to activate the receptors. But there are two differential characteristics of endocannabinoid with a classical neurotransmitter. The first one is that they are not stuck in presynaptic vesicle, and the second one is that they are retrograde messengers. Retrograde messengers. They are going to be released in the postsynapses through the presynapses. So imagine a presynaptic glutamatergic neuron that releases glutamate, activate the postsynaptic receptor, and the activation of the postsynaptic receptor is the responsible of the synthesis and release of endocannabinoids that are going to activate the cannabinoid receptor in the presynapses. So it's the perfect retro-control system. If you enhance the activity of glutamate, let's release a little bit of endocannabinoid just to maintain the homeostasis. It's the main role. The main role. The endocannabinoid system maintains the homeostasis. And the effects of cannabis, of course, it will depend on the localization of the receptor. You have the receptor in the hippocampus to control memory, and you are going to have cognitive deficits if you consume cannabis. You have CB1 receptor in the cortical areas and in the limbic system, and well, you have in the basal ganglia and the cerebellum, and you are going to have sedation, and you are going to impair your motor coordination. You also have a receptor in cortical areas and limbic system, and you are going to have a change in anxiety, abuse liability, and also a potential to produce psychosis. There is an increase in the incidence of psychosis due to the consumption of cannabis. You also have in brain areas involved in the control of pain, and cannabis, of course, has an analgesic effect. You also have in the hypothalamus, cannabis increases appetite, and in the area postrema has an antiemetic effect. So these are the classical effects of pharmacological effect of cannabis, depending on the localization of the cannabinoid receptors. But these CB1 receptors are located in all the key areas involved in the addictive processes. Because we have, it's a complex circuit, but we have first in the ventral tegmental area. And in the ventral tegmental area, we are going to allow a direct release of dopamine in the ventral tegmental area. We also have CB1 receptor in the nucleus accumbens, facilitating the release of dopamine. And probably most importantly, we have in the prefrontal cortex. And in the prefrontal cortex is going to control our motivation for the drug. So really, these receptors play key roles in the control of all the addictive properties of the different drugs of abuse. What are the ones that we have seen, the basic mechanism of action on nicotine, the basic mechanism of action of THC? Let's see the interaction between these two substances. And let's see three different groups of interactions. First, the pharmacokinetic interactions that are important. Second, what's happening if we just activate the endocannabinoid system and we consume nicotine? Activation of the consumption of both drugs together. And third, let's see if modulating the activity of the endocannabinoid system, we can modify nicotine reinforcing effect just to promote smoking cessation. Let's see these 3 points. The first one is very simplistic, it is a pharmacokinetic interaction. Well, remember that nicotine is metabolized by a cytochrome, that is CYP2A6, but it's not an activator, it's not an inhibitor or an inductor of any particular cytochrome. However, in nicotine smoke, we have a lot of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. And these polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are able to act in some common sites of the cytochrome, in the AHR, that is a common site that is necessary for the transcription, for the generation of these cytochromes. In particular, two cytochromes, CYP1A1 and CYP1A2. CYP1A1 is an extrahepatic. It's almost not present in the liver, whereas the other one, the A2, this is one of the most important hepatic cytochromes. And at the moment that we smoke, not due to nicotine, no, due to these polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, we are going to induce this important cytochrome in the liver and outside of the liver. THC, delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol itself, here we don't need anything else, just delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, is able to act on the main site that nicotine, on this AHR site that promotes the transcription, promotes the expression of these cytochromes. So delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol is inducing the same cytochromes than tobacco smoke. And in particular, one of them, the extrahepatic CYP1A1, is even more efficient than tobacco to induce, to activate this cytochrome. So we have two different components, tobacco smoke and THC, that are inducing these cytochromes. It's important to understand that delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol is not metabolized by this cytochrome. That means nicotine and THC don't interact each other. No, they don't interact, but they promote other interaction. And in marijuana, there is another component, cannabidiol, that we are not talking about, but this one is able to inhibit the cytochromes responsible for the degradation of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, but we are not talking about that. And today, in the preparation of marijuana, the amount of cannabidiol is really very low. So this is not relevant for this interaction. For this interaction, remember the effect of the polycyclic hydrocarbons on these enzymes and delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol in these enzymes. What's happened? If we induce these two enzymes, we are going to decrease, we are going to metabolize more rapidly several drugs. And two of them are very important, that are several antipsychotics and several antidepressants. Antipsychotics such as chlorpromazine, clozapine, haloperidol, olanzapine are metabolized by these two enzymes. Fluvoxamine, mirtazapine, the same. So if you smoke, you know very well that you decrease the levels of these antipsychotics. But if you smoke cigarette and you smoke together THC, you potentiate, you don't add, no, you multiply the effects on this enzyme. So the levels of antipsychotic down, down, and down. So this is a major problem. This is a major problem that at least we must to understand that it exists. Tobacco, THC, potentiation of this pharmacokinetic interaction. Pharmacokinetic interaction that decrease the concentration of several antipsychotics and antidepressants. And I insist, doesn't modify the metabolism or of their psychoactive compound. This is not an interaction between nicotine and THC, no. It's adding the two compounds to promote a pharmacokinetic interaction with other drugs that are consumed by a lot of people. Okay? So let's go to the consequences of activating at the same time the endocannabinoid system and the nicotine receptor. What happens if we consume at the same time delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol and THC? Let's go through the animal models. Through the animal model, in this case, studies that we did ourselves, and we published some time ago, in which we use a rodent model, mice, just to evaluate the acute pharmacological responses and the addictive properties, the rewarding effects, tolerance, and physical dependence. What's happened when we give nicotine alone or nicotine together with THC? And we were surprised for the result, because look first, the classical acute responses. The classical acute responses. I don't have the arrow, but on the left, you have the analgesic effect. You give nicotine, and of course, you have some analgesic effects. You have some change in locomotion, you have some hypothermia, but these responses are potentiated when you add together nicotine. That means the effects of nicotine and THC, just the acute effects, are potentiated when you give together. What's happening on anxiety? What's happening on anxiety? Remember that one of the reasons because people smoke is to feel this anxiolytic effect. Well, you can have some anxiolytic effect with THC, and with nicotine, but are difficult to reveal. Look, in this sample, when you give nicotine alone, you don't have any anxiolytic effect. But when you combine THC alone, neither. But when you combine THC plus nicotine, you can obtain this anxiolytic effect. With lower dose, well, THC finally with 0.3, you get some anxiolytic effect. But the anxiolytic effect of THC is potentiated by nicotine. Giving non-effective doses of nicotine and THC, you are able to obtain an anxiolytic effect to decrease anxiety. So this is also an effect that for sure is looking the consumer, to obtain an anxiolytic effect that you cannot get with these compounds, that is much more difficult to get with these compounds alone. Combined together, you are going to have this anxiolytic effect. Well, in terms of reinforcing effects, in these early studies, we use a classical model that is the place conditioning in mice. Look, in this model, what we do is, look, the compartment green, no? The compartment green. We close the door, and we inject nicotine in the compartment green. And the next day, we inject saline in the compartment blue. And we repeat several times. The last day, we put the animal in the middle, in the white. If the animal likes nicotine, you imagine what it's going to do. Goes to the compartment where she receives nicotine. It's a place conditioning. The animal likes the compartment where he received the drug. And with nicotine and THC, you can get it, but it's difficult. It's difficult to get a rewarding effect in this model. It's possible, but it's difficult. You need some particular condition, and finally, you can get a condition place preference to nicotine or THC when giving alone. What is much more easy is when you combine both drugs. Look what's happening when you combine THC and nicotine. You give THC alone, the animal doesn't care the compartment where you administer THC. You give a low dose of nicotine, the same, doesn't care. You need a higher dose of nicotine. Combine nicotine and THC. If you combine nicotine and THC, the animal loves the compartment where he has received the combination of both drugs. So the combination of THC and nicotine potentiates the rewarding effect. That's a problem. That's a problem. You are going to feel much better the rewarding effects that are directly related with the capability to produce addiction if you combine both drugs, THC and nicotine. Well, let's see physical dependence. Of course, you can produce physical dependence in animals. with THC and with nicotine. Look here. Here is a model of cannabis physical dependence. Physical dependence means physical symptoms of withdrawal. On the left, you have the first two columns are the control, but the left column is THC alone. The right column is THC plus nicotine. What does that mean? That means that if you add nicotine together with THC, you are going to potentiate the physical dependence produced by THC. You're going to produce a withdrawal syndrome that is much more severe when you combine THC and nicotine. And the same for the development of tolerance. The development of tolerance. Here you have a tolerance to the analgesic effect on the left and to hypothermia on the right. And the orange line is the line with THC alone. There is tolerance, of course. You administer tolerance, analgesia is time lower. It's very well known with cannabinoids, with opioids. What's happening if you combine THC and nicotine? If you combine THC and nicotine, tolerance develops, yes, but later. Develops later. That means you decrease the development of tolerance promoted by THC when you associate nicotine. So every single addictive properties of nicotine was potentiated by the co-administration of THC. First, you just increase the acute pharmacological effect of nicotine. If you administer THC and nicotine, the acute responses of nicotine are enhanced. Second, the feeling of reward, the reinforcing effect. The reinforcing effect of nicotine are enhanced when you combine THC. And physical dependence and tolerance, both are enhanced. So the combination of these two drugs is not just adding two effects, it's potentiating the addictive properties of nicotine. You are potentiating the addictive properties of these substances at the moment that you combine both of them. Well, and let's finish with the last point. So, if the endocannabinoid system is so involved in the addictive properties of nicotine, will it be possible to modify these addictive properties, to decrease these addictive properties acting on the endocannabinoid system? First, let me remember some old studies. Old studies almost 20 years ago. At the moment, these are animal models. At the moment that you consume nicotine, you are going to produce an activation of the endocannabinoid system in some particular areas. One of them, very important, the nucleus accumbens. So this early data led us to postulate this hypothesis. At the moment that you are exposed to nicotine, you activate the endocannabinoid system in two key areas. One, the nucleus accumbens. In the nucleus accumbens, you are going to increase the motivation to smoke. The other one, the hypothalamus. In the hypothalamus, you are going to increase the appetite. But so you sustain tobacco dependence, you increase the appetite, but remember that the tobacco has anorexigenic effect, and people smoking don't gain weight. Why? Because you have overactivation of the endocannabinoid system that promotes food intake, nicotine that has anorexigenic effect, and finally, the weight is similar. What's happening if you stop tobacco? If you stop tobacco, you have a weight gain. One of the factors for this weight gain is that you have an overactivation of the endocannabinoid system. And this overactivation of the endocannabinoid system is going to promote food intake. It's one of the factors. So considering this overactivation of the endocannabinoid system, let's see once again in animals what's happening if we decrease the activity of the endocannabinoid system. We decrease the activity of the CB1 receptor. And we have two classical models. The genetic model is a mouse where you have removed the CB1 receptor, and the other one is just giving an antagonist of the CB1 receptor. Using this place conditioning paradigm, look what's happening in an animal that doesn't have CB1 receptor, and CB1 knockout mouse. A CB1 knockout mouse, using particular doses of nicotine, 0.5, finally you can get this rewarding effect. But this rewarding effect of nicotine completely disappears in CB1 knockout animals. An animal without CB1 receptor doesn't feel the rewarding effect of nicotine. So let's go through the other model. The other model is the operant self-administration. This is a model in rats. Here, an animal learns to self-administer nicotine. There is an operant box. When the animal presses the lever, it's going to receive an intravenous injection of nicotine. And of course, the animal likes nicotine. And the animal presses the lever to obtain the intravenous injection of nicotine. What's happened in a rat if we administer a compound called rimonabant? Rimonabant was a compound that is an antagonist, inverse agonist of the CB1 receptor. And if you administer rimonabant in animals that are self-administering nicotine, you decrease the self-administration of nicotine. Therefore, blocking CB1 receptor, the animal decreases the self-administration of nicotine. You need CB1 receptor to obtain the rewarding effect of nicotine, to obtain that an animal self-administer nicotine. But probably, as you know very well, I would say probably the most important problem for obtaining smoking cessation is the craving and relapse. You know very well, the relapse and reinstatement. And we also have models of nicotine relapse. Animals that self-administer nicotine in this model, you extinguish the behavior, and you just associate a cue that is related to nicotine, similar to humans. In humans, you can associate a cue that the person has previously related to nicotine, to tobacco, and the person is going to smoke again. We do exactly the same. We present a stimulus that is related to nicotine. And the animal reinstates nicotine self-administration. The animal reinstates nicotine self-administration, but if you administer rimonabant, this antagonist, you are able to block the reinstatement of nicotine self-administration. So all these behavioral responses, rewarding effects, reinforcing self-administration, relapse, you are able to block by blocking CB1 receptors. Remember that the rewarding effects are related to the capability of nicotine to release dopamine in the nucleus accumbens. So in mice, in rats, we are able to evaluate the amount of dopamine that is released by nicotine by a technique that is called in vivo microdialysis. You just put a dialysis cannula in the nucleus accumbens, and you are able to quantify the amount of dopamine that nicotine releases. So what's happened if in a rat you block CB1 receptor? If you administer nicotine, is the blue line, you release dopamine in the nucleus accumbens. But look, if you co-administer rimonabant, you completely suppress the release of dopamine. So every single response related to nicotine addictive properties can be blocked by blocking CB1 receptor. You can block the rewarding effects of nicotine. You can block nicotine-seeking behavior and reinstatement. You can block the capability of nicotine to induce dopamine release on the nucleus accumbens. Therefore, the blockade of CB1 receptor could be a possible target for smoking cessation. Could be. Well, there is a major problem. And the major problem, probably you know, the history of rimonabant, the CB1 antagonist, the CB1 inverse agonist. In 2006, rimonabant was approved for the treatment of obesity, and there were clinical trials for treating for smoking cessation. What was the problem? The problem with rimonabant. The problem with rimonabant was an antagonist, inverse agonist, and the problem was a lot of emotional side effects. Anxiety, depression, suicidality. And therefore, rimonabant was withdrawn from the market in 2008. Now we are in 2023. In 2023, a lot of things have changed. Now we don't think anymore about rimonabant, but we have bias antagonists, I'm not going to talk about, but we have bias antagonists of the CB1 receptors. Bias antagonists that are devoid of these emotional side effects. So these bias antagonists today, they are on phase 2B clinical trial for cannabis use disorder. And a possible positive results on these cannabis use disorder clinical trials for sure could be a very promising result to test this novel compound as a possible future therapeutic approach to obtain smoking cessation. Okay, and just to finish, just to summarize the key point, remember that the co-administration of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol and nicotine potentiate their addictive properties. The endocannabinoid system is involved in all the addictive properties of nicotine, and a negative modulation of the activity of CB1 receptor could represent in a future a possible perspective for obtaining a smoking cessation. Okay, and just to thank all the people in my lab that have participated in several of these studies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, profesor Maldonado. Casi ajustado el tiempo porque hemos empezado un poco tarde. Nos daría tiempo para hacer 2 o 3 preguntas si alguien del público pues, quiere resolver alguna duda que se haya podido quedar.
Español o inglés is fine. ¿Eh?
One question in the first row.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Maldonado, for your amazing lecture. I was very keen to understand all of these mechanisms, and I found most interesting the link between both molecules and the cytochrome activations. And I wonder, it's because we know that really it's a mess. This will interfere on the effects for antipsychotic drugs and everything. And I wonder if you have any data, if that activation is equal for every person, or can we consider there are different genetic backgrounds that can influence and that maybe explain why in some person is more active or not. It's a wonder.
And my knowledge, the main studies have been done with nicotine, because you know that with nicotine there are a lot of studies that show a high variability, mainly with antipsychotic drugs. Many antipsychotic drugs where it is revealed that indeed there is a decrease in the plasmatic level of antipsychotic drug with a lot of variability depending on the genetic characteristic of the person. With THC there are few studies. That's the problem. The problem is that mainly the majority of the studies have been done in vitro or in animal models. In humans, there is a lack of studies. And there is for me, the main lack is studies combining THC and nicotine. And minorities, there is no one study on that. And this is a missing information. We had the data in humans for nicotine. We had in vitro and in animals the data for THC. For the combination, we don't have anything. And I'm convinced that the genetic factors will play a major role.
The other question is more risky, and just for a little bit of your opinion. You have shown us those mice with the genetic change and their effect. If you know, nowadays we are always talking on genetic therapy, can we consider on the future a change of the paradigm and intervention besides prevention?
No, I don't, at the present moment, I think that to modify genetically CB1 receptor, I don't think that is now the moment to think about that. Why? Because first, we had the very bad experience with rimonabant in 2008. And we must now to learn from we have excellent pharmacological tools, acting only the periphery, bias with just some. So first, I think that we must learn what's happening with these antagonists. And I'm optimistic. I believe that this phase 2B clinical trial will lead to a phase 3 clinical trial in 2024. It does happen. Probably in 2025, probably. 2025, yes, probably in 2025, we could have these compounds on the market. This is the moment to start to think about the rest.
Thank you so much.
Como el tiempo vamos muy justos, una pregunta y debemos de terminar. ¿De acuerdo?
Gracias. I'm John Salmon from the state of Colorado, famous in THC. We are now facing a marketplace with very high concentration products, and I wonder what you think about dose dependence of the interaction you discussed. You can buy a vape pen with 73% THC in dispensaries in our state.
I fully agree. That's a major concern. Most of the studies were done when the concentration of THC was 4-5%, and the concentration of CBD was 1%. Today we have 20%, even more than 20%, 0.1 of CBD. We don't know what's going to happen with this concentration. It's simply interrogation mark. Let's put an interrogation mark here. Because this is, but it's for both, for the amount of THC and the lack of CBD. The lack of CBD. CBD, in some way, could complement, could minimize some of the effects of THC. Now, if we have concentration higher than 20%, and all these studies were done with concentration of 4-5%, you can imagine the result. I guess, I speculate, because I don't know the result, I speculate that will be much worse. Much worse in what I have presented. Much more effect in the rewarding effects. Much more physical dependence. Much more tolerance. So we are under a situation of high risk, and we should not minimize this strong change that has occurred in the concentration of THC and the concentration of CBD in the new preparations of cannabis.
Bueno, me van a disculpar, sé que había otra pregunta, si acaso Rafa luego la atiendes de forma particular, que no hay ningún problema, porque debemos de terminar porque esto sigue. Has hablado de tantas cosas, interacciones con antipsicóticos, con antidepresivos, potenciación del efecto ansiolítico, de tratamientos no resueltos todavía, de interacción con antipsicóticos, y te lo repito porque muchos de los fumadores tienen enfermedades psiquiátricas y encima toman fármacos y complican todo esto mucho más. Nos queda mucho camino por recorrer, tanto en el tema del tabaco, de la nicotina en particular, como del cannabis, especialmente del THC, y muchos de los cannabinoides que todavía no sabemos. Yo solamente te rogaría una cosa. Sigue investigando y danos un poco de luz en todo esto. Y muchas gracias a todos por su atención.
Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you, and have a safe way back to Cádiz, no? In Barcelona. I know. I read something about the university. Okay. Okay. Well, here I am again, and we're ready to next session, titled "Journalists Roundtable: The Influence of Mass Media Against Tobacco." The following session will analyze the influence of the media on tobacco through a roundtable discussion, and this one will be moderated by Yolanda Domínguez, Marketing and Communications Director, the Spanish Association Against Cancer, and Carolina Cobos, Communications Officer, Spanish Association Against Cancer. This session, will be also in Spanish. I remind you, you have all these simultaneous translator devices in the entrance in case you need it. Yolanda, por favor. Yolanda Domínguez, como decía, directora de Comunicación y Marketing de la Asociación Española contra el Cáncer, será quien maneje esta mesa redonda. Yolanda, todo tuyo.
Muchas gracias, Michi. Buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a esperar un poco que nos reubiquemos todos en la sala. Vamos a dar un minutito de reubicación. Veo que ya os vais sentando, fenomenal. Desde la Asociación Española contra el Cáncer hemos querido en esta edición de Ecth promover y reconocer la labor de los periodistas y de los medios de comunicación en la divulgación y en el acercamiento a la opinión pública de las consecuencias, de las terribles consecuencias que tiene el tabaco. Por ello y para ello hemos creado dentro de Ecth los primeros premios que reconocen la labor periodística de periodistas a lo largo de todo el contexto europeo que escriben y ayudan a la divulgación contra esas consecuencias nocivas que tiene el tabaco. Todos esos trabajos inscritos y que han cumplido los requisitos de las bases que teníamos en el concurso han sido evaluados, compuesto por los profesionales, los periodistas que forman parte de la Asociación Nacional de Informadores de la Salud, ANIS. Hoy tengo el honor de compartir este escenario con Emilio de Benito, vicepresidente de ANIS, que nos va a ayudar a presentar esos premios, y Pablo Linde, que escribe en El País desde hace más de 13 años y tiene miles de reconocimientos periodísticos a su espalda a pesar de su juventud. Sin más dilación, voy a pedir a Emilio que por favor nos acompañe y nos haga el honor de desvelar quiénes son esos ganadores de esos premios al periodismo europeo contra el tabaco.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Muchísimas gracias, Yolanda, en nombre de la Asociación Nacional de Informadores de la Salud. Muchas gracias a la organización del Congreso por contar con nosotros. Y antes de pasar de daros los nombres de los ganadores de este primer concurso, quería resaltar primero la calidad de todo lo que se ha presentado, muy variado, y hacer una pequeña reflexión que probablemente nos lleve luego a la mesa de discusión de después. Muchos de los informes, muchos de los trabajos, muchos de los reportajes no hablaban tanto de lo que es el tabaco como de la industria alrededor. Porque yo creo que en este momento ya no es noticia que el tabaco es malo. Eso por un lado está bien, porque quiere decir que ya todo el mundo lo sabe, pero por otro lado está mal porque nos cierra una puerta para informar. Ya no es novedad contar que el tabaco no funciona. Hace 60 años, cuando empezó el debate, hubo dudas y eso nos permitió, ¿no? Y además se quedó una cosa que es una de las terribles secuelas del tabaquismo en el periodismo, que es que las empresas nos convencieron en aquel momento de que había que contar con todas las voces, y eso no es verdad. Hay que contar con las voces formadas y científicas. Las otras, pues, ¿qué se le va a hacer? Pues que digan lo que quieran y tendrán sus foros, pero no va a ser en un medio serio. No hay por qué hablar con alguien que diga que el tabaco no es malo, o con alguien que defienda la homeopatía, o con alguien que defienda el hipoclorito para tratar la COVID. Pues no hay que darles voz, no tenemos por qué, y eso es una cosa que se nos ha quedado y que ha lastrado mucho la información que hemos hecho al respecto durante muchos años. Y dicho esto, resulta que los dos ganadores del premio, ninguno puede estar aquí, pero el primer premio se lo ha llevado, es para Stéphane Jorel, de Le Monde, que ha hecho un reportaje completísimo desde la parte más sanitaria hasta que es una investigación policial y criminalística sobre influencias, lobbies, manipulaciones, flujos de dinero tremendos. Como Stéphane no ha podido venir, sí que nos ha mandado un vídeo que creo que es lo que vamos a ver ahora.
In November 2021, we published an investigation on a relatively recent strategy developed by the tobacco industry to hamper tobacco control. we showed that the World Vapors Alliance was a fake grassroots organization funded by the tobacco industry, a tactic called astroturfing, like the artificial grass invented by Monsanto. The official goal of the alliance is to promote what is called tobacco harm reduction through the promotion of e-cigarette and individual freedom. As they are an illusion both to the public and decision makers, they actually can influence the regulation of e-cigarettes. However, the fake consumer organization is not only secretly funded by the tobacco lobby, but also by the libertarian networks of American oil billionaires. This alliance of interests is working in Europe to disseminate libertarianism, a radical right-wing ideology hostile to government intervention. We didn't encounter any significant problems to publish the story. I have the great privilege to work for a major French newspaper, Le Monde, where I am free to work on any topic and where the only obligation is to publish valuable, verified information for the public. As this was a cross-border investigation with the investigative desk in the Netherlands, I should add that my Dutch media partners didn't have any problems either. I believe the media has a major role to play to investigate and reveal the damage caused by tobacco on people's health and on society in general. There is a wealth of resources to get familiarized with the tactics that they have been using, developed both in the academic world and by civil society. I would warmly encourage journalists to dive into this fascinating material to help them investigate. And by doing this, journalists will also have the tools to work on other toxic industries, as they all have been using the same corporate playbook.
Bueno, el segundo premio, y la verdad que me gusta mucho que se hayan repartido así, no ya por una cuestión nacionalista, sino porque hemos pasado de un súper reportaje en Le Monde, un medio muy potente, con muchos medios, que tiene esa capacidad. El segundo premio, en cambio, es para una presentación mucho más sencilla, pero que tiene mucho impacto, que es una entrevista muy bien hecha en La Voz de Galicia por mi compañera Laura Inés Minaya, que tampoco ha podido venir, o sea que la veremos en la cámara.
Hola, yo soy Laura Millara, periodista de La Voz de la Salud en La Voz de Galicia, y voy a hablar un poco sobre mi reportaje sobre el tabaco, que es una entrevista al oncólogo Mariano Provencio. Nosotros para ese reportaje lo que queríamos hacer era mostrar un poco cómo el hábito tabáquico tiene influencia en la salud de las personas, que es algo que ya se sabe, es decir, sabemos que el 85% de los cánceres de pulmón están causados por el consumo de tabaco, y prácticamente todo el mundo es consciente de que fumar hace mal. Entonces, la forma en la que yo quise enfocar este tema fue cómo podemos hacer para que las personas que todavía no han empezado a fumar no lo hagan, nunca empiecen a fumar. Eso fue un poco lo que terminé hablando con el doctor, y creo que es uno de los temas más importantes en los cuales enfocarse, pero considero que también es importante hablar un poco de cómo abandonar el hábito, que es algo que también para muchas personas es difícil. Hay otros reportajes en los que hemos tratado ese tema en La Voz de la Salud, y consideramos que es súper importante que se siga hablando del tema, porque el tabaco se tiene que eliminar.
Muy bien, pues creo que en este no se me oye aún. Pues nada, vamos a aprovechar que tenemos la grandísima oportunidad de tener a Emilio y a Pablo, que Pablo, bienvenido también, para discutir un poco cuál es la influencia de los medios de comunicación y qué más podemos hacer desde los medios de comunicación y desde la divulgación para trabajar este tema del tabaco. No sé si me estáis escuchando, pero necesitaríamos como los micros de diadema por allá arriba, ¿vale? Y nada, acompañadnos, por favor. Nos han dejado poco tiempo, pero no pasa nada. Todo vuestro. Bueno, pues contadnos. Lo primero que siempre me pregunto yo es, ¿hablamos suficiente? de tabaco. Y si no hablamos suficiente de tabaco, ¿por qué es? No genera interés, hay un tipo de, ¿no? Lo decías tú también, Emilio, en parte en tu presentación inicial, ¿no? ¿Hay algún tipo de interferencia? Somos perfectamente libres para hablar de la temática tabaco. ¿Qué pensáis?
Pues yo creo que sí. Por suerte, la industria tabaquera no se puede anunciar en los medios y entonces no digo que las industrias que se puedan anunciar nos influencien, pero siempre puede haber más interferencia. La industria tabaquera, en el momento en que perdió esa capacidad de poner dinero en los medios, pues también perdieron mucha influencia. Yo creo que somos muy libres en general para hablar de todo, o sea, lo tengo que decir, tampoco recibo presiones por ningún otro tipo de industria, pero de la industria del tabaco somos muy libres para hablar. Creo que del tabaco se habla, pero estoy muy de acuerdo con Emilio en el que repetir que el tabaco es malísimo hasta la saciedad, pues tiene sentido, porque no está de más recordarlo, pero al lector le aburre. Entonces, quizás si no hablamos más es porque a lo mejor tenemos que buscar nuevas formas de enfocarlo o nuevas formas de acercarnos, nuevas formas de transmitir mensajes y también, bueno, después hablaremos de temas regulatorios, etcétera. Yo creo que nuestro papel, más allá de seguir recordando lo malo que es el tabaco, pero que no creo que a nadie eso le vaya a hacer no fumar, porque lo sabe, todo el mundo que fuma sabe que es muy malo, quizá también deberíamos mojarnos mucho en el tema regulatorio, en el tema legal, como ya se hizo con las anteriores legislaciones que hay de tabaco, que son debates muy encendidos en la sociedad en el que creo que nosotros tenemos que tener una presencia importante.
Para los medios en general es muy difícil poner en la agenda algo si no hay una novedad detrás. Entonces, ¿en qué medida informamos sobre tabaco? Os informan. Yo ahora estoy en otro momento, en la medida en que se producen novedades. Quiero decir, a estas alturas nadie titularíamos el tabaco causa cáncer de pulmón. ¿Por qué? Es una obviedad. Y ahí tenemos un conflicto con vosotros, y aprovecho, porque sabéis que lo iba a hacer. Esta vez no tenéis derecho a preguntarnos, no os ha previsto que preguntéis. Lo siento, José María. Ya te preguntaron el otro día a ti, ya además te preguntó Pablo, o sea que ya lo tenéis todo hablado. Pero es verdad, o sea, y yo creo que muchas veces queréis que hagamos cosas los medios que no es nuestro trabajo. Las campañas no las hacemos nosotros, las hacéis vosotros o las administraciones. La educación no la hacemos los medios de comunicación. Para empezar, porque los niños y los jóvenes ni nos miran, nos ignoran. Las hacen los padres y los colegios. Entonces, pero aparte de eso, pues cada vez que hay novedad se cuenta, porque lo que sí que hay claramente es un compromiso de esto que es malo para la salud, podemos contribuir. Pero nuestro objetivo siempre es informar. Yo siempre digo que alguien cambie de hábitos, que alguien decida dejar de fumar, que alguien decida hacer una vida más sana, a raíz de una información sanitaria que nosotros hagamos, es como el efecto secundario beneficioso. Pero no es nuestro objetivo. Yo nunca titularía, no veréis un titular de no fumes. Es el tabaco causa no sé qué, con el tabaco pasa esto, en los que fuman no sé cuántos, ¿no? Creo que eso es un matiz que estaba bien dejar claro.
Bueno, básicamente vuestro rol sería encender el debate público en relación al tabaco, ¿no? Por lo que estamos comentando, ¿no? ¿Cómo creéis que está ese debate? ¿Tan encendido como la antigua ley? ¿Tenemos más gente a favor, más gente en contra? ¿Qué nos podemos encontrar?
Yo creo que de momento el debate está un poco soterrado, un poco apagado, porque precisamente, lo que estábamos hablando antes, hay un plan nacional de tabaco que el Ministerio de Sanidad tiene en su mesa y que no quiere darle salida. Es el siguiente paso lógico para seguir avanzando en la erradicación del tabaco, es seguir arrinconando el tabaco, seguir arrinconando los sitios donde se puede fumar, los espacios al aire libre, las terrazas. Y eso este gobierno que se había comprometido a hacerlo, no lo está haciendo. ¿El por qué? Pues el otro día en una entrevista que publica José María, el director científico de este congreso, me decía algo que comparto y que yo en mis textos no puedo poner, pero aquí sí puedo opinar. Yo creo que el gobierno pues, no tiene ningún interés en abrir ese melón a puertas de unas elecciones ahora municipales y autonómicas y después unas generales. Entonces es un debate que yo creo que va a ser muy, muy, muy acalorado. Si alguien tiene el coraje alguien con poder, que si el gobierno tiene el coraje para ponerlo encima de la mesa, pero que ahora mismo, pues, bueno, no está en la agenda. No, lo que dice Emilio, salvo que haya una novedad, no está en la agenda.
Sí, el debate se encenderá cuando tengamos el proyecto de ley.
Claro.
Y entonces tendremos lo de siempre. La hostelería que se va a arruinar, la falta de libertad, la gente que van a ser unos parias, van a tener que ir a un gueto, todas esas tonterías que ya hemos dicho con las 2 leyes anteriores, y ya veréis como no hemos aprendido nada de las 2 leyes anteriores y vamos a usar los mismos argumentos. Para que al final la ley se ponga en marcha y no pase nada. No pase muy poco. Lo más que puede pasar es que la gente fume menos. Pero todo eso, cada paso que se da es siempre el mismo debate, pero nosotros no podemos... ¿Qué decimos? El país, por ejemplo, que yo trabajo en el país 20 años, el país apuesta por el etiquetado genérico. Eso no vale. Cuando el gobierno lo proponga, podremos contar el caso de Australia, lo que ha supuesto, o qué pasa en Nueva Zelanda con la prohibición de venta a partir de cierta edad, o esas cosas, pero mientras tanto estamos en manos de lo que pase, ¿no?
De la actualidad, ¿no? Al final, y de cuáles son esos cambios legislativos, ¿no? Normativos. Yo la verdad es que creo sí que podéis agitar el árbol, ¿eh? O sea, aparte de publicar la actualidad legislativa, yo creo que el rol del medio de comunicación sí puede ser forzar de alguna forma que esa realidad legislativa normativa llegue, ¿no? En el fondo, sois la voz, ¿no? De la sociedad y el altavoz fundamental de la sociedad. Decías una cosa que me ha parecido bastante curiosa, efectivamente. Yo creo que es muy importante que diferenciemos 2 planos, ¿no? El de la información y el de la formación o la educación, ¿no? Y es muy importante que trabajemos en esos 2 planos. A mí hay un tema que me preocupa especialmente y sobre todo por lo que comentabas, ¿no? Estamos viendo cómo el tabaco se está poniendo otra vez de moda, ¿no? Tenemos vapeadores que parecen absolutamente productos de lujo, ¿no? Y que se venden como tal. La industria tabacalera campando a sus anchas en las redes sociales y promoviendo este tipo de productos a través de las figuras de las influencers y demás, porque esto no está regulado, volvemos otra vez a la necesidad de la ley, ¿no? Y qué podemos hacer como medios de comunicación, ¿no? Cuando, lo comentabas tú, Emilio, ¿no? La gente joven, que en el fondo es la gente que está consumiendo ese medio social donde se está poniendo de moda otra vez el tabaco, ¿no? Esos influencers no dejan de ser como el señor de Marlboro, del caballo, ¿os acordáis? Pues es que en el fondo esto está pasando otra vez. ¿Qué podemos hacer o qué podéis hacer desde los medios de comunicación para, de alguna forma, romper esa tendencia, ¿no?
Sí, lo que tenemos que hacer todos, cada uno en nuestro nivel de actuación, es ocupar el espacio.
Yeah.
Es decir, que nos encuentren igual de fácil que encuentran al influencer. Que no es fácil, pero seguro que hay algún influencer, podemos encontrar un influencer o convertir en influencer a alguien que dé el mensaje sensato. Yo sabes que contra los bulos lo que no puedes hacer es lo que no funciona en comunicación es fulanito dice una mentira por esto. Tú contrapones los datos y yo cuando siempre decía que los lectores del país eran tan listos que no tenías que explicar lo que tenían que hacer. Pues yo les contaba lo que pasaba y ellos tomaban la decisión. Y en general pasa eso. No es fulano te miente porque no sé qué, no. Fulano, los datos que son de verdad son estos y esto es el impacto real, ¿no? Es muy difícil.
Yo creo que aunque sí la conciencia del tabaco ya todo el mundo sabe sus perjuicios, es verdad que en el tema del vapeo no. El tema del vapeo todavía la gente no tiene mucha idea, entre otras cosas porque tampoco se conoce todo lo que hace el vapeo porque es relativamente nuevo. Y no sabemos exactamente y la gente no está bien informada sobre el daño que hace y la industria del tabaco se está aprovechando de esto como en su día se aprovechó, que no se sabía exactamente, no estaba demostrado científicamente o no se quería mostrar la información que había sobre el tabaco. Yo creo que los medios aquí sí que tenemos un papel que es seguir haciéndonos eco de las cosas que se van sabiendo, de los perjuicios que se van sabiendo del vapeo, que son estas nuevas formas que se están poniendo de moda, y también tenemos la responsabilidad de no caer en el error que caímos. Yo no, porque por aquella época no pude caer, pero
no habías nacido.
No había nacido, pero bueno, tú tampoco, porque estamos hablando de hace
yo en los 70 ya había nacido, sí.
Pero no estaba escribiendo. No volver a caer en ese error de dar voz a quien merece tenerla y de dar el beneficio de la duda a algo que lo que tenemos que hacer es todo lo contrario. Aquí prima el principio de precaución. Vale, es verdad que no sabemos cómo el vapeo va a perjudicar a 20 o 30 años vista, pero es que a lo mejor no tenemos que esperar experimentarlo para darnos cuenta, ¿no? Yo creo que aquí tenemos que aprender de los errores que se cometieron en el pasado, ir con pie de plomo, informar de lo que vaya pasando y advertir con nuestras informaciones, como dice Emilio, porque no vamos a titular cuidado, vapear es malo, pero bueno, contando lo que se sabe, que el lector vaya sabiendo pues esos perjuicios. Y bueno, ahora...
Y una cosa importante al respecto, y por hacer de abogado del diablo, ahí tenéis un problema con la Agencia Británica de Salud Pública.
Sí. Sí.
Y esa falta no hay nada peor para un periodista que informar de algo que no está claro del todo. Y cuando alguien tan importante como la Agencia Británica de Salud Pública tiene una postura discordante, es que le está dando una puerta al otro muy importante científicamente.
Yo aquí, ¿os parece si cuento una anécdota?
Sí,
de tiempo.
claro.
Cuando empecé, bueno, yo llevo bastante tiempo informando de salud, pero hace relativamente pocos años, hace 4 años, volví a sociedad a informar de una parte más sanitaria. Antes hacía temas más globales, etc. Bueno, cuando me incorporé de nuevo a la sección de sanidad, un poco antes de la pandemia, a informar más de sanidad pura y dura, lo primero que me llegó fueron el lobby de la industria del vapeo para reunirse conmigo para contarme pues las bondades del vapeo a la hora de dejar de fumar, la deshabituación, básicamente te querían vender esta política de reducción de daños. Y bueno, pues eso que nos muestra que cuando ven una rendija, rápidamente se meten por ella. Y hay un lobismo bastante poderoso que no solo ejercen, curiosamente, la industria y quien está a sueldo de la industria, sino también, yo creo que a ti también te ha pasado, los propios consumidores tienen un activismo que a veces uno pro vapeo y pro cigarrillo electrónico que es alucinante.
La Asociación de Vapeadores, y es verdad que además hace 10 años o algo así, y que la cosa no estaba tan clara y tal, sí hubo un momento que parecía una alternativa.
Claro.
Yo me acuerdo de haber dado la batalla informativa con los centros de menepunción y con el acceso seguro a las drogas inyectadas, y hablamos tanto de reducción de daños que cuando te plantean una cosa como reducción de daños dices, oye, pues a lo mejor es verdad, ¿eh? O sea, aprovechan todos los huecos, como dice Pablo, y además es que en este caso encima tenéis una faena de que tienen un soporte potente.
Sí, ante la mínima, una de las agencias que me...
Te mandan un informe de la agencia británica.
Sí, o sea, está claro que deberíamos tener como datos contundentes desde un punto de vista científico, ¿no? Que es un poco lo que estáis reclamando para poder contrarrestar esa influencia que tiene. Pero precisamente mi primera pregunta iba un poco por ahí, Pablo, de ¿realmente tenemos la libertad suficiente, ¿no? Como para hablar de esto? Sí, me decís que sí, pero en el fondo también hay cierta injerencia, ¿no? de la industria vendiéndose a los periodistas estos productos del vapeo y de las consecuencias beneficiosas que pueden tener contra otro producto dañino que puede ser el tabaco, ¿no? Esto lo contabas tú como anécdota, pero en realidad está pasando.
Pero escuchar a otras opiniones no te quita libertad para ello.
Claro.
La primera, el periodismo, y siento decíroslo, nunca es objetivo ni neutral.
Sí,
no, eso no existe. Porque nosotros no somos objetos, somos sujetos, somos personas, por lo tanto somos subjetivos. Y la primera libertad que tenemos los periodistas es decidir sobre qué no informamos, a quién no escuchamos.
Está claro.
Lo que os contaba antes de los homeópatas y pues lo mismo. No, esa historia ya pasó. Yo me acuerdo en la SER, estuve colaborando 2 años con Gemma Nierga, y después de hacer un programa sobre pseudociencias y tal, Gemma Nierga, que era muy pro hierbas, me obligó a hacer un programa, que era directora, con un experto en homeopatía, para equilibrar. Y yo decía, no, es que no hay nada que equilibrar. Es que estamos hablando de ciencia frente a Camelo, no, ¿sabes? Y eso yo creo que ya lo hemos superado todos.
Bueno, pero yo creo que sí lo hemos superado y no, en absoluto se quita... O sea, yo no creo que que eso no coarta nuestra libertad, que venga de repente el gabinete de prensa de Jules, que ya se fue de España, o de Philip Morris a contarte sus películas. También a mí me han venido de Boirón, de los homeópatas, también han venido a contarme su película. Quiero decir, eso a mí no considero que me quite la libertad. Pero... Bueno, hay gente que a lo mejor convence,
seguro,
o sea,
seguro,
le pagan
seguro.
para eso. Y bueno.
Y tú trabajas en el país, yo trabajaba en el país contigo, y es un medio que se puede permitir soportar ciertas cosas. Hay mucho medio pequeño que viven de la publicidad, y el otro día tuvimos un conflicto en ANIS interno porque uno de nuestros asociados sí que sacó un súper reportaje sobre las posibles evidencias científicas que empezaba a haber de la homeopatía. Oye, hablamos con el autor y estaba convencido. La otra parte era, ¿qué posibilidad tiene de que esto esté influido porque te van a poner publicidad? Pues es que eso en los medios pequeños es inevitable, porque tienen que comer.
hemos sido demasiado paternalistas en cómo hemos tratado el tabaco en términos generales, ¿no? Desde no empoderar a la persona para que tome la responsabilidad, ¿no? Y su propia decisión personal.
Bueno,
nosotros, yo creo que no, que o sea, el tabaco tiene otro problema, que es que dejarlo es tan difícil.
Claro, a eso iba yo también, que yo he tenido en mi vida
no puedes culpabilizar ni estigmatizar al fumador, ¿no? Eso de cuando te no, fulanito tiene cáncer de pulmón, que es lo primero que todos pensamos, pero fumaba.
Sí.
Pues oye, a lo mejor no, pero y además, ¿qué más da? Tiene cáncer de pulmón, ya es bastante putada. No, ¿sabes?
Sí, yo eso, pues en mi vida, como todos, pues he tenido contacto muy estrecho con muchos fumadores empedernidos y es que en ese sentido yo me siento muy impotente en el sentido de no voy a influir en lo que haga una persona con esta adicción. O sea, la persona tiene que decidir que quiere dejar de fumar. A lo mejor eso lo decía a través de muchísimos inputs y entre ellos una pequeño es nuestro, pero desde luego si queremos ser paternalistas estamos haciendo el tonto porque no vamos a conseguir nada con eso, desde luego.
Porque además lo malo es que tiene que decir que va a dejar de fumar varias veces. Porque
probablemente
va a fracasar.
Desde luego no podemos estigmatizar al fumador y culpabilizarle, está clarísimo.
No, te recibe de uñas, es que tu información la recibe de uñas y lo que vas a contar.
Muchos fumadores se sienten también atacados.
Imagínate el titular, ¿no? Los fumadores son idiotas. De verdad, o sea, el que fuma, cuando lo piensa después, todos los que habéis dejado el tabaco, yo afortunadamente nunca fumé, pero en mi familia todo el mundo. Mi padre murió de cáncer de pulmón. No, claro, es que ese mensaje no se lo puedes dar. Todo el que lo ha dejado dice, qué idiota fui. Pero mientras estás en ello, no puedes poner ese titular.
Incluso muchos lo saben, pero no le gusta
y
que
muchos
se lo digan.
te dicen, ya lo siento. Claro. Y a todos los que tenemos algún consumo de algo que se sale de lo normal, desde el Torrezno hasta el Rioja, nos pasa. Claro. Yo que tengo depresiones, de repente me estoy comiendo la caja de palmeras de chocolate. Sé que estoy haciendo una imbecilidad, pero es que en ese momento con la depresión me da igual lo que me contéis. Que me caen las 12 palmeritas, pero del saco, del paquete de Carrefour.
Comprar mallorquina.
Era lo que tenía debajo de casa y bajaba en chándal y con zapatillas. Cuando me daba el ataque de ansiedad. Pues eso, ¿no?
Bueno, pues vamos a ir terminando. ¿Qué os parece el reto que se ha planteado la Unión Europea, no solo la Asociación Española contra el Cáncer, 2040, primera generación libre de tabaco? ¿Somos demasiado ambiciosos? ¿Cómo lo veis? Desde estar escribiendo todo el día de salud, de tabaco y demás, ¿creéis que es algo que se puede realizar o no? ¿Realizable o no realizable?
Como no empiezan a poner medidas potentes, no.
Exactamente, tiene que haber determinación.
Con las medidas actuales yo creo que hemos llegado ya a lo que podíamos llegar. Y no conseguimos que baje tanto el tabaquismo. Es que seguimos hablando de un 20 y tantos, 30% de población. Es que cuando la primera ley de tabaquismo estaba en el 35%. Sí. O sea, no hemos bajado en 15 años hemos bajado 10 puntos. O sea, es que obviamente falta algo, claramente falta algo. Respetando la libertad de cada uno, las decisiones individuales, lo que quieras, pero obviamente faltan medidas, porque si no, no vamos a llegar, claro. A base de mensajitos, y ya podían poner toda la publicidad que quieran en los medios de comunicación, que nos encantaría, porque sería trabajo para mucho periodista y mejores sueldos, que vendría muy bien, no lo van a conseguir.
Claro, falta de determinación, ¿no? Desde el punto de vista de los países. Tú que tienes más experiencia, Pablo, ¿qué iniciativas está viendo como que sí que consideras que, oye, pues mira, es que en este país lo van a conseguir porque es que realmente está pasando esto, ¿no? Y hay esta determinación que está pidiendo de alguna forma Emilio.
Hombre, yo creo que a ver, ahora mismo ningún país ha conseguido librarse del tabaco, con lo cual, bueno, éxito no ha tenido nadie, pero sí que conviene que nos fijemos en buenas experiencias. Y justamente, pues ahora mismo tenemos paralela a esta otra charla que se habla de eso, y creo que eso es muy importante. Copiarnos de quien le funciona. Pues hemos visto que en Australia empaquetado genérico bajó, no me acuerdo cuánto, un 10%. Pues cojamos empaquetado genérico de Australia. Hemos visto que en Francia los impuestos altos bajaron tanto, pues copiemos los impuestos altos de Francia. Y ahora vamos a ver cómo Finlandia creo que va a prohibir radicalmente el tabaco en 2030. Tenemos el caso de Nueva Zelanda. Bueno, pues a lo mejor no somos tan valientes como ellos, pero vamos a ver cómo lo hacen y si les funciona, copiémosle.
Bueno. Pues muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Gracias
a vosotros por la invitación y emplazo para que la próxima se hagan preguntas del público. Hombre, se te vienen a las 3:30 de la tarde. Con el día que hace en Madrid, aguantarte y no dejarles participar es una crueldad, ¿eh?
Bueno, pues nada, muchísimas gracias. Gracias por acompañarnos.
Muchísimas gracias, Yolanda. Pablo, Emilio. Y nada, y sí, que sigáis informando, que es lo importante. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, Yolanda. Bueno, y seguimos. Sorry, I'm going to speak in English. During the next hour, we will continue with communication topics, but focusing in the case of the influence of scientific publications on tobacco prevention and control. So this session will be chaired by the title of The Art of Scientific Publications Applied to the Field of Tobacco Prevention and Control, as I said, will be chaired by Rui Medeiros, President of the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023, President of the Association of European Cancer Leagues, and co-chaired by José María Martín Moreno, Chair of the 9th Ecth Madrid 2023 Scientific Committee and board member of the Spanish Association Against Cancer. I guess they are ready to start with this session. I guess mal. Here they are, yeah. No. Mr. Señor Medeiros first. I remind you, this next session is The Art of Scientific Publication Applied to the Field of Tobacco Prevention and Control. Please, Professor Medeiros. Microphone.
I don't know if this works. Yes. Thank you so much. I'm not Professor Medeiros, but I admire Professor Medeiros, so I love to be called Professor Medeiros. So, well, we have an exciting session. I have to say, without flattering our friends, that I was thrilled with this last session. I wish we had more time. It was in Spanish. Perhaps some of you couldn't follow, but they are one among the most prestigious journalists that we have in the country. And as, well, we were speaking about things which are essential, because communication is key in this challenge. Well, as the Master of Ceremony was introducing, we have a session on the art of scientific publication applied to the field of tobacco prevention and control. And the idea behind this was that traditionally, scientific publications were written in a quite formal, in a very conservative kind of style. Let me say it in other words, in a boring style, you know? And so we need to actually to do it better, to write the papers with more attractive style, which is persuasive, rigorous, but at the same time conveying the messages in a more effective way. And in this session, the art of scientific publication applied to the field of tobacco prevention and control, the aims is to introduce the discussion on the following primers. The first is the source of information, the impact in guidelines and bylaws. Then, what are the new scientific advances versus in-depth discussions of the results in an effective manner? The issue of review papers that we are here all colleagues. And so we have review papers and then original papers, research papers, and the impact and efficacy of the different alternatives. And then a couple of other points which are quite attractive to us. How to make your paper effective on tobacco prevention and control, and the lessons learned on speeding the link between scientific publication and after the publication, implementing it. So actually tobacco control and prevention. This is a session that was conceived by my dear friend, Professor Rui Medeiros, who is here. And you want to take the floor?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I was in a very nice chat with the professor of Colorado on lung cancer screening, yes or no, maybe in the future. And thank you, Joseph, for making the presentations. The idea over here was to make a discussion how can we improve the translation of the scientific communication to the community. It's very important. You know, I have a background as a clinical scientist, so we are used to published papers, which is one of our outputs. But we are always worried, how can we translate the communication? And for our community, because I also work on the community. And the other part we asked our invitees is, how can we improve the scientific publication on tobacco, and how can we translate it to our communities? How can we improve? So I would like to say we have 3 interesting invitees. I will present them easily as we have Dr. Florian Milhalten, President of the European Network for Smoking and Tobacco Prevention. I would like to ask him to take a seat. We have Dr. Emma Gragin, the editor-in-chief of the Lancet Respiratory Medicine and former editor of Lancet Oncology. And we have Dr. Ruth Malone. I think she will be on video, right? Yes. And obviously, we have our president of the scientific community and my co-chair, Professor Josep Martin Moreno. Please. So we will begin our discussion in inviting our colleagues to the presentation. I have one that Ruth will be the last one, right?
My suggestion is Florian is first.
Okay.
Ruth second.
Okay, and after,
Emma
okay.
the third.
Yes. So, Florian, take the floor, please.
Hello to everyone. Mr. Chairman, before starting, I'm very grateful to the organizer, to the very strong Spanish corps who invited us for having this presentation. And even if it's the first day, I can say it's a marvelous organization, and we are very optimistic for the next days. My proposal for today is to speak a little about our journal and what are our hopes and probably our plans. And in the same time, I can analyze what happens with our suggestion concerning acceptance and introducing our proposal, scientific proposal coming from different researchers in our journal. Can I have my first presentation? I hope it's already on the slides. Yeah, this presentation was made with the help of my friend, Professor Constantin Vardavaș. And we are here as my disclosure. What I think it's very important for all the journals is that prevention cannot be done with talks and good intention. And every time the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And this is very important because we have a certain pressure from the tobacco industry to include some other articles in our journals. Here's a summary of my presentation. We are trying to see an overview about our journal, opportunities and challenges we have every time, tips on how to choose the correct journal for our article and our journal. And starting with tobacco prevention and cessation, we know and we started to have this journal, Scientific Journal of European Network for Smoking Prevention. It is a Committee on Publication Ethics member journal. We have this adherence to COPE and ESMGAI guidelines, and it is partially funded by the European Commission. And here you can see how we started and what we received as support from the European Commission in our projects. We had 8 years of continuous publication, and in this time we published almost 510 articles, and there are also some other manuscripts in press, 91 regular and 6 special issues. Our coverage is important, and we had this broad international readership, and you can see here over 700,000 pages view, over 600,000 full text downloads. And what is important, there are many regions we covered in Asia, in America, in Europe, and I think this is important not only for the journal, but also for the person who chooses to publish their articles. We are indexed in PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science, and we hope to receive this final first impact factor in July. Our hope is to have approximately 2 as index impact. But coming back a little to the subject for today, opportunities and challenges. Of course, we admire all the other journals. If I'm looking to Lancet and to tobacco control, but what is important for our journal is that we are looking for regional evidence, and this can be another chapter for our journal in comparison with the well-known other journal I mentioned before. Access to peer-review publication is crucial to global tobacco control, and while cutting-edge research is needed to promote tobacco control, regulators need a regional evidence base to support policy adoption. And we are developing, and it's important probably to develop some area like smoke-free areas, packaging and labeling, cessation, real-world population-based studies, policy reports of regional studies and successes. And we are not competitive with other journals. We are complementary working. And probably this can be a success for all the other contributors and publishers. I choose some examples here. There are some policy case studies and success stories we published in this journal. Here you can see one example concerning fees for laboratory analysis of tobacco and related products in Europe. The next step forward, it is a multi-centric contribution in publishing these results. And on the other part is an editorial for a healthy start in life. Children need smoke-free environments, progress of the Generation Smoke-Free campaign, example coming from Belgium. Daniel van Kalmuth is also a member of our board. And other possible examples we are emphasizing here. And the idea is important to publish project, and these are useful in reporting to funding bodies such as the European Commission, as it counts as a dissemination activity. We are providing an overview of the project and we're citable for next studies. We choose another two examples. This one is coming from Netherlands. It's a study protocol for a comprehensive mixed methods policy evaluation. And the other one is referring to joint action on tobacco control, a cooperation project for strengthening tobacco control in Europe, also with many contributors from different countries. Of course, there are many challenges. One of them I described with Constantina also in our abstract is concerning conflicts of interest. It's probably a very difficult area to cover for all the journals. The difficulties are generated by the new deliberated actions of tobacco industry. They are trying to introduce their articles in journals to publish their contribution, but they are blessed sometimes by researchers who are not declaring their conflict of interest. That's why it's important for every journal to have a very well-chosen policy for filtering and assessing submission. Conflict of interest disclosure statements are one of the major dilemmas faced by all. And the tobacco control community has raised some concerns about waiver studies. I am referring here to electronic cigarettes, but it's the same problem with heat tobacco burning products. They are published in scientific journals, and here it's hiding the conflict of interest, and sometimes this is creating another difficulties to choose the right results, scientific results of this published articles. In one previously published assessment, and I found this in a tobacco-induced disease journal. It is a meta-analysis where they found that 37% had no disclosure, 13% had declared potential conflict of interest with pharmaceutical companies, 3 with tobacco companies, and only 11 with e-cigarettes companies. Is it real? Are these data real? I don't know if every time conflict of interest is in reality declared and very honestly. Another problem is that journal editors and reviewers should hence consider evaluating publication, including the funding sources, to determine whether the results and conclusion may be biased, and to determine whether there are any relationship with pharmaceutical, tobacco, or e-cigarette companies. Public health practitioner and researcher need to account for industry funding when interpreting the evidence in relative debates. Of course, another question every time in the mind of the researcher who try to publish a good article is referring, I choose the correct journal. And here we have some suggestions. If we are looking to peer review, a crucial aspect of the publishing process, we know this, the aim is to improve the final readability and quality and to enhance study reporting according to guidelines, enhancing the final impact of the manuscript. Sometimes it's running slow, sometimes fast, but never, it must never be very fast. Of course, authors want fast peer review. This is exploited by predatory publishers. But if you are looking to tobacco prevention and cessation, editorial review and external double-blind peer review is one of our important actions when we are making this type of judging some articles like this. It is also important selecting a journal for early career scientists. And here you have every time to search databases for relevant journals. Of course, if they are included in PubMed and Scopus, this is important for all the career scientists. to read the titles of manuscripts in the table of contents and randomly choose, this is also one of our suggestions, to choose 1, 2 articles to see the full text and to read the text. And caution are very important for very fast peer review times. This cross-check must be with sync, check, and submit. And I can show after what are the steps. If we are looking to what means sync, it's another important question. So are you submitting your research to a trusted journal? And here, another subchapter is it the right journal for your work? And we have here more research is being published worldwide. New publishers are launched each week. Many researchers have concerns about predatory publishing. It can be challenging to find up-to-date guidance when choosing where to publish. This all must be important for thinking when you are choosing to submit an article. But the second point important is how to select and what references are important for this chosen journal to check if it's trusted. You can do it with the colleagues who know the journal. You can easily identify and contact the publisher. Is the journal clear about the type of peer review it uses? Are articles indexed and archived in dedicated services? Is it clear what fees will be charged, and are guidelines provided for authors on the website? Is the publisher a member of recognized industry initiative? It means that if you are going on these steps, after checking, syncing, you can submit your article. And because we are speaking about now a very good collaboration with organizers of this Congress, and specifically with the very strong Spanish team, I wish to underline also this aspect. Tobacco Prevention and Cessation is proud to host the 2023 Ecth abstract book. All abstracts have received a DOI, making each separate abstract citable and searchable, and published abstracts allow for preliminary or regional evidence to be available, spatial issue of the Ecth, and you can all scan the QR code to access to the journal and to the abstracts. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. So thank you, Dr. Florin Mihatlan. Actually, Professor Rui Medeiros and I were discussing how to join our coordinating efforts here. I'm going to make the introduction, and by the way, let me say that Florin Mihatlan is a senior pneumologist at the National Institute of Pneumology Marius Nasta in Bucharest, Romania. He is also the president of the European Network for Smoking and Tobacco Prevention, the famous ENSP. He has an enormous prestige that leads to multiple functions that I'm not going to detail because it would take up the time of the session. But let me simply add that he's the editor-in-chief of the Journal Tobacco Prevention and Cessation. As he said, I want to really acknowledge with gratitude that all or almost all of the abstracts of your contributions, all of us, are already available within the special issue of the Journal Tobacco Prevention and Cessation, thanks to the support provided by ENSP. And I want also to acknowledge Francisco Rodriguez Lozano, but particularly, obviously, Florin Mihatlan and the whole ENSP team. Thank you so much. Having said that, now I would like to invite another very prestigious colleague that we all admire, who is Professor Ruth Malone, who is a professor emerita of nursing and health policy at the University of California, San Francisco in the US. She has served since 2009 as editor-in-chief of the leading international monographic, let's say, policy journal in the field of tobacco prevention and control, which is called Tobacco Control, which is published by the BMJ group, the British Medical Journal Group, and where she has been a champion facilitating journal initiatives aimed at addressing tobacco industry influences and interference in science and policy discourse. She's internationally known for her research and analysis on endgame thinking about the social, the political and policy dynamics of tobacco control. And it was not possible for her to travel here, but I hope that she's with us, connected, at a very early time in California. It's 7 o'clock a.m. So, Professor Malone, thank you so much.
Can you hear me? And are my slides up? That's what I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for that nice introduction, and thank you for inviting me. And I'm sorry I am not able to be there in person with you, but I'm here with my coffee. I want to especially thank the technical people who have helped me through my endless technical difficulties with this, and very much appreciated the first presentation. I think it's so interesting to hear from other editors who share some of the same concerns and issues. What's really exciting to me is that our field is so dynamic and so active that there are plenty of excellent papers to publish in multiple journals, and I think it's an ongoing conversation that we're having across the journals. So really enjoyed that discussion, and particularly the discussion about journal selection and some of the tips for new researchers. My talk is going to be a little bit different and is going to be just focused on 4 initiatives that we've undertaken at Tobacco Control over the course of my tenure as editor. And really, it's focused around this idea of reflecting and advancing the global conversations and opening the conversations up beyond just the research community, which I think is a responsibility of all journal editors. So I want to begin with the premise that journal editors really do have a responsibility to integrate into journal processes and think about the values that underlie the purpose and mission of a journal. We are not just publishing anything. We are a journal at Tobacco Control, and I know the other journals represented here. The point of the journal is to advance health. So first I want to now, they seem to be advancing without me, so I'll just continue here. The first initiative I want to talk about is our policy against publishing tobacco industry funded work. We were not the first to do this, but we were among the first. And some of the other BMJ, several of the other BMJ journals, including BMJ, Thorax, Heart, and I think some others have a similar policy that we do not consider for publication papers reporting work funded by a tobacco company or industry-funded organization, or by authors who accept any tobacco industry funding, even for other work. And there's a strong rationale for this policy. We developed this after vigorous discussion with our editorial board and our senior editors. But the rationale was that, in fact, tobacco companies there's a long history and a well-documented history of tobacco companies interfering with legitimate scientific research and using the work of their scientists to confuse policy issues, to deceive consumers, and to undermine public health. And there is a wealth of evidence that, in fact, they are continuing to use science in this way. So Tobacco Control, as we discussed in the editorial announcing our policy, which we have revisited several times since and declined to change, is that Tobacco Control does have a normative stance. Our purpose is to advance health. We're equally interested in studies that show that an intervention or a policy does not work, as we are in studies that show that it does. But we are not just publishing research for the sake of research. We are publishing to advance the conversation about how to achieve an end to this terrible epidemic. Another initiative that I just want to speak about, we began in 2009, the year I began editing the journal, with some seed funding from the Bloomberg Initiative that the former editor, Simon Chapman, obtained, to allow us to do some outreach and in-person workshops in low and middle income countries, because we realized that we weren't getting a lot of contributions from those countries. And when we did these workshops and our outreach, we really found that although many of these countries had strong public health programs and even public health education, they didn't necessarily have strong publication traditions or practices. And so they didn't have a lot of mentorship in how to publish in journals. So we created a pool of volunteer reviewer mentors that continues to this day. It's not a large pool, but they're very dedicated, and they work with authors when we get a paper and we say, you know, this has promise, but it's not even really ready to go to peer review yet. Can we find somebody who will help get it there? And they work with authors to try to do this. Now, we can't do this for all papers because we just don't have the numbers of volunteers to do it. But when we try to think about this, when we get a paper, particularly from a country where we don't get a lot of submissions, one of the other options we talk about with authors from these countries, if they are not really, if they're not really reporting peer-reviewed research type findings, is could this be an industry watch? Could this be an ad watch? Could this be an advocacy piece? Or would it fit for our News and Views blog? There are other publication options that may help people appear in the journal and will get some attention in those countries if they have a publication in a global journal. So we encourage that. Now, we still, unfortunately, are getting the majority of our submissions from the US, the UK, Australia, and other English-speaking countries. And I hope to have a slide showing all the countries that we now got submissions from, but I was not able to get that in time. But this is something that we are working on, and we certainly are looking at if we get a submission from a country that we don't get much from, we really try to give that special attention and consider if there's some way to work with the authors around getting it into the journal. And now a new policy we just developed this year is a people first language policy. And again, we are not the first, but we are hoping to help lead this forward. Basically, this grew out of a conversation I had with a man on Twitter who was concerned because his mother, who had died from a tobacco-caused disease from smoking cigarettes, felt that smoker was a very stigmatizing term, an increasingly stigmatizing term as tobacco use dropped. And we started reflecting on this and realized the tobacco industry always prefers to foreground tobacco as an individual behavior issue. So it's really about the person doing it rather than the industry behavior that promoted, that is aggressively promoting use of these products. And we realized that a person first language, so discussing people who use cigarettes rather than smokers, subverts that conflation that the industry likes to do of the individual behavior or action of smoking with an identity of the person as a human being. In addition to that, smoker and vapor are not scientifically precise terms, so there are problems with that. They're used differently and defined in different ways. So this is something we're working on. Now we have some papers in the pipeline that have already gone through that use these terms, so it's not going to be perfect right away, but it's something we're trying to raise our authors' consciousness about. and work towards integrating across the journal. Finally, I want to just talk briefly about our latest initiative, which is to really consciously try to integrate anti-racist and anti-colonialist perspectives into our journal processes. And this is growing out of a publication that we recently printed from a global group of Indigenous authors who talked about the historical privileging of particular forms of knowledge, and academic and scientific journals are known for this. There's a particular way that we define what is valid knowledge, what are valid methods, and that we really need to be reflective about this, because among Indigenous people, many of whom are still the most affected by the tobacco epidemic, there are different ways of knowing, there are different methods that can be used that include and engage those populations, the people that the research concerns. This publication from the global group of Indigenous authors proposed a reporting guide for submissions for authors to answer questions about how the Indigenous people that the research concerns were included in the process of preparing the research, in developing the research questions, in analyzing data, in deciding how it should be presented. And we are now in the process, along with this group, of planning some educational sessions for our senior editorial team to learn more and brainstorm with them about how to actually implement this into our systems. We don't want this to just be an afterthought or something that we say, yes, that would be nice. We want this to be built into our systems so that we are really thinking about this anytime we receive a publication that concerns Indigenous populations. So I will, those are 4 initiatives that I think speak to how the journal is trying to integrate and extend our values to make our content more valuable and more accessible to more people. And I'll just conclude by saying that this really is, journals both capture and extend the scientific and policy conversations that are happening across the field. And those in turn do reflect values and priorities. And those priorities shift as new issues arise in the larger society. So I think we really need to think of journals like living organisms. They and their editors must be humble, must learn and grow, and must change. And in that spirit, I hope that this session will be valuable to people in thinking about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ruth Malone. Actually, what you have done is praiseworthy. We have really enjoyed, even though you had to wake up really, really early and be ready for this. We appreciate the effort because it was really worthy. Now we have Dr. Emma Granger. She's the editor-in-chief of the Lancet Respiratory Medicine. She studied biochemistry at the University of Oxford before completing a PhD at St. Mary's Medical School and a postdoctoral post at the Institute of Cancer Research in London. So I'm not going, this is excellent. So she has been an integral part of another wonderful journal that we all admire, the Lancet family, since 2005. Working on the Lancet Oncology, she was actually the responsible of Lancet Oncology, right? Before founding the Lancet Respiratory Medicine in 2013. It's a privilege to have you here with us, and the floor is yours. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. I should just correct that I was deputy editor of Lancet Oncology before launching my journal. So thank you very much for the kind invitation, and it's great to have had two terrific talks sort of preceding mine, because I think you've really laid the groundwork for my talk. Thank you very much. So the Lancet Group of Journals has really grown in the last 2 decades. We now have 23 journals, of which 4 are regional health journals. And I would argue, I heard a stat earlier today that tobacco is linked to 15 cancers. And I would actually argue that might be a conservative estimate. And all of these journals, I think all of them could be affected by tobacco. So, as was mentioned, I'm the Editor-in-Chief of the Lancet Respiratory Medicine. So I just wanted to sort of walk through what I think some of the responsibilities of an editor are in peer review and publication, which is especially important in this area because it can be extremely controversial. And as you've heard, there's all sorts of biases, competing interests, you know, the tobacco industry, funding. So for the Lancet Group of Journals, selecting content that we think will change practice or have the potential to change practice and impact on public health policies. I would argue that for our journals, we do try to have a timely peer review process, but as was noted earlier, it's really important that that's not at the expense of the quality of that peer review. And our peer review, we think of as, there's a macro peer review, which is before acceptance, and that's the usual peer review where we send out to clinical reviewers and a statistician on articles, for example. But we also have what we call a micro peer review, and that's after acceptance. So we have a team of sub-editors that they'll look at the content, they'll look at the way it's interpreted, they'll look at the language. We're working on an inclusive language guide, so that ties in very nicely with what you heard from Ruth earlier. And they also check some of the numbers and kind of really interrogate that data and also check that everything is in the paper that should be at that point. And they will go back to the authors and you know, ensure that those statements are in there if they've not been sort of picked up during the macro peer review. So as an editor, obviously when a paper comes in, we assess the methodology, we look at the study design, is it appropriate for what you're actually looking at? The endpoints, so I deal with a lot of trial data on my journal, so is the primary endpoint appropriate? Will this actually have an impact on practice? And if it's something like tobacco cessation, is the follow-up long enough? Is it biochemically verified? These are all questions that we discuss in our meetings. And depending on the type of paper, it has to meet the relevant guidelines. So for trials, that will be the consort guidelines. And we also ask for protocols to be sent in and check those against the paper for primary endpoint, sample size, that everything's been done as it should be according to the protocol. And that also the trial is prospectively registered and we won't consider trials that aren't. One of the key areas that I think in tobacco control and prevention is, for my journal anyway, is the data generalisable. So I mentioned we've got regional health journals. That might not be as much of an issue for those journals. And other limitations discussed, you know, all the biases that are potentially fraught in this area. And I think it's really important to look at the socioeconomic considerations and ensure that they've been appropriately sort of discussed in a paper discussion, and also looked at to see how that might have actually affected the paper interpretation. So I think you've heard a lot on this already, so I'm not going to spend too much time, but we do ask authors to sign the ICMJE conflict of interest form, and that's for all of our research content, all of our review content, and for a large number of our news and views pieces as well. But I also thought it was really important to point out people think of competing interests just in relation to authors, but reviewers can also, you know, as you heard in the first talk, can have, you know, major biases, particularly in this area. So we do ask, and it is kind of a trust issue, and a lot of publishing is about trust, we do ask reviewers to declare those on reviewer forms. And post-publication, I think, you know, you need to look at potential biases and competing interests amongst readers. So again, you've heard about funding of papers. So we do follow the consort abstract guidelines where the funding should be declared in the abstract, as you can see with a paper we published here on EVALI a couple of years ago. We have in every research paper a role of the funding source, and again, this is from the same paper. So we asked the authors, how they were funded, how the data was collected, managed, and whether they had full access to the data and also responsibility to submit for publication. Because you heard very nicely in the first talk about predatory publishing, which is a real big issue in all areas, actually. And then in our sort of field of respiratory medicine, a couple of years ago, there was a really major takeover of a company that made inhalers, Vectura, by Philip Morris International. And this led to many of the respiratory societies banding together and putting out a joint statement saying that they wouldn't consider any research that was kind of funded by Vectura after that takeover date. So following on, editors' responsibility in peer review and publication, for the Lancet group of journals, it's really important that we use our voice, and most of the journals have a fairly good global reach. We hope in this way that we'll promote change and highlight inappropriate practices and tactics. We also want to be advocates for tobacco control and prevention. And we do this in what we call our blue section pieces, so these are listed at the bottom of this slide. So I'm not going to go into the details of these, and I just literally picked 5, I think 4 are from my journal, 1 from Lancet Oncology, that were in the last year or so, but I'm sure if I'd looked across all the journals, it would probably be about 100 pieces that we run in these sections every year. So these are just 2 news pieces. This was mentioned in a session earlier today about the UK government. They're offering to 1 million people vape kits to try and stop them smoking. And of course, vaping is very controversial in itself. And this was a piece that we ran a year or so back. And it really was reminiscent of my days in Lancet Oncology, where we saw the tobacco company using sports advertising, and then they were obviously stopped from doing that. But the e-cigarette companies, many of which have been bought out by the tobacco companies, are now doing exactly the same. This is one of the really major areas I think that we should be focusing on. It's a huge issue, and the kind of politics is, it's for tobacco cessation, but in adolescents and young adults, a lot of them are taking up vaping that don't smoke. A lot of them are doing dual use. I've got a 16-year-old daughter, and just anecdotally, it's a huge, huge issue. And then we sort of run regional pieces also in these journal voice pieces. And then I was really disappointed that the previous session was mostly in Spanish because I couldn't really follow it. But I do think it's really important for post-publication to be considered. So Twitter and social media, we know, they have polarized views. And we found, particularly in the area of vaping, there's a lot of trolling goes on, and we know that certain pieces of content are going to be misconstrued, data are going to be misinterpreted, certain numbers will be taken and twisted to make certain headlines. And we do have a press team, so we will put press releases out ahead of publication if we know it's going to be something controversial, and that's to try and manage the message and ensure that it's accurate and balanced. So we saw this during the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, that a lot of the types of content that we were putting out, because it was mostly, well not mostly, but a lot of the lay public were reading this content that wouldn't normally read our papers. So we put out a video that kind of explained the types of content that we do, which content was peer-reviewed, which wasn't, and also another video about what the Lancet actually is. So this is something that hasn't been mentioned. So preprints, this is before peer review, so they're submitted with the paper, and then for the Lancet group, we're very supportive of these. So all articles, the authors get a choice to opt in if they want their paper posted on SSRM, which is a preprint server. And I think it's been sort of widely highlighted during the pandemic, both the negatives and the positive considerations, but we do have a number of checks, which, in this area are very important. So ethics approval has to be in there, competing interests have to be declared, and there should be a funding statement in the paper. So there's some sort of general checks before those papers are posted up, but obviously they can still be misconstrued. And then I'm not an expert in tobacco control, but I just sort of put a few areas out there because I thought it'd be quite useful if there's time for a discussion, for us to discuss a few areas where maybe journals could be doing more. So there's a couple of really recent pieces. One that was put out by Neil Benowitz, I probably said his name wrong, in NHM recently, and that was looking at the role of the FDA in smoking cessation. That's quite an interesting read. And then there's a very good ERS statement. So the ERS have been one of the leading proponents in respiratory medicine against tobacco control and prevention. And they basically asked or put out there that they think we should be raising the age of buying cigarettes to 21 years in the EU. And I've had a few discussions around that today as well. At the moment, there's only 4 countries that are listed there that currently do this. And I just pulled a couple of stats out of that statement, which kind of tell you why we should be doing this. One really other important area that I wanted to sort of discuss was health literacy. And I think as a journal and a journal group, we can support tobacco control efforts in this area. So I'm sure many of you will be aware or even involved with this. There's a healh project. So healh is Health Information for All. It's an organisation that's collaborating with WHO. And one of the areas that they are looking at, as it says here, a deep dive discussion, is tobacco. So they've had a 5-week consultation period where they've been looking at how they can improve health information for all. And the Lancet is a partner of the overall healh project. So if you're interested, there's links there. And then I just pulled these up. I'm not going to go into these in any detail, but it's quite interesting. They came up with, for this consultation, 5 guiding questions, which I think mirror a lot of the discussions that have been going on today. Yes, so I'm not going to sort of go into detail. But again, there's websites and emails there if you wanted to join this collaboration. And I know they are actually putting out a survey to their 20,000 members next month, I think. So yes, please do join and take part in that. And this is their 5 areas for collaboration in their overall plan and their strapline. So to conclude, I think peer review does mostly work, and as I mentioned, in the area of tobacco control and prevention, it's vital, as we heard from other speakers today. Journals do have a responsibility to speak up and to try and guide the interpretation of their content. And I think there's a role for informal post-publication review because that does assess the validity of content, but particularly in this area, there's much vigilance needed. We've talked about competing interests and funding, and I think editors shouldn't be afraid to push back if they're not sure. We will always query. If it's not very clear on the form what those conflicts are, we'll say, well, what's this mean? And we want more detail on this particular competing interest. And we also won't publish papers that are funded by the tobacco industry. So this, again, was just some questions to put out to everyone. What's worked well? You're more expert than me, I think, in this area. And how can journals promote these successes and be more involved in advocacy? And then how do we protect those vulnerable populations, so the children and adolescents, and we know women in low and middle income countries, for example, as well. And just addressing health literacy, what role can we play beyond the healh project? So thank you very much for your time, and welcome any discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florem and Ruth. We are beginning now the discussion, and after 1 or 2 questions of the audience. I would like to begin asking Florian, as an editor of a journal, and thinking we are seeing some young scientists, or is there room for opinions or criticisms besides research papers? I mean, for editorials or letters to editors, for instance. Can you comment on the relevance of the letters to editors on?
Yeah, it's a good question, I think, because, of course, we need these letters. They are sometimes very important because they are emphasizing aspects missing in the article, or probably other connective information. That's why these letters are vital. In the same time, editorials have certain importance because they can underline new strategies, new aspects in tobacco control policy and advocacy, but also in what means real research and real published results. What I have as a particular comment is that because I heard all the speakers sustaining what they are doing in their journals. Of course, our journal is a newborn in comparison with Lancet and tobacco control, but we are raising many other concerns concerning these interferences of tobacco industry because, after my opinion, the new strategy we have to take care is this logo divide et impera, and it split our researchers, our medical staff, and also the journals in two different fields, one pro and one con. And these new alternatives are generating many echoes in journals. And probably the responsibility of the journals in promoting fake news is also an important aspect we have to take in account in the future.
Indeed. And one of the message for young people is think on letters to editor and comment on papers. Some of you may have a different view on the paper, and obviously it will be submitted to a peer-reviewed referee, but it's important you to think you can begin like that. Give ideas and inputs on some papers because you are welcome to do that. So, the second question will be for Ruth, if she is out there, I'm not sure. If not, I will pass, okay. It's Ruth, are you? No, okay. Yes, okay, Ruth. Thank you very much. You have shown us very good perspectives on an editorial view, and I would like to ask you one thing which for us is also a concern, and you are very experienced on the field. So what about, will we have on future, and I know it will be provocative, the question, the review by some tools of artificial intelligence like GPT and all of that stuff. What's your opinion on that? We are not listening to you. I'm sorry, your sound is off.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
I'm not sure that I know enough yet to say that, but I think this is certainly an issue that we need to have some broader discussions about in terms of, is this going to become a problem with either papers, submissions, or peer review that are generated by these artificial intelligence systems? And I think this is something that across multiple fields and multiple arenas, people are scrambling to figure out what we're going to do. So I don't have an answer yet for you on this. I would like to think that at some point we would be able to detect this sort of thing, but I'm not confident of it because clearly the programs learn. And so, yeah, I'd be interested if other editors on the panel have had experience with this as yet. We have received one piece that sort of does an initial foray into could it be used to generate advice of some sort. I don't believe we made a decision about that paper yet, but this is just the first, it's so interesting being a journal editor because you do sort of get the first shot across the bow of the new things that are coming along. And I can remember when e-cigarettes started being a thing, and I thought these aren't going to go anywhere. No self-respecting smoker is going to want to persons who smoke is going to want to use these, and I was wrong. So who knows? I think we don't know yet.
Nice. Emma, you have a comment on this?
Yes. Is the mic working? Yeah. So the Lancet Group are part of a bigger publisher called Elsevier, and I know within Elsevier there's lots of discussions going on, particularly related to ChatGPT. So I think the decision has been made that they can't be an author, because that is one of the discussions that's going around, and that's because obviously they have to be able to verify the data and all those kind of points that an author needs to sign on to. I think there's more flexibility in using ChatGPT within papers. It might end up, as you were saying, Ruth, dependent on the area as well, and even the science, because obviously we don't just have biomedical journals, we have journals in other areas. But yeah, there are ongoing discussions at the moment. They're coming up with some guidance, and I know most of the publishers are aligned in that, they can't be an author, and if they are used as tools within papers, it has to be declared and transparent. But as you say, within the tobacco industry, that's an area.
Is an author of the paper, which is
that's an area I could really see being exploited. Yeah.
One question to the audience, if anyone wants to provoke. No, José, a comment or a question?
Yes, I want to be a little bit provocative on one thing. We follow a very, very, let's say, rigid even structure that we share, like IMREAD: introduction, method, results, and discussion. And we present everything in the same way. And I think we should ask ourselves, is this the right way in order to be persuasive and to actually get the message through the decision makers? Because sometimes what we do is actually we present results, even saying, well, there is a type 1 error. That means that we are not completely sure. They could be, due to bad luck or whatever, but the probability is relatively low. And regardless of that, they say, and you have to do that. So it's very prescriptive in some way. Obviously, I'm a follower of that kind of religion. And speaking about religions, this IMREAD, in the student, this is like IMRI, which was written over the head of Jesus Christ on the cross, right? It was Jesus Nazarenus Rex Iuderum. So actually, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. So actually, there was in the cross. So we are using the same kind of method. Whereas sometimes we are saying, how about, presenting, especially reviews, in a smarter way? I'm not discovering the wheel. Is with policy options. We review the background of a topic and say, we don't have the monopoly of the truth, but this is what we have. This is the review of everything that we know, to the best of our knowledge. And then there are different options. One option is to do nothing. This is perhaps the easiest option for many of you, but it has the cons that many people are suffering, are going to continue dying, and you are actually not ethically, it's not the best way to go. You can go very extreme and forbid everything and so on, and this could have pros and cons, and there would be an intermediate option doing that and that. So instead of saying, this is my paper, these are my conclusions, I'm not completely sure, but my message is, do what I am saying to you to do, is this is my research, this is the best of our knowledge. I'm aware that there is not only one pathway, because Ludwig von Bertalanffy published this wonderful book called General System Theory. Within that, there is a principle of equifinality. There are many ways to go from A to B. So there is not a single way. So we should be modest, saying there are different ways. Obviously, I have my way, but I try to defend it by presenting the other ways, and then you decide, because at the end, decision makers will decide. But they are pissed off with us, because we are saying to them what they have to do, and they don't like them to be told what they have to do. Thank you.
And science is a confront of ideas and discussion. So anyway, we have to finish. Thank you very much for all. I would like to ask you an applause for our panel. And see you soon. Thank you, Ruth.
I wanted to hear your opinions, but we will keep in touch. To be continued. This is like a movie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you.
I was involved.
Gracias. We go ahead with next session. Gracias. Thank you. Well, now we are going to talk about healthy cities. The following roundtable will focus on analyzing different aspects involved in the development of healthier cities, including more specifically the intervention of tobacco in this concept. This table will be moderated by Francisco Javier Ruiz, Technical Secretary, Spanish Healthy Cities Network. Whenever you are ready, all the audience is expecting to hear you and your guests. Welcome and thank you.
El aparatito de repasar diapositivas lo pongo, espero.
Hello. Good afternoon, almost evening here. I would like to thank the Asociación Española contra el Cáncer for the invitation to la Federación Española de Municipios y Provincias. Very difficult to translate in English, like a concept at least, and to the Spanish Healthy Cities Network. The invitation to take part on this conference and to organize this table with some colleagues from different local governments, we could say, but at technical level. We will carry out most of the decision in Spanish, not in English. So you allow me now. I will switch to Spanish in order to try to introduce everyone. Anyway, first of all, we will begin with a video sent by Monika Kosinska, who was the former focal point, the coordinator of the European Healthy Cities Network in the WHO headquarters, and that unfortunately she has not been able to stay here with us, but she will. She sent a very interesting video where you can understand what is this Health Cities Network and what we are trying to do. So thank you very much, and I don't know who has to do it, but please, whenever you can introduce the video. No, maybe there's any kind of problem. ¿Podéis pasar el vídeo, por favor? El vídeo que está previsto.
So good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to be with you here today, at least virtually, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Monika Kosinska, and I am the lead for WHO on economic and commercial determinants of health, working in headquarters. But before joining WHO 3 years ago, I was the lead for the Healthy Cities program in the WHO European region. So it really is a great pleasure to be back and to be talking about my new assignment within the context of the Healthy Cities work. And so today I'm going to just very briefly go through what are the commercial determinants and then why do they matter, what WHO is doing about this, and what this means for healthy cities, and particularly in this context, how can healthy cities use their commercial determinants lens to promote health equity and tobacco prevention and control. So first of all, very briefly, what's the commercial determinants of health and why do they matter? And I'm sure that many of us have heard of the commercial determinants, and indeed some of our colleagues, and I've taken a slide from Professor Nick Freudenberg, are put commercial determinants and commercial forces as really driving the main public health crisis of the 21st century. The COVID-19 pandemic, which of course ran its course along the deep-rooted inequalities that exist in all our populations, but also the climate impacts that we're seeing globally, the rising burden of non-communicable disease, and of course the tobacco epidemic is at the heart of that in terms of our discussion today, but also occupational health and injuries from work, mental health impact, environmental exposures where tobacco plays a very big role, and finally injuries and deaths from weapons and firearms. And so in this context, in the Lancet series on commercial determinants, which was released just a few weeks ago, identified just 4 industries as being responsible for 30% of preventable mortality globally on an annual basis, which is an enormous figure, and half of that burden can be attributed to the tobacco industry alone. So this understanding of the rise of and harm from commercial practices and the role of commercial determinants really has its roots in a number of different fields, but very notably and relevant for us today, the work on tobacco control, and many of you have been pioneers and key components of that over the last decade. And however, from a WHO perspective, we also need to see this in the context of the role of the private sector as a growing partner in health and development. So it's thinking about this from the perspective of commercial determinants as a determinant basis, this duality, this reflection of both the harms that have been perpetuated by some industries, but also the growing recognition of the private sector has to be at the table as part of a health discussion more broadly, although of course not the tobacco industry. So this is what has driven the work of WHO on commercial determinants. And when we look at the definition in this broader sense, the commercial determinants are defined as the conditions, the actions, and the emissions that affect health. And you can see that very much in tobacco control practice. And that these determinants arise in the context of the provision of goods and services for payment, and include commercial activities as well as the environment in which commerce takes place. So therefore, commercial determinants can have beneficial and or detrimental impacts on health. And this is the WHO definition from 2018. More recent definitions have simplified this to mean either that broadly speaking, the commercial determinants are the activities of the private sector, or as well as the systems, practices, and pathways through which commercial actors drive health and health equity. And you can see through these different definitions that the conceptualization of commercial determinants is very much rooted in the social determinants framing. So looking at how, from an equity and governance perspective, commercial forces, commercial drivers, and commercial dimensions of social determinants impact on all of us and on our health outcomes and health equity. And from the WHO side, we tried to simplify this through a working impact framework, which really delineates this into 2 dimensions: the dimensions of impact and the dimensions action. And we can see how this is very much the case within the tobacco space. So the first impact domain, the corporate impact on physical and social environments and behaviors, so the commercial impact on living and working conditions, such as smoke-free dimension there, on built environments, which includes through marketing and also environmental exposures, on social norms. We know very well how the role that tobacco industry played in normalization and acceptability of tobacco, and then ultimately culture and how the tobacco industry was prevalent in linking tobacco use to cultural context. But then also the second domain of impacts is on the impacts on regulatory systems and processes, which again, we have a lot of experience and knowledge from within the tobacco space, the impact on regulatory systems, the impact on regulatory processes, regulatory capacity, but also through trade policies, investment policies, and more broadly, economic development and the market functions itself. And then we have the two drivers of those impacts, the two action domains. Firstly, the corporate business operations, so including through, for example, employment policies, but also in the supply chain, where there's increasing understanding and the awareness of how the tobacco industry influences or exerts its influences also through smaller supply chain actors as part of that. The product design, of course, service and retail of products, marketing, very much the case here. But also raw materials, the tobacco industry is notoriously very polluting, both in terms of the product, also the process of its development, and then monopolization and market dominance, and using those positions within the market as a way to exert power. And then finally, corporate citizenship and personhood. So really the legal personality and the way that that institution interacts with other public institutions, including the public itself. So through CSR activities, through public relations, and we know that the tobacco industry, for example, scores notoriously highly in some of the investor frameworks around environmental impact, environmental, social, and governance impact, through lobbying activities, which we're very familiar with, but also through the corporate tax contributions or the failure to pay them, and through third-party activity, business associations, and in some cases not-for-profit associations as well. So the complexity of how commercial actors impact on outcomes is what we try to do through simplifying it through this framework. And more recently in the Lancet series, Professor Anna Gilmore and colleagues presented this in using the social economic framework to really explain how these different drivers, these different interconnections, then impact on ill health and the causal for ill health and health equity. And then just one comment on the heterogeneity and complexity of commercial actors, and this is particularly important in the city context, because when we think of commercial actors, we think of one company or individual companies, but of course there is the complexity is enormous, and the ecosystem of commercial actors is enormous. Small retailers, family-owned businesses with macro products, entertainment, but also then the relationship between the ownership between the different companies. So this creates a level of complexity that really translates itself to impact when we talk about the local level. And so finally, in this short introduction to commercial summits, that I wanted to end here before we move to the action area, because this is very relevant for considering how this can be implemented at the city level. The role for cities, that there are a number of four clusters of challenges that we have as we become better at understanding commercial drivers and the implications here. The first is the role that the broader economic and financial environment play, and this includes at the city level. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Understanding who bears the costs and who bears the benefits, and really thinking that through in our policies, and including at our city level policies, that the profit gains on the consequences of those profit gains, whether those are environmental, sanitary, cleanup, or of course health outcomes, are often borne by the public sector and municipal services, as well as the populations themselves. And then the identification of risks, where the risks lie, management of competence and those risks. And then finally, but fundamentally, making sure that we maintain an equity lens on outcomes and build this into our programming from the onset. So what is WHO doing? So in the commercial determinant space, this is relatively new. So 3.5 years ago now, WHO was asked to take a systematic approach to scoping the commercial determinants with a view to providing recommendations and evidence synthesis and a way forward. We've undertaken a number of activities, largely around advocacy, so explaining what commercial determinants are, through our fact sheet, through our webinar series, and then also, and this is important to the European context and our discussions here, we partnered with our colleagues at the European level to produce a journal on commercial determinants through the cancer control policy, which includes a section on tobacco and provides some discussion points on tobacco within that as well. And we're working towards a global report on commercial determinants, which will be published, all going well, next year, which will also look at what this means for cities more broadly and built environments. But I'll talk more about towards the end. So taking us to the main discussion here and some food for thought as we continue with your deliberations on how healthy cities can use this commercial determinants lens to promote health equity and tobacco prevention and control. I'm sure this is familiar to many of us, but the WHO has the definition of a healthy city as per WHO is holistic. It includes not only the health programming and public health measures, but also meeting basic needs, high degrees of public participation, a mutually supportive and non-exclusive community, and a sustainable ecosystem, a clean, safe, and high-quality physical environment, including housing, access to a variety of resources, a diverse, vital, and innovative city economy, and this is very important, particularly when we think about the context of tobacco control, connectedness with culture, and of course, the optimum level of public health and care services. So this, and in the European context in particular, there is a very vibrant and active Healthy Cities network, which I'm sure many of you are very familiar with. It was founded in 1988 and has been really a foundation for supporting WHO and a partner for WHO as part of achieving our regional and global public health goals. And this is the European chapter of what is very much a global, vibrant and global network. And it has a three-pronged approach, which is incredibly important for action on tobacco control. The first is political commitment, which is renewed every 5 years through its so-called implementation phases. It's through technical excellence, which partnership with WHO, but also with national academic and public policy leaders is key. And then finally, but most importantly, perhaps, is the community participation element, which allows the approach to be both needs-driven from a community perspective, but also tailored to individual context. And currently, the WHO Healthy Cities Network, the European Healthy Cities Network, is in phase 7, and that has 3 goals to it. The first one, fostering health and well-being for all and reducing health inequities. The second, leading by example nationally, regionally, and globally. And goal 3, supporting the implementation of WHO strategic priorities. And this is clustered around 6 themes, which are very much taken from the SDGs, so the UN, the UN Sustainable Development Agenda, and this is first of all investing in people at the city level, of which investing in public health is a very key part. Secondly, designing urban places that improve health and well-being, and obviously from a tobacco control perspective, that means smoke-free places and places that are supporting tobacco-free objectives. The third is fostering greater participation and partnerships for health and well-being. The fourth is improving community prosperity and access to common goods and services. The fifth is promoting peace and security through inclusivity. And the sixth is protecting the planet from degradation, including sustainable consumption and production. So how can this commercial determinants lens be used to support tobacco control in healthy cities. And just as a starting point for the discussion here, and I very much welcome the opportunity to be part of the thinking in this, I've put some suggestions for where you may want to consider as part of your further deliberations. So first of all, the cluster of public health interventions that we know are effective and are necessary in order to support our communities to be tobacco-free. So first of all, smoke-free laws, including public spaces, and from a city's perspective, the using city powers in order to be able to put this in place around municipally owned public spaces, which are many. And I know that many cities are already taking great steps to do so. The second is restricting marketing, particularly in schools and places of youth populations, as well as more broadly municipal buildings. So really seeing how this can be integrated through the leadership by example priority that the Health Cities Network has, and taking municipal spaces, municipal buildings as a starting point for smoke-free when that's not yet there. Supporting smoke-free housing, supporting the both in terms of municipal-owned housing, but also guidelines for other housing, public housing within the city context. Of course, supporting smoking cessation programs, including for municipal staff. Often we know that cities are some of the largest employers working as anchor institutions at the local level for the public health of their populations. And then, of course, campaigns and health literacy programs. But taking us one step further, using the fiscal and economic measures that are available at the city level to support tobacco-free initiatives. In some contexts, cities have the possibility to provide taxation, for example, tobacco taxation. But even when that isn't a power that is owned at the city level, there are a number of local economic and fiscal instruments that are available that should be coherent with the tobacco-free objectives that the city has. So seeing not the tobacco industry as not an area for economic development and building, I think, through local development strategies and partnerships. Secondly, divestment from tobacco investment cities where they have, for example, pension funds or direct, in some cases, direct municipal funds, is divesting from tobacco and ensuring that the financing the investments are health supporting and not health undermining. Adopting conflicts of interest policies to municipal engagement with the tobacco industry, and by the tobacco industry here, I mean in its broadest sense, based on the heuristic that I mentioned earlier. So those that have an interest in commercial, in profit from tobacco retail. And then finally, working through multi-level governance approach, working with regional and national governments and, of course, public health actors to support a tobacco-free future and being a key partner as part of those national, regional, national, and European and global goals. So this is just to end here with the resources on commercial determinants that are available at the WHO global level. There is a lot more also at the regional level, and I would like to just thank you again for the opportunity to be able to share some thoughts with you today, and wish you all the very best in your continued discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I had to apologize on behalf of Monica because, unfortunately, I guess because some kind of technical problem, you couldn't see the PowerPoint that was accompanying the exposition. It was quite interesting to follow it. So well, so now allow me to switch on Spanish. Tenemos con nosotros a 3 técnicos de los ayuntamientos de Valladolid, Barcelona y Madrid que van a exponernos cuál es papel que han jugado los gobiernos locales en la prevención del tabaquismo, en la prevención sobre todo del tabaquismo en los espacios públicos, en la creación de nuevas políticas públicas para combatir el tabaquismo, y cuál es el papel que juegan y que pueden jugar los gobiernos locales en el futuro para incrementar todo lo que es el trabajo que se lleva realizando para reducir el consumo de tabaco y la creación de nuevos espacios sin humo. Por eso cedo la palabra primero a Emilio Criado del Ayuntamiento de Valladolid. Muchas gracias. Cuando quieras.
Muy bien, buenas tardes. Soy el responsable de salud pública de una ciudad, Valladolid, de 300.000 habitantes, responsable de la salud pública que se puede hacer desde los ayuntamientos. Nosotros, como administración local, somos la administración más cercana a la población y habitualmente recibimos sus demandas, sus solicitudes. De hecho, la población piensa que lo que ocurre en las calles depende fundamentalmente del ayuntamiento, para entendernos y simplificando. Entonces nos llegan multitud de solicitudes, de actuaciones relacionadas con salud pública. Durante años y todavía actualmente esas solicitudes de actuaciones se relacionan con lo que conocemos como salubridad, es decir, elementos de higiene o elementos de salud pública, digamos, más antigua, entre comillas, y que eso supone pues, un trabajo y una experiencia acumulada. El planteamiento es de qué salud pública venimos a los ayuntamientos y qué salud pública nos planteamos, dentro de la cual entrarían actuaciones relacionadas con la prevención, la promoción de salud, que afectarían, por supuesto, al tabaquismo. Entonces, a los servicios públicos, los ciudadanos nos exigen que hagamos un control, una corrección de situaciones que se dan en nuestras ciudades. Muchas de las peticiones o reclamaciones ciudadanas están relacionadas también ahora con cuestiones de tabaco. Simplemente a título anecdótico, pero tal cual, esta es una petición o una pregunta, no la llamaremos denuncia, de una ciudadana que hemos recibido en nuestro servicio de salud pública esta misma semana y la reproduzco tal como la recibimos. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Paquita, no voy a decir más datos, claro. Mi DNI, mi domicilio en Valladolid. Y el asunto es, debajo de mi edificio hay un bar. Los clientes salen a fumar a la puerta. ¿Eso está permitido? En espera de la respuesta y dando gracias por su atención, se despide, ¿no? Probablemente esta señora tiene una cierta confusión porque recordarán que en nuestras ciudades, en una decisión tomada por las autoridades competentes, las competencias municipales en tabaco son muy escasas y muy limitadas, como sabéis, depende fundamentalmente de otras administraciones. Durante la pandemia, en las terrazas de los bares estaba prohibido fumar. Era una medida que se tomó para proteger tanto a los usuarios de esas terrazas como a los empleados, ¿no? Con la idea de bajar el riesgo de contagio de COVID. Esta última medida de no fumar en las terrazas de los bares se tomó, entre comillas, por el riesgo de contagio, pero no por las evidencias del tabaquismo pasivo, etcétera, etcétera. Se terminó la pandemia, bueno, eso parece, por lo menos en sus consecuencias más terribles, y algo que se podía haber convertido en una regla, en una costumbre, que es no fumar en las terrazas de los bares, ya que dentro de los bares no se puede fumar, esto desapareció. Se volvió a la normativa anterior, se derogó administrativamente y un espacio sin humo que de alguna forma se había creado, que eran las terrazas de los bares, como habían sido antes los interiores, ese espacio se esfumó y nunca mejor dicho. Ahora se puede fumar nuevamente en las terrazas y seguramente esta situación le ha llevado a nuestra ciudadana, a Paquita, a presentar esa reclamación. No entraremos por ahora más detalles ni evaluaciones, pero en la comunicación de nuestra conciudadana se refleja una preocupación evidente por un problema que, aunque no esté suficientemente asumido por toda la población, que es el problema del tabaquismo pasivo y sus consecuencias. Después de algo tan local y concreto, recuerdo que estamos aquí representantes de ciudades que estamos buscando incrementar lo saludable en nuestras ciudades y en nuestras calles. Por ello es útil que pasemos a repasar que la legislación general, estatal y autonómica compete a los ayuntamientos, según ella, el control sanitario de distintos elementos de salud pública, digamos, como serían control sanitario, que quizás sería mejor decir control de salud pública para evitar las confusiones con la asistencia sanitaria, pero bueno, hay múltiples cuestiones locales y medioambientales: contaminación atmosférica, abastecimiento y saneamiento de aguas, residuos, industrias, actividades, etcétera, una lista interminable que son competencias municipales. Entonces, sin querer entrar en más detalles, tenemos que ocuparnos de muchas actividades, de muchas situaciones que se nos dan en las calles, y es que, bueno, se nos pide esa actuación en la salubridad. Pero nosotros, como profesionales de la salud pública, sabemos que los problemas importantes de la población, problemas a partir de nuestros diagnósticos de salud y nuestros estudios, no son, qué sé yo, la maleza que aparece en un solar o los escombros que puedan denunciarnos, sino que hay otros problemas más importantes y que son los que están determinando la salud pública en las ciudades. Entre ellos, también, por supuesto, lo que conocemos del impacto en problemas de salud referidos al tabaco. Entonces, la cuestión es que en las ciudades, debido al desarrollo de los sistemas de salud pública, podemos decir que tenemos controlados los temas clásicos de salubridad, más o menos controlados, pero hay que avanzar, irán más adelante y entrar en cuestiones del nivel de prevención, de promoción de salud y elementos de protección de grupos sociales con riesgos específicos, actividades de educación para salud, es decir, algo a otro nivel dentro del cual están las iniciativas con el objetivo de prevenir el consumo del tabaco y sus consecuencias. Nos preguntan que qué papel tienen las ciudades en la prevención del tabaquismo y qué políticas públicas se pueden implantar en este ámbito para fortalecer el papel de las ciudades como espacios promotores de salud de las personas. En primer lugar, nosotros creemos que esto se puede preparar o funcionar alrededor de la estrategia de promoción de salud y prevención del Sistema Nacional de Salud, del cual también formamos parte de los ayuntamientos. Y a partir de esta línea que está impulsada en la estrategia de promoción de salud, pues actuar de una forma conjunta autoridades sanitarias con municipalistas, la FEN y la Red Española de Ciudades Saludables, que es la que nos ha juntado aquí. Sobre qué políticas se puede implantar en ese ámbito para fortalecer el papel de las ciudades como espacios promotores de salud, es algo que tiene una respuesta local y que en nuestra ciudad hemos tratado de desarrollar de una forma más amplia con varias iniciativas que resumiré porque el tiempo tampoco permite extenderme más. En primer lugar, la implantación de un compromiso de desarrollo de una estrategia de promoción de salud y prevención dentro del Sistema Nacional de Salud, como hemos dicho, y que nosotros hemos materializado con la creación de una mesa de coordinación local de la estrategia de promoción de salud y prevención, con la elaboración de un diagnóstico de salud muy actualizado de los problemas de salud de la ciudad y, finalmente, con la materialización de un plan de salud de Valladolid 2022-2024 que está en marcha actualmente. Dentro de esa mesa de coordinación en la que participan todas las administraciones, instituciones, asociaciones, la universidad, etcétera, etcétera, se han creado varias líneas de trabajo, grupos de trabajo, y resultado de esos grupos de trabajo se han puesto en marcha iniciativas para concretar programas específicos de promoción y de prevención. Y, en concreto, uno de los que se ha puesto en marcha es a trabajar en prevención del cáncer y tabaquismo con la Asociación Española contra el Cáncer en nuestra ciudad. Se ha materializado ello en un compromiso que es la firma de un convenio de colaboración práctico entre la sede provincial de la Asociación Española contra el Cáncer de Valladolid y el Ayuntamiento de Valladolid, que está materializado ya este año con proyectos de espacios sin humos, de iniciativas saludables en centros educativos y programas de rutas saludables. Y con anterioridad, y ya finalizo, en julio del año pasado se materializó uno de los compromisos contemplados en ese convenio de colaboración, antes de firmar incluso el convenio. La declaración del primer espacio sin humo de nuestra ciudad, que concretamente ha sido el Jardín Histórico del Campo Grande de Valladolid, que supone la recuperación de los antes llamados entornos saludables, que desde que llevamos trabajando en la red de ciudades saludables, desde el año 87, nos suenan a todos. Esos entornos saludables ahora también tienen que ser entornos saludables, en lo posible, sin tabaco. Muchas gracias por su interés y esto es todo lo que tenía que decirles.
Muchas gracias, Emilio. Creo que merece la pena aclarar por la audiencia no española que está aquí presente que en el sistema político-administrativo español, que es federal de facto, las competencias que los municipios, por lo tanto sus gobiernos, los ayuntamientos, tienen en materia de salud pública son escasas. Y claro, aquí contamos con grandes municipios y por eso tenemos unos técnicos de esos grandes municipios especializados en estos temas, pero de los 8.100 ahora mismo, a día de hoy 24 creo que son municipios que tenemos en España, 6.200 están por debajo de los 5.000 habitantes, lo cual quiere decir que escasamente tienen personal mínimamente capacitado para llevar estos temas. Y eso siempre es una dificultad adicional. No solamente ya es recursos financieros, sino que también es recursos humanos. Pero bueno, por lo menos aquí tenemos presentes a los recursos humanos de alta calidad y pueden hablar. Así que crecemos en tamaño de población y vamos a Barcelona con María José López. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, primero de todo, muchas gracias por la invitación a estar aquí. Es un placer. Creo que ya está, vale, proyectada. Yo sí que usaré presentación. Ya sabéis que los buenos ponentes no la necesitan, pues las que no somos tan buenas, ¿sí? Y yo básicamente he estructurado la presentación en estas 3 partes, que serán muy breves, ¿eh? Un poquito, 2 diapos solo, de cuál es la situación epidemiológica en Barcelona, ¿no? Con respecto al tabaquismo, qué datos tenemos. Los que me conocéis ya sabéis que me gustan mucho los datos. Luego un breve resumen de qué acciones estamos llevando a cabo ahora mismo, ¿no? A nivel de la ciudad de Barcelona relacionadas con el control del tabaquismo. Y una última diapo, un poquito más de terapia de grupo, de compartir penas, de qué preocupaciones tenemos ahora mismo en Barcelona y qué cosas estamos pensando que podríamos hacer, pero un poco también con la intención de que si nos hacéis propuestas de mejora, pues estaremos encantadas. Entonces, algunos datos de la población de Barcelona. Yo, si no me riñen mucho desde la organización, igual me levanto, porque es que no veo bien los números desde aquí. Ya empiezo a tener una edad. Aquí lo que tenéis son datos de la encuesta de salud de Barcelona. Es una encuesta que llevamos haciendo desde hace muchos años en la ciudad, cada 4 años. Y estos son los últimos datos, los más recientes, de 2021. Como podéis ver, en la prevalencia de consumo habitual de tabaco, en las mujeres es un 16,2% y en los hombres de casi un 20%. Esta exposición ha ido decreciendo un poquito, aunque en los últimos años se ha mantenido bastante estable. Cuando miramos datos también de exposición al humo amiral del tabaco, porque muchas veces cuando pensamos en tabaquismo pensamos solo en consumo, pero hay también toda esa otra parte de exposición que también tiene mucha relevancia. Mirando solo la exposición en el hogar, lo que vemos es que un 23% de las mujeres de Barcelona declara estar expuesta en el hogar y un 26% de los hombres. Y algo que observamos es que tanto en el consumo como en la exposición hay algo en lo que estamos muy acostumbrados, tristemente, en salud pública, ¿no? Que son las desigualdades sociales. Las prevalencias de consumo y de exposición son más elevadas en las clases más desfavorecidas. Aquí lo que tenemos son datos de alumnado adolescente. En Barcelona tenemos otra encuesta, que es la encuesta FRESC, que también la realizamos desde hace muchísimos años, creo que la primera es del 87, y que es una encuesta que se realiza en institutos de la ciudad, una muestra representativa, también cada 4 años. Y aquí podéis ver los datos de la última encuesta. Consumo en una franja de entre los 13 y los 19 años. Los datos de 2021 apuntan a un 14,3% de la prevalencia en chicas y un 8,5% en chicos. Si veis a la derecha las gráficas, ¿no? Si vemos a lo largo de los años, pues la buena noticia es que hay una evolución, ¿no? Que va disminuyendo, aunque en este último año hemos visto un repunte en las chicas de bachillerato, que habrá que ver qué pasa en los años siguientes. Cuando hablamos de exposición, en casa, un 36% de las chicas y un 35% de los chicos declaran estar expuestos al humo ambiental del tabaco en el hogar. Y una vez más, observamos desigualdades, en este caso en la exposición al humo ambiental del tabaco. ¿Vale? Esto un poco como la foto de un poquito de cómo estamos en Barcelona. Bueno, ¿y qué estamos haciendo? Quizás aquí un inciso para explicar que en Barcelona, ¿no? Como somos una ciudad un poco más grande y es un poco más complejo el tema institucional, en Barcelona existe la Agencia de Salud Pública de Barcelona, que es una institución que trabaja para el ayuntamiento, aunque estamos financiados 60% ayuntamiento, 40% Generalitat, y la misión de la agencia pues, es velar por la salud pública, ¿no? de la ciudad. Y entonces hace un par de años, yo llevo más de 20 años en la agencia, había trabajado mucho en temas de tabaquismo, un poco a veces con otro sombrero, ¿no? de investigadora, de proyectos de investigación. Entonces, hace un par de años en la agencia, a alguien se le ocurrió, no fue a mí, alguien inteligente, de verdad, dijo, oye, ¿por qué no hacemos un grupo de trabajo sobre tabaquismo en la agencia para saber qué es todo lo que estamos haciendo? Porque ¿no? a veces decimos que es interesante saber lo que hacen otras ciudades, pero es que a veces dentro de tu misma institución literalmente no sabes lo que está haciendo el del piso de al lado, ¿no? Y eso nos pasó un poco a nosotros. Hicimos un grupo de trabajo, hubo una persona que buscó toda la gente que en la agencia estaba trabajando en tabaquismo y había muchas más personas de las que salían aquí, pero encontramos que se trabajaba en tabaquismo desde 8 servicios diferentes de la agencia. Si veis entre paréntesis esas siglas, ¿no? Son de diferentes servicios. Servicio que trata temas ambientales, el servicio de salud alimentaria, el servicio de asesoría jurídica, el servicio de sistemas de información, el servicio de evaluación, que es el mío, el servicio de prevención de drogas, el servicio de salud comunitaria y el servicio de programas e intervenciones preventivas. Desde diferentes lugares de la agencia se estaban haciendo diferentes actuaciones a nivel de tabaquismo. Y aquí tenéis un poco un breve resumen de qué cosas se estaban haciendo o estamos haciendo. Una parte importante es un poquito la que ya casi os he dicho con la intro, ¿no? Monitorizar, ¿no? Algo que creemos que es muy importante es monitorizar, es decir, recoger de manera sistemática a lo largo del tiempo indicadores de salud y de sus determinantes, porque eso te permite, por un lado, saber cómo estás, por otro, saber cómo estás en comparación con otras ciudades o con otras poblaciones, ver cómo evolucionas históricamente, estamos mejor, ¿no? Le decimos, uy, hemos visto un repunte en chicas, estemos alerta, a ver qué pasa. O hemos visto un repunte en otro tipo de consumo, que luego os enseñaré, deberíamos hacer algo. Y también nos permite algo que para nosotros es muy importante, ¿no? Monitorizar por ejes de desigualdad. No solo nos preocupa cuál es la magnitud de un problema de salud, sino a quién afecta, ¿no? ¿Más a mujeres o a hombres? ¿Más a gente joven o a gente mayor? ¿Más a las clases sociales más desfavorecidas? Etcétera, ¿no? Esa perspectiva de equidad te la permite, te la da esa monitorización por ejes de desigualdad. Cosas que estamos haciendo. Bueno, en la ciudad tenemos un plan de acción sobre drogas y adicciones que se coordina desde la agencia y es un plan que afecta a todas las adicciones, pero entre ellas el tabaco, y desde ahí se intenta pues, también potenciar diferentes acciones. Algunas de ellas se diseñan y se implementan directamente desde la agencia, otras se pueden dar desde otras instituciones. Un ámbito muy importante es el tema de todos los programas de promoción en el ámbito escolar. Aquí tenéis 3 que tratan específicamente el tema del control del tabaquismo y que se dan en diferentes cursos, pero también en otros programas más generales de promoción pues se va dando alguna pincelada sobre el tema, ¿no? Siempre adaptada a la edad en la que se implementa ese programa. También programas comunitarios. En Barcelona tenemos una estrategia comunitaria que se llama Salut als barris, Salud en los barrios, en la que en aquellos barrios más desfavorecidos de la ciudad se implementan una serie de intervenciones comunitarias sobre aspectos muy diferentes. Y uno de ellos es también a las adicciones y el consumo de tabaco, ¿no? En este caso aquí tenéis 2 de esas intervenciones que lo que pretenden es facilitar espacios de ocio alternativos, ¿no?, al consumo, que tengan más que ver pues, con la realización de deporte o con la realización de otro tipo de actividades. Más cosas, tratamientos, ¿no?, tratamientos de deshabituación. Tenemos los CAS, los Centros de Atención y Seguimiento a las Adicciones, en los que también se tratan las adicciones a diferentes tipos de drogas, entre ellas también el consumo de tabaco. Y a veces también pues ya nos venimos un poco arriba y hacemos cosas aún más chulas, un poquito más innovadoras, aunque ya se han hecho también en muchas ciudades. Y también os quería enseñar este ejemplo, ¿no? En 2021, en coordinación con el área de ecología urbana, que es el área que tiene las competencias para actuar sobre playas, pues se decidió hacer este estudio piloto en el que por primera vez 4 de las 8 playas de Barcelona se declararon playas libres de humo. Y lo que hicimos fue un estudio de evaluación, ¿no?, con esas 4 playas y las otras 4 playas como grupo de control o de comparación. Miramos qué pasaba durante ese verano y lo que vimos fue que realmente se conseguía el objetivo, ¿no? Había una reducción del número de personas fumando y una reducción del número de colillas, que además la satisfacción de la población era muy alta, un 8 sobre 10, ¿no? Lo típico de cada vez que queremos implantar alguna normativa de tabaco, que todo el mundo dice, no, la población va a estar en contra, tal. La población estaba encantada, incluso estratificábamos por fumadores y no fumadores, y los no fumadores puntuaban un poquito más bajo, pero bien, no sé si era un 7,5 y un 8,5. Y gracias a ese estudio piloto, al año siguiente lo extendimos a todas las playas de Barcelona, que actualmente son todas playas sin humo. Y relacionado con esto, pues estudios que hemos ido haciendo sobre las diferentes políticas que hemos ido teniendo a lo largo de los años, ¿no? Y antes comentabas lo de ayuntamientos más grandes, con más recursos. Aún así, muchas veces no tenemos los recursos suficientes o que nos gustarían, y muchos de estos estudios los podemos hacer gracias a pedir financiación extra, ¿no?, a entidades de investigación, ¿no?, ya sea el Ministerio o a Europa, ¿no? Y en ese sentido pues, hemos evaluado algunas de las leyes anteriores, ¿no?, haciendo así un poquito ya de cuña publicitaria, ¿no?, el proyecto europeo TAX, que mañana presentaremos resultados, pues también miramos la exposición en países con diferentes políticas, si había diferencias, etcétera. Y por último, ¿no?, un poco, también nosotros tenemos nuestras señoras Paquitas, ¿no?, en nuestro caso son señoras Rosés o Montserrats, que también, ¿no?, gestión de denuncias, quejas y consultas ciudadanas, que también llegan a la agencia. También hacemos inspecciones en establecimientos del ámbito alimentario o gestión de expedientes sancionadores cuando procede. Y bueno, esto era así un resumen muy breve. Deciros que si queréis saber más o en más detalles sobre estas actuaciones, tenemos un informe publicado que se puede descargar entero el PDF en la web de la Agencia Salud Pública de Barcelona. Y aquí ya un poquito la última diapo de algunos de los temas en los que nos preocupan o en los que estamos trabajando actualmente, ¿no? Uno es el tema de la exposición al humo ambiental del tabaco en la infancia. Por algunos estudios recientes que hemos hecho, hemos visto que la prevalencia de exposición no es en absoluto despreciable y que además también hay desigualdades. Nos preocupa por el tema no solo de los riesgos de la exposición, ¿no?, sino también porque sabemos que estar expuesto aumenta la probabilidad de convertirse en fumadores en edad adulta, etcétera. Y en ese sentido estábamos intentando avanzar en el tema de espacios libres de humo, quizás en las entradas de escuelas o demás, hacer algo a nivel municipal. Aunque ahora parece que hay la posibilidad de que en Cataluña, en un plazo prudencial, podamos tener una ley que avance en este aspecto. Bueno, a ver qué pasa. Sería muy útil también que la ley a nivel nacional, ¿no? Esta mañana desde el Ministerio nos decían, no, la modificación de la ley está under consideration. A ver si la consideration va un poco más deprisa, ¿no?, porque llevan muchos años ya considerando modificarla, pero la modificación no llega. Yo creo que esto nos ayudaría a todas las ciudades. Y también pensando en hacer alguna intervención sobre consumos más en espacios privados. Otro tema que nos preocupa siempre, desigualdades sociales, ¿no?, y aquí necesitamos más intervenciones y más políticas con perspectiva de equidad y quizás intervenciones en poblaciones más específicas. Y por último, hemos visto en la última encuesta, nos preocupa mucho el tema de cigarrillos electrónicos en población adolescente, ¿no? Los datos de 2021, lo que hemos visto es más del 40% de chicos y chicas entre 13 y 19 años de Barcelona han consumido alguna vez un cigarrillo electrónico. Sabéis que las tabacaleras están apostando fuerte por los cigarrillos electrónicos y son una nueva puerta de entrada. Y también estamos viendo qué hacer, ¿no? Por un lado, quizás en las intervenciones o programas sobre tabaquismo que ya tenemos, incidir más en el tema de los cigarrillos electrónicos y explorar si se puede hacer algo a nivel legislativo. Y esto era todo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, María José. También deciros que si queréis repasar otras experiencias, están recogidas en la página web de la Red Española de Ciudades Saludables, rex.es, donde podéis encontrar también el seminario en el que precisamente una compañera vuestra hablaba de la experiencia de Playas sin Humos y otras ciudades que no están presentes hoy aquí, como Bilbao o Zaragoza, que también expusieron lo que habían hecho. Bueno, y ahora tiene la palabra Javier Moreno, por parte del Ayuntamiento de Madrid.
Buenas tardes. Mientras colocan la presentación, aprovecho para daros las gracias por estar aquí esta tarde. En lugar de disfrutar de los 30 grados que tenemos fuera. Así que gracias, y como no a la organización por habernos invitado, ¿verdad? Bueno, si me ponen la presentación. Bueno, os adelanto, mientras tanto, cuando me plantearon la posibilidad de participar aquí, pensé que probablemente pues, lo más interesante que desde Madrid Salud podríamos aportar a este foro no sería tanto una consideración general, abstracta, sobre el papel de los ayuntamientos, sino hacer una exposición de lo que hacemos y de lo que hemos estado haciendo en los últimos años. Porque además se da la circunstancia de que cumplimos 25 años de vida. El Programa Municipal de Prevención y Control del Consumo de Tabaco de Madrid Salud empezó en el año 98, por lo tanto llevamos 25 años. Entre paréntesis, Madrid Salud es el organismo autónomo que se ocupa de la sanidad municipal, es decir, es la forma jurídica que tiene la sanidad municipal, pero obviamente forma parte del Ayuntamiento de Madrid.
Sí, perdón. Perdón por el retraso, parece que hay un problema con la presentación y vamos a tardar un momento en continuar. De cualquier forma, también una cosa interesante es plantear, como está diciendo antes María José, nuevas opciones, porque como estamos viendo estos días, dado que tenemos las elecciones dentro de nada, las elecciones locales, de que tendremos también elecciones generales dentro de no mucho tiempo, y precisamente también hoy queríamos haber contado con, digamos, dos mesas distintas, una de representantes técnicos y una de representantes políticos, pero no se puede contar con los representantes políticos porque están todos ya en campaña. Entonces, resulta realmente difícil traer aquí ahora mismo a un concejal encargado del área de salud o a un alcalde, pero quizá es el momento también para la Carta de los Reyes Magos y poder plantear nuevas opciones para introducir dentro del debate, primero del debate en algunos casos, en algunos otros ya dentro de la agenda política, porque ya existe un proceso previo de análisis y diseño de políticas públicas en esta materia que permiten su implantación posterior, pero en otros muchos casos, y es algo que empieza a preocupar ahora mucho en muchas ciudades y que hemos estado comentando, como por ejemplo puede ser los cigarrillos electrónicos, vapeadores y este tipo de establecimientos que los están promocionando, realmente es algo nuevo, algo que no está todavía dentro de la agenda política y que necesita de un cierto nivel de análisis antes quizá de pasar a la agenda política. Y también el otro elemento básico sería el que has comentado y el que también se está haciendo mucha referencia de los espacios sin humo referidos a los elementos anteriores como las terrazas y cosas parecidas. Bueno, ya cuando quieras, Javier, ya.
Lo estamos viendo en las pantallas del suelo, pero no en la... Ah, vale, perfecto, muy bien. Bueno, pues como digo, 25 años de experiencia de un programa comunitario en la ciudad de Madrid, que es algo que yo creo que a los que trabajamos en Madrid Salud pues nos enorgullece y nos satisface especialmente, ¿no? Y tener la oportunidad de exponerlo también aquí, cómo no. Bueno, el Programa Municipal de Prevención y Control del Consumo de Tabaco forma parte de la Estrategia de Prevención y Promoción de la Salud de Madrid Salud, como uno de los programas marco, de los programas fundamentales, que son los que podéis ver en la diapositiva y que no me da tiempo de desarrollar. El programa se desarrolla en la red de 16 centros territoriales de salud comunitaria, Madrid Salud, que están distribuidos por los 21 distritos de la ciudad de Madrid y que, como dice en la diapositiva, pues funcionan en horario de mañana y de tarde. Básicamente tenemos dos objetivos, ¿no? Podemos considerarlo así. Por un lado, el incremento de la tasa de abandono del tabaco entre los fumadores de la ciudad de Madrid y, por otro lado, obviamente, la prevención del inicio. Y a estos dos grandes objetivos les corresponden las dos actividades, digamos, troncales o fundamentales del programa. Por un lado, las actividades de deshabituación tabáquica, dice ahí talleres, pero no son solamente talleres en formato grupal, aunque sobre todo sí, pero también hay atención individual, y las actividades de prevención del inicio, particularmente en ámbito educativo. Pues bien, soportando o sosteniendo estas dos grandes actividades troncales está el resto de las actividades que son de soporte o instrumentales, ¿no? Y que básicamente podemos dividir en cuatro. Por un lado, actividades orientadas al establecimiento de alianzas con organizaciones de distinta naturaleza en la ciudad de Madrid. En segundo lugar, actividades relativas a documentación, materiales, elaboración de publicaciones. En tercer lugar, una cuestión fundamental, la formación de los profesionales. Y en cuarto lugar, todo lo que tiene que ver con difusión del programa y sensibilización sobre los riesgos del tabaco. Entonces, si vamos una por una, en primer lugar, las actividades de deshabituación tabáquica, ¿no? Hacemos deshabituación tabáquica. Bueno, como todos sabemos aquí, dejar de fumar es más que dejar de fumar. Dejar de fumar incluye, como mínimo, yo diría cuatro cosas, ¿no? En primer lugar, promover la decisión de dejar de fumar entre los fumadores que no han tomado esa decisión y que es un objetivo en sí mismo y que desde una perspectiva comunitaria es fundamental, es básico. En segundo lugar, obviamente, la cesación o la interrupción del consumo. En tercer lugar, actividades orientadas a la prevención de recaídas o al abordaje de las recaídas o al afrontamiento de las recaídas en caso de que se produzcan, que es un objetivo cualitativamente distinto e independiente, además, del procedimiento que se siga para la cesación. Y, en cuarto lugar, la consideración y el abordaje de los posibles problemas que pueden estar asociados al consumo de tabaco, problemas de sobrepeso, problemas de salud mental, etcétera, ¿no? Para todo esto contamos con un programa multicomponente muy estructurado, que luego comentaré. Hacemos una priorización del formato grupal, hablamos de talleres para dejar de fumar, pero también hacemos apoyo individual, alternativo al grupal, posterior al grupal o paralelo al grupal. Es un programa estructurado, como digo, con 2 meses de duración, con una sesión semanal y con un seguimiento a los 3, 6 y 12 meses. En este momento, en los 25 años que llevamos, han pasado por nuestras actividades de deshabituación más de 40.000 fumadores y ahora mismo, día 26 de abril, hay en marcha o a punto de empezar, ya cerrados para dar comienzo, 40 grupos de deshabituación tabáquica en los 16 centros municipales Madrid Salud. Bien, contamos, como os decía antes, con un protocolo de sesiones muy estructurado, publicado. El hecho de que la intervención esté muy protocolizada tiene varias ventajas, ¿verdad? Una de ellas, obviamente, es una guía de acción para los profesionales. Otra ventaja es el hecho de que el programa es evaluable, puesto que está claramente definido. Y yo, en tercer lugar, diría también que es una garantía de calidad para el usuario. En cuanto a la segunda actividad de lo que os hablaba, la prevención del inicio, bueno, la prevención del consumo de tabaco se hace obviamente en el contexto de la prevención de drogodependencias y en el contexto más amplio de la educación para la salud. Como todos sabemos, los programas preventivos o de promoción de hábitos saludables que funcionan, pues son aquellos que cumplen una serie de criterios, ¿no? Que son los que aparecen en la diapositiva. Una orientación inclusiva, la inclusión de la educación para la salud en el currículum educativo, la inclusión de la educación para la convivencia, el fomento de la participación de las familias, el establecimiento de una normativa de unos límites claros para las conductas de riesgo en el contexto escolar, el fomento de la autonomía, del pensamiento crítico, la implicación de los profesores también como modelos de conducta, una orientación hacia las competencias personales de los alumnos y una orientación también hacia el éxito personal y la autoeficacia de todos y no tanto hacia la competitividad. Bien, estas son cuestiones que merecerían un desarrollo mucho más extenso y que no podemos abordar. Pues bien, lo que hacemos es oferta a centros educativos de cada distrito de la ciudad de Madrid dentro del programa de ámbito educativo. Llevamos a cabo acciones de asesoramiento para la puesta en marcha y el desarrollo de programas de prevención en el ámbito educativo y organizamos e impartimos también talleres sobre, por ejemplo, mitos y falacias acerca del tabaco, acerca del cannabis, trabajo sobre la presión de grupo, la toma de decisiones, el comportamiento asertivo, etc. Esto que veis ahora es 2 juegos de diapositivas que tenemos elaborado ad hoc, hechos por nosotros, para trabajar en el ámbito educativo, concretamente, esto que os acabo de decir. La toma de decisiones, la presión de grupo y la asertividad es lo de arriba. Y la otra, un material para trabajar sobre mitos y falacias acerca del tabaco y del cannabis también. Esto que veis ahora es un material similar, más reciente, que se utiliza también no solamente en ámbito educativo, también en ámbito comunitario, en contextos diferentes, ¿no? Verdad o mito sobre el tabaco y el cannabis, lo cual da pie además a utilizar dinámicas de grupo participativas, etcétera, ¿no? En las que no puedo entrar ahora. Esto es un interactivo sobre mitos acerca del tabaco y el cannabis, que está disponible en la web de Madrid Salud y que se puede utilizar también, obviamente, en el ámbito educativo. Todo esto, perdón, paso al anterior. Todo esto abajo veis que hay una dirección web. No solamente esto que veis ahora, sino que La mayor parte de los materiales que os voy a enseñar ahora están disponibles y se pueden descargar en la página web de Madrid Salud, madridsalud.es. Bueno, estos son dos vídeos cortitos que no vamos a poder ver, son muy cortitos, duran apenas 5 o 10 segundos cada uno, para colocar en redes sociales sobre mitos del tabaco. Otra de las actividades instrumentales o de soporte del programa, muy características, digamos que son señas de identidad de un programa comunitario, es el establecimiento de alianzas, el trabajo con la comunidad. Entonces, en estos 25 años hemos establecido acuerdos y alianzas con multitud de organizaciones de muchos tipos, ¿no? Hemos trabajado físicamente desplazándonos a centros de trabajo, por ejemplo, de distintos ministerios de la Administración Central del Estado, que están en Madrid. Hemos trabajado con sindicatos, hemos trabajado con empresas privadas y también con empresas públicas. Hemos trabajado en centros sanitarios, tanto públicos de la propia red regional, el SERMAS, el Servicio Regional de Salud de la Comunidad de Madrid, como también centros sanitarios privados. Hemos trabajado con organizaciones no gubernamentales, con colegios profesionales, con el Ejército. Hemos hecho actividades de difusión, sensibilización y deshabituación en el Ejército, centros culturales, asociaciones de vecinos, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, como digo, hacemos intervención en el propio lugar de trabajo, con el fin, obviamente, de favorecer el acceso al programa, ¿eh? Esto incluye una oferta para poder hacerlo, una actividad de sensibilización y difusión del programa, el desarrollo del propio taller de deshabituación tabáquica y todo el trabajo posterior de seguimiento. Otro de los pilares, el tercero que os decía antes, es la formación. Esto es una cuestión que me gusta especialmente hablar de ello, ¿no? Nosotros somos una organización grande, muy grande, y claro, como podéis imaginaros, hay una rotación muy importante de profesionales que trabajan en el programa, pero que se van y entran nuevos, y es una cosa constante, ¿no? Y esto exige formación y exige actualización y exige reciclaje. Por no hablar de que el propio campo en el que trabajamos pues es un campo sujeto a novedades. Novedades en las formas de consumo, novedades en los tratamientos, con lo cual es una prioridad el hecho de que haya actuaciones de formación. Y en estas actuaciones de formación me gustaría destacar, hacemos formación en deshabituación tabáquica interna de nuestros profesionales, hacemos un formato de curso de 20 horas, desarrollamos cursos de formación sobre prevención del inicio del consumo de tabaco. Dedicamos especial atención a la formación en habilidades de comunicación y entrevista motivacional. De 20 horas, de esto hemos hecho como 10 o 12 cursos, no estoy seguro, con lo cual son más de 200 profesionales de los que hay en Madrid Salud que están formados en técnicas de entrevista motivacional. Hacemos formación rápida, express, le llamamos, de 5 horas para la incorporación de los nuevos profesionales que se incorporan progresivamente al programa para que puedan empezar a trabajar en él. Impartimos formación también fuera de Madrid Salud, por ejemplo, a residentes de medicina, residentes de enfermería. Obviamente organizamos sesiones monográficas cuando las circunstancias, cuando la ocasión lo requiere, pues sobre cualquier tema en particular. En su momento tuvimos un acuerdo durante varios años con el máster de tabaquismo, el PIUFET, de la Universidad de Cantabria, como resultado del cual más de 20 profesionales de Madrid Salud pudieron cursar el máster de tabaquismo, ¿no? Algo que a mí personalmente me satisface, ¿no? De alguna manera creo que podemos presumir de un nivel formativo alto. Bien, os enseño algunas publicaciones. Esto que veis es un tríptico que utilizamos en actividades comunitarias que repartimos a la gente por la calle. Esta es la guía de sesiones de deshabituación, como os decía antes, una guía muy estructurada. Está publicada y está disponible en la página web. Estos son kits de diapositivas que se utilizan como apoyo para las tareas de deshabituación. Esto es una guía para dejar de fumar en formato autoaplicación, es una guía de papel que también se puede descargar desde la web. Es una guía breve de los aspectos fundamentales para dejar de fumar. Una guía de 16 páginas.
Javier,
Esto otro...
tenemos que ir terminando, me dicen. Que tenemos que ir terminando.
Bueno, es una guía sobre entrevista motivacional, está disponible en la página web, es una guía de cierta extensión. Esto es una colección de vídeos sobre entrevista motivacional que originalmente estaban en soporte de DVD, pero que ahora se pueden descargar tal cual, con un archivo informático desde la página web de Madrid Salud, y que contiene una serie de vídeos con ejemplos, con un formato muy didáctico, con guías prácticas. Otra publicación sobre entrevista motivacional que también está descargable, bastante extensa, de unas 200 páginas, que hicimos en colaboración con el proyecto Ecth del Comité Nacional de Prevención del Tabaquismo, guía de activación conductual. Esto es el cuadernillo que entregamos a todos los participantes en el programa, con todos los materiales para que puedan seguir el programa mejor. Publicaciones de distintos tipos. Lo que veis a la izquierda es un diploma que entregamos a toda la gente cuando termina el taller. Kits de diapositivas para trabajar en ámbito educativo, materiales, cartelería diversa para utilizar en distintos contextos, el interactivo que os decía antes, cartelería diversa y kits de diapositivas para trabajar en sesiones de sensibilización, carteles sobre tabaco y salud bucodental, carteles con oferta de coximetría para que quien quiera sea una coximetría, cartelería sobre el cigarrillo electrónico. La propia página web es un elemento de difusión también. Y, bueno, os he puesto aquí para terminar una serie de fotos de actividades comunitarias con motivo del Día Mundial sin Tabaco y también con otros motivos que hemos llevado a cabo a lo largo de todos estos años. Esto es todo. Soy consciente de que he ido muy rápido y que me he dejado muchas cosas en el tintero. Y además me temo que no hay tiempo para preguntas. Así que nada más. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for all of you, and gracias por su asistencia. Now, to end the first day, we're going to analyze the influence on the big tobacco companies on young people. The moderators are Beatriz Arranz, Youth Ambassadors Program Coordinator, European Cancer Leagues and Health Promotion Professional, Spanish Association Against Cancer, and co-moderated by Karina Mocanu, Communications Manager, European Network for Smoking Prevention. In a few seconds, they will be ready to talk about, as I said, big tobacco's influence on young people. Sorry, excuse me.
Ay, qué estrés. Uy, mira que me pongo nerviosa.
It's not, right? Right? No? Okay. Should we start? Oh, okay. So, hello everybody. My name is Beatriz Herranz. I'm the chair of this session, addressing big tobacco influence. And I will now present the speakers of this session, but I wanted to introduce myself and say hola a todo el mundo. I'm going to speak in English because I think it would be more agreeable for our speakers. So we are going to speak in English and Spanish. So I would like to say you that if you want, you should get one of these translation items. Vamos a hablar en inglés y en español, entonces todas las personas deberían tener el apartito para traducir. And well, since it's so late and everybody's here just waiting for the networking to start, I just want this to make a little more casual, so we enjoy a little bit ourselves. So we are going to start really quick, but I would like to say we want your participation, and we want you to participate in any way that's possible. So of course, like in every session, you can raise your hand. You will be able to raise your hand to ask questions from the very beginning, okay, of this session. And also, if you're very shy and you want to ask questions, but you don't want to raise your hand and expose yourself publicly, you can do the next thing, and it's to download the app if you haven't downloaded the app of the conference. And if you go to the app and you go to the 3 lines in the superior left part of the app, there is a menu that appears, and you can look for speakers. And if you look for Karina, who is our co-chair and is seated here in the first row, you can text her with any messages that you want. If you want to comment something, you can do it. If you want to ask any question, you can do it. Karina will be in charge of gathering all those messages, comments, and questions, and whatever, and be part of the conversation. So just for you to know, I mean, this would be much more fun if we all participate in this. And well, first, I would like to introduce you the speakers of this session. Here we have Louise Johansson from A Non-Smoking Generation. Louise is the education manager at the Swedish organization A Non-Smoking Generation. She has a background in global studies and global health. She has been an advocate for tobacco prevention for 10 years and has worked with young people in school, awareness campaign, communication, and advocacy. She's also a part of NCD's Child Program, NCD's Child Young Leader Program, a platform to build a unified cadre of young people who are fully equipped to develop, critique, and support national, regional, and global NCD policies. Then we have Laura Rebull from Greenpeace. Laura Rebull is an environmentalist who seeks to find solutions to the critical current situation, being part of the system change. Therefore, since she was 18 years old, she has been a member of the NGO Greenpeace and graduate in environmental science from the Autonomous University of Madrid. Currently, she also works as an environmental educator in the Liconia Group. She wants to specialize in the agroscience sector, and particularly in the research of agrofood. Then we have Diego de Haro from the Spanish Association Against Cancer. Diego de Haro has a degree in sociology, a master's degree in research methodology from the Complutense University of Madrid, and expertise in advanced methods of applied statistics from UNED. He has conducted social and market research in several sectors related to consulting, digital communication, retail, and big data. His main research areas are digital methods, network analysis, digital communities, and social epidemiology. Currently, he works as research technician at the Observatory of the Spanish Association Against Cancer, developing studies and reports of applied research on health, psychological, and social aspects of cancer. And last but not least, we have Jasmina Sekrik from PROI. Jasmina Sekrik is a project manager in the association PROI and the coordinator of the first established youth advocacy board in Bosnia and Herzegovina. She has experience in the analysis of legislation in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region, public relations, monitoring, evaluation, and advocacy of effective tobacco control policies in Bosnia and Herzegovina. She holds a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering and technology, and in recent years, her work has primarily focused on advocacy, particularly in areas of tobacco control and youth development. So Jasmina is going to be the first one to talk. So Jasmina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
We wanted to include you as much as possible in our discussions, but of course in this panel, and we prepared a quiz for you. So we have a few questions, and you will be able to answer them, and we can also discuss it later if you want. So,
if you could do the presentation, please. And we need the pointer. Sorry.
Don't have it now.
Is it that one? Oh, yeah, maybe. Is it? Yeah, is it? Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. So, first question. Which Hollywood blockbuster prominently featured a popular cigarette brand in its marketing campaign? A, The Hunger Games, B, The Dark Knight, or a Mission Impossible Fallout? We have people here, I think, who will give you a microphone to answer the question. You just need to raise your hands.
Come on, don't be shy. I heard someone tell it, but...
Come on. Last chance to answer. We heard B.
B?
What do we heard?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it B?
You can check it out. Is it B? The Dark Knight, in the movie, the character Harvey Dent, played by Aaron Eckhart, is seen smoking a fictional brand of cigarettes called Marley's, which was used as a marketing tool for the film. So congratulations. You will discover it on the networking dinner. Question number 2. How did the tobacco control community obtain evidence that tobacco companies deliberately targeted youth as a primarily target group for their marketing efforts? A, through undercover investigation and interviews with former tobacco industry employees. B, by accessing public records and government documents. And C, through the leak of international tobacco industry documents in 1994. We heard C, but do we hear anything else? Can someone elaborate their answer? See, here's the microphone.
It's Merrill Williams when he leaked the Brown and Williamson's documents in 1994.
Oh, we can check that. Are you sure?
Well, it's one possible answer.
Yes. Through the leak of international tobacco industry documents in 1994, the documents which were leaked by a former tobacco industry employee relieved that tobacco companies had knowledge of the harmful effects of tobacco use and deliberately marketed their products to children and teenagers despite this knowledge. So that's how we know everything about tobacco industry tactics from this document. It started there. And the last question, the decline in smoking prevalence over the last 20 years has been a major achievement in tobacco control. What is the percentage decline in smoking prevalence in the United States over the last 20 years? What do you think? Is it 10, 20, or 30%? I think we have professionals here also, so. Don't be shy. Come on.
Someone raised their hand over there. What are you saying, Eva? The C, letter C.
C. Who said no? Here we see a hand.
Between A and B, I'm guessing A because 20 is a lot, so it's a very good achievement. If it's B, it's a lot.
Okay, thank you. I think you may be right.
Whoa.
According to data from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the percentage of US adults who smoke cigarettes declined from 24.1% in 1997 to 13.7% in 2018, which represents a 30% decline over the 20-year period. But you are right in a way that is for Europe, according to the same data from WHO, the prevalence of smoking in Europe declined from 28% in 200s to 23.5% in 2019, which represents a decline of 15% over the 20-year period. So you were somewhere in between. Congratulations. So that's it. Here we go.
Yep. You can pass the remote to Diego, because now Diego is going to present.
Okay, here we go.
Diego is going to present a study, and then we're going to start with the real discussion. All the rest of the session is going to be like Q's and A's. And of course, if you, while Diego is telling us about the report and with what Jasmina just told us, and if you start popping questions, you can, as we said, download the app, go to the menu in the left and up part of the app, and you can watch for the speakers and see if you find Karina, and you can ask Karina any questions or any comments you want to say. If you're very shy, of course, you can raise your hand as well. And Diego, the floor is yours. And remember, since we didn't start earlier, I don't know, maybe not 20, but stick to 10, 15 minutes, if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
Bueno, Beatriz había empezado la sesión diciendo que iba a ser ligera. Yo voy a demostrar que estaba mintiendo. Pero sí que creíamos que era importante contextualizar la sesión con los datos de ese estudio que acabamos de realizar desde el observatorio de la Ecth y que pone el foco en cómo las compañías tabacaleras y aquellas que promocionan y venden nuevos productos de inhalación de aerosoles y humo están impactando en los jóvenes de maneras nuevas, de maneras colándose en los resquicios de ciertos espacios en los que antes no estaban, porque simplemente no existían esos espacios. Por ejemplo, una de las líneas estratégicas clave de la asociación ha sido la promoción de espacios sin humo. Nosotros buscamos conquistar espacios sin humo por dos motivos fundamentales. El primero de ellos es evitar el humo de segunda mano, es evitar las sustancias carcinogénicas que quedan suspendidas en el aire y que son absolutamente nocivas para la salud. Pero ese no es el único motivo. Hay otro motivo adicional, que es evitar la normalización cultural. Ese humo simbólico en el cual cuando vamos por un parque con nuestra familia, las personas más jóvenes ven a todo el mundo fumar y en consecuencia dicen, de acuerdo, esto no debe ser tan malo si lo hace todo el mundo. Claro, estamos hablando de espacios físicos, pero es que ahora no son los únicos espacios que hay. También hay espacios digitales. Aquí hay algunas capturas de alguno de ellos. Estamos hablando de plataformas de transmisión de vídeo en directo, de vídeo diferido, microvídeo, imagen, microtexto, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Y son espacios en los que los jóvenes pasan una parte cada vez mayor de su tiempo. Y por eso considerábamos fundamental analizar estos espacios y ver qué está pasando en ellos. Hemos hecho una encuesta a 1.730 jóvenes de entre 16 y 21 años con una muestra representativa de la población. Me voy a saltar las cosas técnicas y nos vamos a ir a los primeros resultados, ¿de acuerdo? Lo primero que hemos preguntado, evidentemente, cuál es la prevalencia del consumo. Y lo que tenemos es que, en términos de consumo mensual, esta franja de jóvenes está consumiendo tabaco tradicional, tabaco de cajetilla, tabaco de liar, en un 33,2% de los casos. Pero si nos vamos a nuevas formas de consumo, de inhalación de aerosoles y humo, como son vapeadores, cachimbas, etc., estamos en casi el 40%. Si combinamos ambas, estamos en un 50%. La mitad de los jóvenes, más de la mitad de los jóvenes, están consumiendo mensualmente alguna de estas formas. Y claro, incluso más llamativo que esto es caracterizar el consumo de las nuevas formas. Vemos, por ejemplo, pues que el 67,8% de los jóvenes han probado alguna vez en su vida alguna de estas nuevas formas de inhalación de aerosoles y humo. Y además vemos un tremendo solapamiento. Vemos que hemos preguntado por formas con nicotina, hemos preguntado por formas sin nicotina y que hay un solapamiento muy amplio. Además sabemos, por los datos de esa encuesta en esta franja de edad, que okay.
So the translators can do their job, because the Spanish people are understanding everything.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Our poor European colleagues need to understand you as well.
De acuerdo. Haré lo que pueda. Estos datos, este solapamiento del consumo, nos lleva a pensar que al final, más que una puerta de salida, es una puerta de entrada. Solo, como vemos en el gráfico de la derecha, un 18,3% de los usuarios del vapeo nos dicen estoy vapeando para dejarlo, para dejar el tabaco. Un 18,3% del total. Con lo cual, la estrategia de reducción de riesgos acorde a estos datos se demuestra un poco sospechosa. Una cosa en la que hemos profundizado es en las actitudes, en cuanto al perfil actitudinal que tienen los jóvenes frente al tabaco tradicional y frente a las nuevas formas de consumo. Y vemos datos muy llamativos. Por ejemplo, el 48,8%, más o menos la mitad de los jóvenes dicen preferiría, si fuera posible, no salir con gente que fume tabaco tradicional. Y sin embargo, el 71,6% nos dicen no me importa que mis amigos vapeen cuando salimos. Hay una percepción de riesgo muy inferior. Eso ocurre también cuando cuando les preguntamos ¿creéis que los efectos negativos de fumar y vapear se exageran? Bueno, lo que nos dicen, el 25,9% de las personas, de los jóvenes, dicen que en el caso del tabaco tradicional sí, y que en el caso del vapeo el 36,2% definitivamente se exageran, no son para nada nocivos. Cerca de un 40% nos dicen que forma parte de sus planes de ocio. Y aquí tenemos dividido actitudes frente arriba al tabaco tradicional y abajo las nuevas formas de consumo. Y vemos que, aunque están muy arraigadas las actitudes positivas hacia el tabaco tradicional, por ejemplo, pues el 44% dicen que es que ver a alguien fumar en televisión, un protagonista de una serie, le hace parecer mucho más interesante. O, por ejemplo, el 36% que hace mucho más fácil ligar o hacer amigos. Estamos hablando del tabaco tradicional. Si nos vamos a las nuevas formas de consumo, esas actitudes positivas se disparan. Vemos, por ejemplo, que más de la mitad de los jóvenes dicen es mucho mejor el vapeo, ¿dónde va a parar? No deja malos olores. El 51% nos dicen es mucho más fácil dejarlo. Pero es que el 60% casi nos está diciendo es que eso está de moda porque lo están haciendo influencers, streamers, lo veo constantemente en los medios sociales. El 60% de los jóvenes. Eso ya va reforzando la hipótesis que teníamos. Claro, esto aumenta, para empezar, lo que hemos visto es la predisposición al consumo. Arriba tenemos, estas preguntas solo se han hecho a no fumadores de cada uno de estos productos, ¿de acuerdo? En la primera barra tenemos aquellos que no fuman cigarrillos, les hemos preguntado qué ganas tendrían de fumar un cigarrillo pues, en el último mes. Un 10% de ellos nos decían que tendría unas pocas ganas, bastantes o muchas ganas. Este porcentaje se triplica si vamos a las nuevas formas de consumo. Es decir, aquellos que no consumen, debido a ese impacto, a esa normalización, que de momento no tiene ningún tipo de freno en este tipo de espacios, la predisposición al consumo es mucho más amplia. ¿Qué decir de esto? Es simplemente datos que todos conocemos ya. Las pantallas dominan el ocio de los jóvenes. Son las dos opciones de ocio más contestadas en esta encuesta y el 97,5% son usuarios habituales, es decir, diarios, de al menos una plataforma de medios sociales y el 77,1% usuarios diarios de al menos una plataforma de vídeo en demanda. Esto era solo para contextualizar porque muchas veces sabemos por distintos estudios pues que el hogar y el grupo de pares, el grupo de amigos son elementos de normalización del consumo y de hecho sabemos que son buenos predictores del consumo de tabaco. Claro, cuando hablamos de tabaco, porque como vemos el 60% de los jóvenes tienen amigos que consumen tabaco tradicional y cerca del 40% tabaco tradicional en casa. Pero es que, por ejemplo, solo el 16% de los jóvenes tienen en su hogar a alguien que consume vapeadores. ¿Cómo se ha normalizado este consumo? Bueno, pues ahí es lo que de lo que trata fundamentalmente este estudio. Y esos son los principales datos. Las dos primeras barras, hemos preguntado, ¿he visto a alguien fumar cigarrillos en los últimos 30 días en plataformas o medios sociales? Y el 74,6% de los jóvenes nos han dicho que sí, que han visto a alguien, recuerdan haber visto a alguien sin ningún tipo de duda estar fumando cigarrillos en alguna serie de televisión, en plataformas o bien en medios sociales. Este porcentaje aumenta, ya es superior en el caso del vapeo, pipas de agua y ese tipo de nuevas formas de consumo. En el caso del product placement, que serían las dos siguientes barras, es ligeramente menor, pero vemos que sigue siendo muy significativo. Y las dos últimas barras que vemos abajo, que son las formas más agresivas de publicidad, les hemos preguntado, de acuerdo, esto está muy bien, ¿recuerdas algún logotipo o alguna marca comercial? Bueno, pues aunque el 43,8% de los jóvenes recuerdan logotipos o marcas de tabaco, de cigarro tradicional, ese porcentaje aumenta al 57,9% de los jóvenes si hablamos de marcas, de vapeadores, de pods, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Claro, uno podría argumentar, de acuerdo, hay un impacto brutal. Concretamente, vemos que en el caso del tabaco tradicional, el 82,5% de los jóvenes, combinando todo lo anterior, pues han tenido este tipo de impacto a lo que hemos llamado, entre muchas comillas, humo digital. El 83% en el caso de los vapeadores, y si combinamos ambas, estaríamos hablando de que 9 de cada 10 jóvenes tienen un impacto constante a este humo digital. Y claro, ahí es donde podemos argumentar, de acuerdo, pues tienen un impacto porque, bueno, es un recurso artístico, es un recurso estético, es un recurso pues, que, por ejemplo, en las series de televisión se usa pues, bueno, para generar un cierto ambiente. De acuerdo, pues hemos dividido a los jóvenes entre aquellos que han tenido ese tipo de impacto y aquellos que no lo han tenido. Y resulta que los que no tienen ese tipo de impacto, los que no ven series que no tienen ese tipo de consumo, que usan medios sociales, que tienen un mayor control en sus políticas de contenido de ese tipo de consumo, fuman en un 24,5% en términos mensuales. Aquellos que tienen este tipo de consumo fuman en un 53,1%, más del doble. Es una asociación que efectivamente pues, no implica causalidad, las asociaciones pasan por muchas cosas, puede haber muchas variables, pero desde luego lo que no implica es no causalidad, porque estamos hablando de más del doble. Y por mi parte, pues habría terminado con los resultados del estudio, que al final nos demuestran que bueno, este tipo de espacios digitales, que no están regulados, y mucho menos en el caso de las nuevas formas de consumo, están siendo una puerta de entrada a la promoción indirecta, a la promoción encubierta de estos productos.
Thank you very much, Diego. Okay, now the discussion begins because we have people that works in health educations and campaigns on new products, not only vapors, we're going to talk about other type of products also. We have people that works in environment, and we are going to talk about greenwashing and how tobacco also affects the climate and the environment. And we have also people that works in advocacy. So we're going to try to bring all those things to a conversation in which, again, you can participate if you want. You can raise your hand and you can ask and comment whatever you want. And you can also write Karina by the app. I don't know, Karina, do you have any comments yet? No. Oh, worry. Okay. So I'm going to start. I'm going to start with a question that is addressed to every one of you, so whoever wants to. What factors do you think are contributing to the continued use of traditional tobacco among young people, despite the known health risk?
I can start?
Yeah.
I like that you asked this question, because even though it's good that we talk a lot about the emerging products, it's very important that we don't lose track of the traditional ones either, because even though the industry might say that they want to create a society without cigarettes, we know that they don't have that in mind. And you know, our organization, we were founded in 1979, and we were like super big in the 80s. So like a lot of Gen Z and millennial parents, like we kind of created a smoke-free generation back then, and like young people and adults, they're quite segregated, so the adults don't really see a big issue with smoking amongst teenagers, or tobacco use, I should say. But the fact is that we have a lot of issues with that among young people in Sweden, and sure, young people know that tobacco is harmful, but they will know like, oh, you'll get cancer one day and it's bad for your skin, but like there's so much to learn, right? We know that nicotine affects the developing brain and stuff like that, and young people don't really have that information. But from our national surveys, we can see that the reasons why young people start is like peer pressure, the desire to fit in, like teenage identity struggles, but then like lack of proper school education, mental health issues. Those are some individual reasons, but I also think it's important to acknowledge the fact that the single reason why young people still start with tobacco in 2023 is because we have like a big, powerful tobacco industry working every day to get young people addicted to replace their dying customers, right?
That's right. Do you want to add something, guys? I mean, she said that pretty well, right? But okay, yeah. And well, I would like to continue with you, Luis, because well, yeah, we talk about vapors and cigarettes, and also our study was talking about hookah. We didn't mention that a lot, but yeah, we did about hookah. But in Sweden, you have this problem that maybe a lot of people from Spain are not familiar with, that it is snus. And please, if you would like to tell us a little bit more about these new products that emerge, and why are these products appealing to young people, and what are the major challenges you're facing now?
Yeah, that's a very good question. You know, in Sweden, we've had this product for a very long time called snus, more also called nicotine pouches. And this is like a pouch of nicotine tobacco that you put under your lip. And the Swedish tobacco industry, they had really been like on the offensive since 2019 when they launched this nicotine product. And it's quite fun that we see the same strategies that they use as they used like when my grandma was young. One strategy that we have identified is what we like to call health washing. So the industry is like trying to portray themselves as public health allies, like the leaders in the crusade for good health and well-being, while they're actually like the ones contributing to poor health in the first place. So back then they found a way to circumvent our law, that the law only mentions tobacco and not necessarily nicotine, and they could circumvent the law and market the product freely like they did back in the day, like no age limits and advertising everywhere for young people. And of course, this has created a lot of young customers because young people, like the product says that it's tobacco free, and young people, and not only young people, like my friends in their 30s, my parents, they don't know that nicotine is derived from the tobacco plant, and this is just a play with words, right? So young people think that this product is quite harmless and that it has nothing to do with the tobacco industry. So like we have been advocating for, you know, a tobacco-free generation, talking about the effects of the global tobacco industry on like global health and environment, and all of a sudden young people are like, this product has nothing to do with tobacco. So we have to like go back to square one and educate children about that. But another big strategy that we can see that the industry has used has been also femme-washing. And we know that the industry has a long history of aggressive marketing towards girls and women, like ads for cigarettes back in the day. It alluded to weight loss, beauty, and femininity. But now with the snus and nicotine pouches, we can see that they're trying to label these products as a way to like be feminists and to connect this traditionally male product with women. As you can see on these pictures, as like, who said norms can't be shredded? And they're using this like famous, powerful, cool feminist influencers on social media. And that has been like a major, major strategy that they have used, which has been a big challenge for us, like their social media presence and their resources to like sponsor influencers. And every time that has happened, we have like contacted them like very politely saying like, hey, do you know what this industry is? And like, we would just want to educate you about this product and da-da-da. But that's been a big challenge for us. And then like finding ambassadors and influencers that can like back our message instead of theirs. Because obviously they pay these influencers a lot of money. But other strategies that they have used have been like being present where young people are, outside of schools, concerts, sport event, on beaches, etc. Attractive flavors and designs. Like I spoke to a 15-year-old girl last week, and she was like, "Yeah, I used the white nicotine pouches, the like hot mango pina colada taste, and I started because of the nice flavor." And I was like, "Oh, would you use the brown snus?" She was like, "No, never. That's disgusting." Like, and yeah, she was like, "I would like to quit sometime, but it's very hard." Like, she didn't know how addictive it was. Yeah. Other strategies have been like CSR work and a lot of lobbying towards our politicians. Like here we can see how 4 tobacco companies were invited to write a referral to our new tobacco law, and that our Prime Minister does like activities with a snus stakeholder on Instagram and has a cap that says "Make Sweden snus again." So yeah, it's been a big challenge for us to like get the message out there with awareness and to really make not only young people but adults, decision makers, everyone understand what this product is, what it comes from, and how it is connected to like the tobacco industry. Yeah.
And what has your organization done to tackle the issue with the emerging products?
Yeah, like as soon as these products came out, we started pushing for messages like tobacco-free is not tobacco-free. Like, what is the difference of tobacco and nicotine? And why is the industry doing this? We have worked a lot with campaigns. We did a campaign back in 2019 called the Nicotine Semla. And the semla is like a famous Swedish pastry. And we have a national day for it where we eat it. So this campaign was a scam to highlight how the industry is like luring children into addiction through advertising. Yeah, this was a very fun campaign just to show how they work and to copy their strategies. And I actually have a short campaign video that I can show here. Maybe I need to press again.
Yeah, that's it.
They have some volume.
We're the next generation of free thinkers. Redefine the rules and explore a new way to experience pure nicotine. Extracted from the tobacco fields in Malawi, the leaves are hand-picked by child workers, securing the production of your next high. The revolution has begun. Our tobacco-free product is leading the way and destroying the environment one day at a time. Bite the bread, taste the cream, feel the nicotine.
Yeah. So let's see if the presentation comes up again. But yeah, we are also talking in schools to young people. We have a lecture tour called Child Labor in New Packaging, where we talk about both the traditional product and the new products and how they are contributing to to all the SDGs and not contributing to how they are connected to the SDGs and how it connects to like bad global development. And yeah, our social media presence always every week. And this was another April Fool's campaign that we did now this year, where we also like copied the industry strategies to like predict their next move, to be like, oh, we have launched nicotine pearls. You will put a pearl of nicotine up your nose, just to show like how absurd their strategies are.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of people here, I'm thinking about all my colleagues from cancer prevention might be getting a lot of ideas, because I think, yeah, they will do like this with her, yeah. I mean, the quality of the campaign, I think you understood very, very quickly and very good how is the language in which to communicate with young people and which are the channels. I mean, I think sometimes we have a problem with that, but also I think we should point that the industry has a lot of money invested in this. I mean, it's incredible what you have been able to do with not the same budget that they have.
Yeah, we're a very small organization with like 5 people and very limited resources, but yeah, we have the heart for it. So.
Yeah, but I think I think you've done very good with what you have.
Thank you.
And you said something about how these new products can like just escape to the regulation because the product changes so fast that the regulation doesn't like follow at the same time, and that's a problem. And I would like to just jump in the way I was going to do the questions, because I would like to ask you, Jasmina, like, what measures can policymakers take to limit the impact of tobacco industry marketing aimed to the young people? Because it's very difficult to try to legislate faster. I mean, that's not possible. But maybe there are measures we can take to limit the way they work.
Yeah, tobacco industry is very responsible, of course, for the harm that they do by selling and promoting tobacco products. There are a few steps that can be taken to prevent this, especially by policymakers. They can do it step by step. They can make a goal of this year, for example, to ban flavor products, and then they can also, for second year, they can make a goal to increase taxes, to ban marketing and promotions of tobacco products. They can work on that also to, let's say, upgrade the laws in ways of stop industry of advancing its marketing strategies and trying to find or make loopholes in the tobacco control policies. But also that needs to be pushed by civil society, by creating public and awareness advocacy campaigns to expose their tactics, but at the same time to help governments to do their job, because they're also just people and they need help from civil society to realize that this law is not just the law, it's also a very, very huge mission, and it could have really big results in the future, and also in public revenue, because it's almost the biggest motivation for policymakers to do. What they also can do is increase penalties and keep them accountable for their actions, and monitor better promotion and marketing strategies the tobacco industry do, because there are not that many penalties in countries because they are not sensible enough on that topic. That's why we have to work together to make them realize it's a huge problem.
So, since you are a youth advocate and you have been doing this work, if there's more people here, I mean, young or not young, I mean, just professionals who wants to make an impact, what would be like your advice on how to do this work, on how to help policymakers to realize how they should make changes in the regulation, and how you address them so it's possible for you to help them change how things are being done?
I think the very first step is education. Education of policymakers. We need to make them believe in this, to make to put every possible argument on the table, so they can understand the problem, and then for sure they will react to it. We can pressure them, but also what we need to do a job for them. Yeah. And we in Pro were like working for them in some way, because we wrote initiatives ourselves and speeches and everything, so they can have. Sometimes the result is just having public attention, and we use that, because it's a very discussed problem. I think it's the same in every country. And there are also public institutions, not institutions, but schools who are also active in this topic, because they also want to protect children in that way. That's, we have also situation with snus in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It was like they came on big doors, and but it's still not regulated because it's nicotine, but not tobacco products. But there is no nicotine law, let's say. And we had a great campaign with school, with media, and they stopped. It's not on market. We see it in some way, but they are also asking ministries about the status and how they can put that on market, and there are challenges, and they will, of course, I believe, influence the laws so they can have the legal way to do it. But we, of course, have a lot to work on to prevent that.
Okay. I have another question, but I was going to check. Oh, some people
I have one.
Oh, Rui, of course. There you go.
Good afternoon, and I would like to congratulate the youngsters for the initiative and the ideas you are provoking. Very good ideas, I think. It's very similar, the issue on the alcohol industry, the issue of the promotion on music festivals and everything, so it's a similar approach. My question, and I'm shy, but I will ask it anyway, is for Diego. I think Yasmin maybe has the answer. You have shown, Diego, are you understanding? Or
yeah, I think so.
I can speak Portuñol, but English is you have shown a very nice and interesting graph. I think it was the last one, showing that youngs that are exposed to smoke ideas or smoke media ideas are more prone to smoke, right?
Yeah. If we could have the presentation again, please. Nos gustaría poder recuperar la presentación.
Yes, it's a very nice graph because it shows if you are exposed to, and we have to deal with that as we deal with fake news. So my question is, have you tried to understand the level of knowledge of those young people on the issue of the deleterious effect of cancer effect or other effects on tobacco? It's something that can help you to give the solution, as Yasmina was saying, education one. So if people understand better, you will have a shield on the message, on the media, on tobacco or other things. So have you tried to understand the level of knowledge on the...
Yeah, I need to switch to Spanish, if you don't mind. Ahí, sobre eso que comenta, fíjese, a principios del siglo XX salió un libro clásico en sociología de consumo, la teoría de la clase ociosa, de Thorstein Veblen, y en él se acuñó un término que era el consumo ostensible. Se descubrió lo siguiente: entre el gremio de impresores y tipógrafos, que eran trabajadores manuales pero con una alta formación, había una alta prevalencia de consumo de tabaco. Una alta prevalencia de consumo de tabaco. Ellos tenían una gran formación dentro de finales del siglo XIX, trabajadores manuales, pero eran de los que mayor formación e información tenían. Y sin embargo, resultaba que consumían más tabaco, teniendo más formación y más información. La hipótesis que se corroboró en ese estudio es que eso lo hacían porque eran un gremio que tenía que trasladarse de ciudad en ciudad, que tenían muy poco tiempo de interacción con las personas y que empezaron a agruparse en los primeros núcleos urbanos, mega urbanos, podríamos decir. ¿Qué significa esto? Significa que, aunque tengamos información, si nosotros tenemos que mostrar nuestra identidad En un corto periodo de tiempo vamos a buscar significantes que digan mucho. Entonces, da igual, por supuesto ayuda, pero siguiendo esta teoría de sociología de la comunicación y del consumo, al final lo que se trata es de romper la asociación que hay entre unos valores que queremos proyectar de manera muy rápida y el tabaco. Nosotros ahora mismo, fíjate, este libro salió en 1898. Habla de estos trabajadores. Ahora mismo los jóvenes tienen un microsegundo para decidir si quieres ligar o no ligar con una persona, dándole hacia la izquierda o hacia la derecha. Parece tentador salir vapeando, salir con humo, si eso significa o traslada valores interesantes. Y yo creo que además de la educación, de transmitir los riesgos que esto transmite, es importante romper el nudo entre significante y significado. Si tú vapeas, no eres, como decía un programa de televisión en España, ¿no?, que le preguntan a un joven, ¿para qué fumas? Y dice, para hacerme el chulo. Esto se convirtió en un pequeño meme dentro de España, pero bueno, tiene sentido. Y con lo cual irían dos líneas. Una, por supuesto, promoción de la salud y educar en los peligros del tabaco, pero por otra, romper esa asociación, ¿no? No sé si he respondido.
Ha sido perfecto.
Thank you.
Are there any questions over there? Yes.
I have gathered quite a few questions, and I would like to start with Diego because we are still in the conversation about the study. So first of all, someone would like to know if the study was done online, or if you could give more details.
Tomorrow it will be online.
It would be at the website of the Cancer Observatory of the Spanish Association Against Cancer.
Yeah, the URL es observatorio.contraelcáncer.es. Lo podemos poner igual después, ¿no?
Yeah, sure. No problem at all.
No, but I believe the question is if the study you did was it online or on site.
Yeah, that study is going to be on that website.
No.
La pregunta es si las cuestiones se transmitieron online o fueron en persona.
Right.
Sorry. Sí. La encuesta se hizo a través de un panel online, es decir, no fue una muestra que se difundiera online sin ningún tipo de control, sino que fue una muestra a partir de un panel online representativo y absolutamente controlado de la población joven.
Thank you. The next questions would be for Luis. So first of all, related to what you presented about snus, somebody would like to know if there are already any studies on the effects of the snus, and if you could also inform us about the price of this product, if it's affordable, or
Yeah, there are studies about snus, for sure, and a lot of studies being made on nicotine pouches as well. I'm not an expert to talk exactly about this, but I know that there are some researchers here from Sweden today in the audience that are doing very, very interesting studies about this, so maybe try to find one of them. But the white snus is definitely the price is too low, because it's very affordable to young people. I don't know how to say it, but it will be like 2-3 euros maybe for a package. Yeah, the price of an ice cream, exactly. One package of nicotine pouches would be the price of an ice cream. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Karina, just give me 1 minute. Just for you people, this is not right. I mean, we have like half an hour. I mean, yeah, in case you were like stressed, like, oh, there's only 5 minutes. No, it's, we still have time. Don't worry, we have time. So go on, Karina, sorry.
Okay, next question. Related to the influencers you contacted, someone would like to know what was the response of this influencer that you contacted and you informed them about the products they're promoting?
Yeah, there was very low prevalence in responses. Many didn't respond, that few of them did respond. and they're like, oh, they didn't know at all, like what was the harms of these products, or yeah, like it was very, at the beginning, like when they started doing these sponsorships, it was easier to reach out and get a response. But then I think the industry figured that we started contacting them, and I think they included something in their like agreements that they couldn't speak to us about it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And again, about these influencers,
Yeah.
how would you combat the influence of these influencers who encourage people using the products?
Well, we need a total ban on all advertising on every tobacco nicotine product. Like, of course, I think it's a bit hard to discuss the role and responsibility of famous people, influencers, because of course they have a lot of power with their big platforms, but they don't have the knowledge just like the young children in schools. So like they need awareness, but they need protective legislation to rely on, so that the tobacco companies can't reach out to them in the first place, of course. Yeah.
Very good answer, because it's also in line with the next question and the final one. And I guess it's for all speakers, if you could bring your input. Someone else would like to know if there is any way for the governments to forbid tobacco on the internet as it is done on TV.
Yeah. A total ban on all advertising and everywhere on nicotine and tobacco. On every product from the tobacco industry, I would say, because otherwise they're gonna continue and create a new product, and then in 10 years from now, someone younger than me is gonna sit here and talk about that nicotine pearl that you have in your nose, and we're gonna learn about the new generation that's hooked on nicotine. And we need to be more proactive and comprehensive with the laws, or we're just gonna keep on working in this loop forever and hunting the industry. Because they will find new ways to circumvent the laws.
Diego, you wanted to add something?
No, bueno, nosotros tenemos regulación que protege del tabaco tradicional, pero las definiciones van cambiando. Yo creo que haciendo una definición mucho más extensa que agrupe cualquier tipo posible, por ejemplo, es que la Ley General de Comunicación Audiovisual Española, que se acaba de aprobar, hace en su artículo 123 una definición muy extensa de lo que significa tabaco y productos del tabaco, que es cualquier cosa que venga del tabaco, cualquier cosa que se parezca al tabaco, cualquier tipo de hierba de fumar, cualquier tipo de... hace una definición muy extensa. Bueno, ¿por qué no aplicar esa misma legislación pues, a la Ley 28/2005, que es la ley que en España tenemos para proteger a la gente de la publicidad del tabaco? Simplemente es ampliar la definición y que todo el cuerpo regulatorio se aplique a esa nueva definición, ¿no?
Yeah. Okay, Ariadna Feliu has a question.
Thank you, Bea. So I wanted to continue with the comment that Diego did about breaking this knot between what means to vape really and what we think it means as a society, to talk about normalization and renormalization of smoking. Because I've been reading a lot recently about two hypotheses. One is that e-cigarettes are renormalizing tobacco, but other is that it's not renormalizing tobacco, but it's normalizing e-cigarettes, as if they were two different products. And I wanted to know, from your experience with your contact with these young people, do you think really that they feel that e-cigarettes are totally separate from tobacco, or they have this linked, although we know that nicotine dependence, then it leads to smoking conventional cigarettes? Thank you.
I'm the chair, I'm not supposed to say anything. This is for you guys, I'm sorry.
Do you want to?
Okay, they're of course promoting e-cigarettes and traditional cigarettes same way, but why they look at that in separate way is that the first reason is they are trying to avoid existing law, because there are so many in so many countries tobacco control laws are treating just tobacco products, And when I say tobacco products, it's just tobacco and cigarettes. And every day they think about that and they create strategies how to promote products they have and how to find new loopholes in the law and how to create something that is not existing already in the laws. So they change it a bit and call it another name. And of course, there is HDPs like heated tobacco products, and they promote their gadgets, but not actually heats. And that's one of the tobacco industry strategies. I am not health expert to discuss e-cigarettes and to discuss traditional cigarettes and find differences between that, but for sure what we can say as advocacy, people from advocacy, is that it's harmful enough not to try even once. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you about how the tobacco industry is making this distinction. But my question was more about how the young people that you've been interviewing or talking to, how they perceive these products. Do they really think that they are tobacco, or they really think that they are a total different product? Like talking about society, youth.
Do you want to answer? Okay.
Please.
Okay. They perceive it, of course, as nicotine and tobacco product, but they are actual victims of the marketing. It looks more cool to use e-cigarette products and not traditional cigarettes. You can continue if you want.
Sí, a mí una de las cuestiones que me preocupan, porque lo hemos visto en anteriores ocasiones, es que al final sea un rebranding donde la rebelión al tabaco venga de la propia industria tabacalera. Me explico. En los años 60 hubo un comercial muy famoso, esto lo encargó Philip Morris y lo hizo Le Burnett, donde salía una chica joven, una chica de 20 y tantos años, pues hablando del tabaco tradicional de hombres, el del caballo, el Marlboro y el cowboy, ¿no? Y al final esta promoción, bueno, ya empezaba diciendo no nos dejan votar, no nos dejan abrir una cuenta en el banco. Y mientras iba diciendo todo esto, iba recortando ese vestido anticuado con un mensaje que era aparentemente muy feminista. Y al final termina. Y, por supuesto, nos miran fatal cuando fumamos. Entonces coge una nueva variedad de cigarrillos, que eran unos cigarrillos muy finitos, unos cigarrillos diseñados para el público femenino. Y de esa manera la rebelión al tabaco venía del propio tabaco. Ahora, tras muchas campañas, regulaciones, puede ser que los jóvenes, y esto no cabe duda y los estudios lo dicen así, tengan una peor percepción del tabaco tradicional. Una peor percepción del tabaco tradicional. El problema es que Philip Morris otra vez, o quien sea, lo aproveche diciendo, claro, es que el tabaco tradicional es una cosa de boomers. Vamos a generar un nuevo producto libre de humos perjudiciales para el medio ambiente, un producto verde, que además estamos viendo que estas campañas las están haciendo, y que de repente se genera la falsa alternativa entre fumar tabaco tradicional, es la continuidad. Si tú quieres oponerte al boomer que fuma cigarrillos, tienes que consumir vapeo, cuando la alternativa lógica sería no fumes, ¿no? Pero no fumar tiene una cosa negativa, la única es que no se saca beneficio de no fumar es gratis, ¿no? Entonces las empresas no pueden promocionar eso, y ahí es donde tenemos que entrar las organizaciones que están al margen del mercado para generar un significante del no fumar, ¿no?
Perfecto, ahora sí. Gracias. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pause for a minute the questions. Yeah, but you keep your questions. It's okay. I mean, and because I want to catch the last thing that Diego said, because there's an important part of this that we haven't been talking until this moment, and it's about greenwashing, and this decision is about addressing big tobacco influence on young people. And one of the ways they are influencing is not just saying that tobacco is cool, it's also doing this strategy to make this new product seems like something cooler. So since we have an expert and since we have the privilege of having someone not from the tobacco part of the professions, but someone from environment, I want Laura to ask you to tell you a little bit about greenwashing and how the tobacco industry is not as green as they might say. And again, don't I mean, the time is not right. I mean, you have more time. You have plenty of time. You can talk whatever you want.
Vale. Yo voy a hablar en castellano. Y bueno, hay como dos márgenes, como dos aspectos en los que la industria está haciendo como mucho hincapié. Por un lado, haciendo un lavado de verde, ¿no? Como lavándose la cara de lo que influye la parte del tabaco más tradicional, ¿no? Lo que supone todos estos cultivos. Y por otro lado también tenemos esta parte de las nuevas tecnologías que se está dando, como veníamos hablando, de los cigarrillos electrónicos. Hay como una escala de marketing muy diferenciada en estos dos ámbitos. Porque por un lado tenemos que lavar la imagen de todo lo que impacta el tabaco tradicional. La parte del humo, lo que se emite, están emitiendo gases de efecto invernadero, como hablamos de CO2, de metano, de óxidos de nitroso, que son también lo que emiten los tubos de escape. Entonces hay una asociación muy directa entre lo que puede emitir un tabaco tradicional y que si nos pasamos a un tabaco de manera que no emita este humo, como son los cigarrillos electrónicos, no lo hace. Entonces es una manera muy buena de decir, esta manera de fumar no tiene todos estos inconvenientes. Estás hablando de que no estás contaminando a tu entorno, con lo cual puedes hacerlo. Además, puedes hacerlos en espacios de dentro, porque, como decíamos antes, hay legislaciones que no lo permiten, y lo hacen de esta manera. Además, hay una legislación europea que ha entrado en vigor hace no demasiado, en la que los productos de tabaco impactan realmente mucho en el medio ambiente. Por un lado, en cuanto a los filtros están compuestos de una celulosa que no se degrada, que al final, al cabo del tiempo, se acaba convirtiendo en microplásticos. Pero realmente no se degrada y es muy contaminante, porque contiene partículas incluso de metales pesados, tiene microplásticos, tiene contaminantes, la propia nicotina, que supone una contaminación para el medio ambiente. Entonces, con este tipo de legislaciones se han dado cuenta, la Unión Europea, de que realmente quien estaba pagando el coste de la limpieza de todo esto eran los Estados. Realmente es los gobiernos los que tienen que hacer frente a la limpieza de todos estos contaminantes que realmente el medio ambiente no puede absorber. Esta legislación europea pone en contexto que a partir de ahora tienen que ser las propias empresas las que se hagan cargo de estos costes. De tal manera que una estrategia que se está utilizando mucho para hacer greenwashing es decir, vale, yo soy la empresa la que tiene que hacerse cargo, pero contrato a una empresa aliada que lo que hace es publicitar y dar visibilidad de que, bueno, estoy contaminando, de acuerdo, pero yo me estoy encargando de resolver este problema. Con lo cual, tú como consumidor no tienes ningún sentimiento de culpa de que esto que está sucediendo tiene alguna manera en la que tú puedas decidir. Dices, vale, pues yo fumo, no hay ningún impacto porque la empresa se encarga de recoger estos residuos. Esto realmente es muy preocupante porque lo que están haciendo realmente es hacer un lavado porque no se ha determinado cuál es la manera real en la que se va a resolver esa recogida de plásticos. Aún no ha entrado en vigor cuál va a ser la manera estratégica, en concreto en España, de cómo se va a hacer. De hecho, hay una de las propuestas que se está planteando, en concreto desde Greenpeace, que sea como una especie de impuesto que ya se ha hecho con plásticos de un solo uso, que básicamente tú pagas un suplemento por cada filtro que fumarías. Por ejemplo, una cajetilla cuesta unos 4 euros, de tal manera que vienen como unos 20 cigarros y pagarías un suplemento de 5 euros por el hecho en sí de estar consumiendo 20, en este caso 20 filtros de plástico. Si tú los devuelves a los estancos o a puntos fijos, se te haría la devolución, en este caso, por ejemplo, de estos 5 euros. Esto sería una estrategia muy útil para así evitar que estén en el medio. Pero realmente a las empresas tabacaleras esto no les interesa, porque no podrían hacer publicidad de lo buenas que son y realmente que su consumo no tiene ningún impacto. Y por otro lado, también están haciendo con el tabaco más tradicional una campaña de eliminar y de financiar proyectos a través de sus como fundaciones, ¿no? Que eso también se hace un montón, compensar la huella de carbono. ¿Vale? yo soy consciente de que mi industria tiene un impacto, pero como quiero responsabilizarme de ello, quiero ser una empresa que está comprometida con la sociedad, lo que voy a hacer es, de manera secundaria, tener fundaciones que pues, ayuden, sobre todo en los países donde se produce el tabaco, poder utilizar pues, en elementos de educación, en espacios como más de progreso hacia adelante, todas estas comunidades que todavía están en vías de desarrollo. Entonces, utilizan una parte ínfima de su financiación para luego poder decir así que tienen un trabajo social y una responsabilidad. Con lo cual, están haciendo un lavado de su imagen, haciendo que ver a la sociedad que su consumo no tiene realmente un problema cuando estamos hablando de que el tabaco tiene emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, el 5% de la deforestación que tenemos a nivel mundial proviene de las plantas de tabaco, y no hablar de todos los impactos de los productos electrónicos que se están produciendo con estas nuevas modas de los vapeadores, que al final necesitan de filamentos, necesitan de microchips, necesitan de baterías, porque todo esto hay que calentar el líquido, ¿no? Entonces requiere de unas infraestructuras electrónicas que a día de hoy ya sabemos que suponen un impacto muy importante en el medio ambiente, porque tenemos metales pesados, estamos hablando de que son contaminantes estos metales pesados, las baterías, de dónde se extraen, de qué manera se extraen, a dónde acaban, a la mayoría acaban en vertederos ilegales, ¿no? Entonces como que se está desdibujando toda esta imagen del impacto negativo que tiene esto en el medio ambiente.
We're going to back to the questions in a moment, but I would like to just to note that maybe we're missing a big opportunity here as tobacco professionals, because the environmental impact is so huge. I'm sure a lot of young people very involved with activism in climate change will feel very strongly about this. And instead we're talking to them about health, which is something I don't recall giving them about my health when I was 15 or 16, because I thought I would live forever. And I think this is a missed opportunity that we are not using it. So just take this as a reflection and something to think about later. We are 6 minutes from the networking dinner cocktail. So I'm sure everybody wants to go as fast as possible. But some people wanted to ask some questions, so I want you to reflect if that's something you can ask the speakers when we're finished, and just approach them in a few minutes in the cocktail. But we still have some minutes left, so if someone wants to ask something, there you go.
David Chalom, Doctors Against Tobacco, Sweden. I've been working with tobacco prevention for nearly 20 years, and all of you, no, sorry, most of you haven't, but a lot of tobacco prevention work has been done for the past nearly 50 years. I'm just getting more and more frustrated, angry, sad, and I really, I think that, all the work that we're putting down has a very little effect. We have to start thinking out of the box. What would be the one action from our side, the one measure that would really shut down the tobacco industry and attain nicotine addiction elimination, as the Framework Convention wrote 20 years ago, which was the first thing I learned?
I think this is a very nice question to end.
Yeah.
And I would like every one of you to say, yes, because we can say a lot of things, but the one thing, right? What would be the one thing for you to shut this down forever?
Yeah, good question. That is the multi-million-dollar question. But I don't think we can frame the question like that, because there is not only one thing we can do. We have to work on different levels and attack the industry from different ways with both. I think one of the key things that we need is brave politicians that will actually legislate towards the industry and say no to tobacco industry interference, to really, if we want a tobacco-free generation, if we're not going to push up the date year by year by year and have this feeling that you have, David, feeling tired of this fight because we have to start over, I think the politicians really need to step up. Yeah, and we really need to integrate the tobacco convention better into our countries.
Louise, I'm very happy that you're representing smoke-free generation here. But I just want to point out that if you want to hear the answer, come and listen to my presentation tomorrow at 4:45. 4:45, you'll get the answer.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, that was bold. Yeah, sure. How about you, Laura? What do you think?
Bueno, yo lo veo como que hay que trabajar, como decía muy bien, a diferentes esferas, ¿no? Pero quizás una parte muy visible es al final posicionarnos en contra, que haya una posición muy clara en contra desde todos los aspectos que influyen en este tipo de industrias. Porque al final, para que las legislaciones existan, tiene que haber una movilización social detrás, tiene que haber una participación real que muestre las cifras, que muestre los datos realmente de todos los impactos que supone. Entonces, creo que en estos espacios, tanto las asociaciones como, sí, al final, como personas involucradas, tenemos el deber de visibilizar de cada vez de manera más grande, seguir haciendo todo este tipo de espacios para que se exija y se demande a nivel político que necesitamos todo este tipo de legislaciones y que no es algo que estemos dispuestos a seguir pasando. Que da igual que la industria al final se acabe actualizando, acaben encontrando nuevos resquicios, sino que tenemos que tener una mirada como muy grande, muy holística de todos los aspectos con los cuales no estamos dispuestos a pasar y que haya una sociedad que esté comprometida diciendo que no desde todos los estamentos. Desde las empresas que tienen una cara más social, desde quizás una parte más de unas asociaciones, activismos y también visibilizar mucho más los políticos que sí que están apostando por este tipo de medidas que realmente son las que cuando se tomen de forma conjunta y habiendo comparado todos los puntos de vista importantes y no se hayan dejado nada fuera, sea cuando realmente se consiga que esto, esperemos que sea pronto, deje de ser un tema de conversación como para tener que hacer este tipo de espacios.
The tobacco is the only product, legal product that kills people. And it's still legal. The best way to protect people from tobacco is to stop tobacco industries and shut down their manufacturers. But of course, for now, it's impossible to do. But I think that the way they succeed is through marketing and through making it cool. Maybe our job is, besides everything else, is to make it primitive enough so people don't want to use it anymore.
Totalmente de acuerdo con Jasmine. Al final el ámbito regulatorio es una solución inmediata. Hay que perseguir mejores regulaciones que protejan a la población de este tipo de productos, pero al final llevar el ámbito regulatorio al extremo, pues como pasó con el alcohol, ¿no? Que ha pasado otras veces cuando se ha directamente prohibido. Hemos visto las experiencias que eso tiene, con lo cual a largo plazo creo que la solución es romper el nudo que hay, como ya he comentado, entre el tabaco como objeto en sí, que es una planta que huele mal y te mata, y todo el significado que hemos construido socialmente en torno al mismo. Y esa ruptura solo se puede hacer ofreciendo algo, un significante, que transmita el mismo significado que la gente quiere mostrar cuando empieza a fumar.
Time's up.
Technical issues. Do you want my microphone?
Okay, so that was it for what I understood, to change the discourse around tobacco through all policies.
Okay, thank you very much to Yasmina, to Diego, to Laura, and to Luis.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. And you're free to meet them now in the cocktail if you want to.
Nada, a mí ya me han cortado. Ahora sí, thank you very much, all of you, for your attendance. Go. You probably need something to drink or lunch. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy Madrid. And I'll see you tomorrow here, we expect, for the second day of the Ecth 2023. See you tomorrow.